Hum. Without a sound, Chen Feng completed his fusion. When his shut eyes once again opened, the world before him seemed to have changed completely. The whole world appeared dark, only a single red crosshair hovering on the people in front of him. This was the Nethergaze locking down on the weak points of everyone present. This was the world of the Nethergaze. Suddenly, a pitch-black silhouette flashed, and the amount of people locked onto by Chen Feng was reduced by 1. Chen Feng was somewhat flabbergasted. Hum. Before his eyes, a cold gleam flashed past, and among the darkness, a red-colored silhouette stood up and started walking toward him. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Who is it? This was the world of Nethergaze, a unique spiritual world belonging to himself, a spiritual world that was created by the Nethergaze ability. How was it possible for someone to enter this world? From the appearance of that silhouette, Chen Feng focused his gaze. It's her, Shua. With a flash of that silhouette, Chen Feng felt himself enveloped by a chilling radiance. That was Ming's power. Ming, the third summon of Wang Chun, the strongest boss villain in the Crystal Palace. Her present strength was unknown, she possessed an unstable temperament, and her trump cards were unknown. Due to her massive strength, she was even able to come out without being summoned by Wang Chun. This was a person that couldn't be controlled. Within Chen Feng's current plan, this woman was definitely not relied on, regardless of her strength. If she wasn't limited by the strength of Wang Chun, she would have already been undefeated under the heavens when she had been summoned. Her power seemed to be somewhat similar to the power lingering in this city. However, after entering the Nether capital, she had been maintaining a low profile, causing everyone to almost neglect her existence. Now, she actually dared to make a move against Chen Feng. Moreover, the place she had chosen was this unique world of Nethergaze. Shua. The chilling radiance enveloped Chen Feng as Ming shone with a red radiance. The illusory-looking radiance had directly entered the depth of the Nethergaze's world. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. What is this woman thinking of doing? Due to Wang Chun, Chen Feng was curious about this comic and had once read some of it. He hadn't read a lot of them, but he was sure that she absolutely did not possess this ability she was currently displaying. This was an ability he had never seen before. A cold voice drifted through the air. Condense. A unique ray of light flashed through the air as Ming's illusory body phased through Chen Feng's body. The power passing through him caused Chen Feng's heart to palpitate. Next, in front of him, a mysterious red line linking him and Ming together appeared. What was that? Chen Feng was shocked. What do you think? Ming started walking toward him with a bright smile on her face. Her illusory body started solidifying, displaying her enchanting curves. It's not easy for such an opportunity to appear before me, Ming said with a smile. With you as the link, I can truly break free from Wang Chun and enter this world for real. Oh, right. This thing is called the marriage link. Don't look down on it because of its small size. It is quite the powerful item. An example of its ability is, sharing in your body is a power I have never seen before. Ming smiled as she looked at Chen Feng. When the space diminishing slash was used earlier, I witnessed how formidable that power in you is. Now, with us linked together, I will be able to sense that power soon. I am truly curious. What power is it? Exactly? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This fellow here was targeting his luck aura. Sharing. He looked at the red line joined to his body. This thing can't be cancelled. No. Chen Feng contemplated. My power will be shared with you, and I will obtain your power. Ming smiled as she said, naturally. However, this is a blood contract. It will use the power of one's bloodline to determine the ratio in which both our powers are shared. In this world, nothing comes free. An incident where a normal person transformed into a world-shattering expert after this link was established has never happened. This link will decide the ratio of the power shared based on the strength of the bloodline of the linked people. Oh. Using the language of this world, it should be called genes. The stronger the genes within a person, the stronger the portion of the shared power that person will obtain. After all, if a regular person were to suddenly obtain too powerful a strength, that person would be killed by the oversupply of power. As for us, I can obtain 99% of your power using only 1% of my power. Isn't that fair? A fiendish smile appeared on Ming's face. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. What damnable sharing was this? He had heard of sharing a bike, a portable charger, and even sharing a girlfriend before. There were even some who shared the same chamber pot. However, this was the first time he had heard of sharing power. This was obviously trade rather than sharing. Moreover, this was a shameless, Forceful trade granted. Even 1% of Ming's power would be extremely powerful. However, why would Chen Feng want 1% of her power? She was only B-class presently. If the trade was based on their present strength, it would be fine, but it was based on bloodlines and genes. For a normal human like Chen Feng, how could he compare in terms of bloodline or genes with this inhuman Ming? She was simply robbing him of his power here. Tee-hee. A playful smile appeared on Ming's face as her curvy body pasted onto Chen Feng's body. I have been waiting several days for this chance. Then, let us begin. Bang! A ray of light enveloped both Chen Feng and Ming. The trade began. That red line linking them was radiating intensely. The whole of the Nethergaze world was blanketed in red. Currently, in the real world, Ming's body was leaning against the wall, as if she had fallen asleep. As for the Chen Feng who had just fused with his new gene reagent, his pair of eyes were radiating a terrifying red radiance. Everyone was shocked. What's going on with him? Most probably, he's testing his new ability, they guessed. However, if they were to pay close attention to him, they would be able to notice that within Chen Feng's blood-red eyes, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. That was Ming. Don't struggle, Ming said gently. Chen Feng stared at her coldly. The only reason you did this was to obtain that unknown power of mine? Naturally not. While smiling, Ming continued. Didn't I tell you earlier? There's also your status. This is the marriage link. Don't you know what marriage is? The both of us will be bound together in the future. You will possess the imprint of my world, and I will possess the imprint of this world. This means that you can enter my world as you wish as well. As for me, I no longer need to rely on Wang Chun. I can live my life freely here in this world, and I can even restore the power I once possessed. Chen Feng. So he was now something similar to a Beijing residency holder, and this young lady here, in order to be qualified to purchase a property at Beijing, had forced him to marry her. Chen Feng sighed. What will happen if I am dead? I will die as well. After thinking for a moment, Ming continued. Therefore, to ensure your safety, in the future, you will have to stay by my side at all times. I am currently lacking a lackey like you anyway. Chen Feng. So now he had turned into the exclusive property of this woman? That was truly. It was also this instant that the radiance around them faded. A smile appeared on Ming's face. She could vividly feel an unfamiliar power coursing into her power. Oh, Chen Feng asked suddenly. Lady Ming, you are not human, right? Nope. Ming arrogantly said. I am a member of the Nether race. How is it possible for me to be a human? Oh, a knowing expression appeared on Chen Feng's face. Next, he said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, if so, you wouldn't mind it much if your marriage link was not established with a human, right? Ming was confused. What did that mean? In an extremely embarrassed manner, Chen Feng started rubbing his chest. There, a tiny red snake crawled out. Around the snake's body was the aura of the marriage link that had yet to fade. At this moment, Ming's proud expression froze. Ming blanked. So, she had. With a snake? Wait, this was clearly a spiritual world exclusive to the ability Chen Feng had activated earlier. How was it possible for another life form to exist in here? Chen Feng studied the alluring Ming in front of him attentively before looking at the tiny snake. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Thickness-wise, it might be somewhat lacking, but this snake here is still quite long in length. It should work if you are willing to compromise. Chen Feng. Ming was so angry that her face paled. She had finally noticed that she had been tricked by this guy. It was also only now that she noticed that the ratio of power sharing between her and that tiny snake was 1-to-1. In other words, the bloodline of that snake. She stared at Chen Feng as her eyes gleamed coldly. You dare to trick me? Even Wang Chun would not dare do this to her. A mere Chen Feng. Ming's killing intent surged. You are courting death. However, just as she was about to make her move, she saw that tiny snake in Chen Feng's hand straighten up its body before staring at her viciously. Instantly, Ming's heart chilled. She was currently linked with this snake. If she chose to attack Chen Feng, this snake would definitely get involved as well. If the snake was accidentally killed, Ming was furious. Chen Feng. She was a self-proclaimed mastermind that always had everything under her control. Never had she imagined that she would be tricked by a mere C-class here. This was truly hateful. Do you think you will be fine because of this? Despite being tricked, Ming was able to calm down speedily. She stared at Chen Feng and said, "You need to think properly. Without me, you will all die here. Regardless of that squad or the Nether Capital Master, none of them are parties you all can deal with. Only by breaking free of Wang Chun can I recover my true strength and rescue you all from this place." "I am aware of that," Chen Feng said calmly. With their current strength, they were simply not a threat to their current enemies. Ming started trying to convince him. "How about this? We remove this link here. Next, you help me break free of Wang Chun, and I will be able to save all of you. How about that?" Chen Feng thought about it and rejected her proposal. "There's no need for that." Ming was furious. "Do you really want to die here with them?" "Of course not." Chen Feng shook his head before whispering, "I'm not particularly worried about them. What I'm truly worried about is..." Ming frowned. "What is it?" "It's not important for now." Chen Feng smiled, and an odd smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry. I will make sure you recover your strength." Ming frowned harder. Despite Chen Feng's nice-sounding words, she had a feeling that something was off. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. "Oh, yeah? Is this marriage link truly your ability? I have never seen you use it in the comic. Is this something you learned after coming out here?" Ming coldly stated, "That is because there were no males in the Crystal Palace." "Are you satisfied if I put it this way?" Due to the damnable pervert author, men were non-existent in the whole comic. Even a street dog might transform into a pretty girl in the next moment. Toward that answer, Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ying with a delighted expression. "If so, then I suppose your requirements for your significant other shouldn't be too high." Suddenly, she felt like strangling Chen Feng to death. "Then, let us talk about the matter of restoring your strength." Chen Feng's indifferent voice echoed around the place. After a long while, accompanied by swirling light, the illusory world collapsed as Chen Feng's expression turned back to normal in the real world. It might appear that he and Ming had spent a lot of time in there, but in truth, only a short while had passed in the real world. "Are you fine?" everyone else asked anxiously. The aura Chen Feng had been emitting earlier was truly too terrifying. Chen Feng shook his head. "I'm fine. Perhaps it's time for us to go out." Chen Feng had a bright expression on his face. As they arrived outside, they found that the battle was still in progress. There was nothing they could do. After several attempts, the squad from the mysterious organization noticed that they were simply not the middle-aged man's opponent. As such, they had decided to use the most rational method of dealing with this: drag it out. In that shining ball, the impurities were still reducing without stop. Without first eliminating all the impurities, the middle-aged man would not receive any increase in his strength. Hence, his present strength was still decreasing without stop as his power was exhausted in the battle and from eliminating the impurities. The moment the impurities were all eliminated would also be the middle-aged man's weakest moment. That would be the most optimal instant to kill him. That would also be the easiest instant to kill him. Before that, just drag it out, exhausting the middle-aged man's strength while preserving their strength before erupting to kill the middle-aged man when the time came. Only a single chance would be available to them. The injuries on the middle-aged man's body increased without stop. Blood spluttered around without stop. The battle was reaching the crucial moment. They were all clear that the moment the impurities were all cleared would also be the moment for the final battle. If the squad was powerful enough, they would be able to kill the weak and middle-aged man. However, if they failed or were even a tiny bit slower, the middle-aged man would rapidly recover as he started absorbing the life force in that ball of light and started growing in strength. That single instant was the moment where he was at his weakest, the beginning of his journey to the peak of his strength. They absolutely had to grab onto that opportunity when it came. The squad was aiming for a single fatal attack, while the middle-aged man was aiming to defend himself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed quietly. The glow representing the impurities finally disappeared. Only pure life force was left. The squad that had been waiting for this moment instantly erupted. Kill. Bang. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted out of them. A layer of light that was as firm as a bastion appeared before the middle-aged man. Defend. The squad members merely snorted before unleashing all their power. HMPH, A-class captain, A-class deputy captain, and 10 B-class genetic warriors. The intensity of their individual attacks was all the middle-aged man had expected. However, when they assumed a certain formation, a terrifying power appeared. This was a power far surpassing what a squad at their level should have possessed. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. Formation. Among the 10 B-class warriors, one of them actually specialized in formations. The formation he had used was a pure support-type secret art, an extremely powerful 5-star secret art. This secret art was not able to deal any damage by itself, but after the formation was used on the other 12 squad members, their combat power increased exponentially. This was a super powerful team battle ability. Did you truly believe the B-class warriors in our squad are only here to make up the numbers? The captain said in contempt. Staying here for several centuries. You have long lost your qualification to be called a true warrior. Goodbye. Bang. The 12 of them joined hands. That terrifying radiance erupted and streaked forth, penetrating the middle-aged man's chest. Puh. The middle-aged man widened his eyes. Death. He lowered his head and looked at his penetrated chest. Hum. A boundless power started dispersing. Before all their eyes, the whole nether capital, which had lasted through the ages, started collapsing. The taverns, shops, and streets, everything was collapsing. In the air, countless silhouettes of light appeared. These were all the residents of this city. On their faces were smiles, displaying their satisfaction at finally being freed from this. Such an immortality was not something joyous. Rather, it was a curse. That feeling was especially intense during their moment of awakening. The silhouette of a little girl charged toward the middle-aged man. Father. Child. The middle-aged man reached out with a dazed expression. However, before he could even touch her, he lost consciousness. Along with the nether capital's destruction, all the silhouettes hovering in the air vanished silently as well. Everything ended. The nether capital was gone. The middle-aged man had built it all for his child. Ultimately, though, it had become a city of evil where all the city's residents and all the victims of his human sacrifice hated him. And now, all of this was gone with the nether capital's destruction. Bang, bang. The whole city collapsed. Howl. Distantly, that gigantic skeleton beast that was howling perished as well. Even those lively death lions and the other mutated beasts here with a certain amount of life force in them perished together with the nether capital. The nether capital and all the mutated beasts in its vicinity were completely destroyed. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Hiss. All dead? He had originally believed that the nether capital would only affect those skeleton creatures with no flesh. Unexpectedly, even the death lions with flesh were affected as well. Bang, bang. All the mutated beasts near nether capital went extinct at this instant. From this point on, these beasts would no longer exist in this world. Chen Feng and Xf exchanged glances and celebrated the fact that they had chosen to kill a death lion before this. If they had waited until after the middle-aged man was dead, Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to complete the initial mission he'd come for. Soon, the destruction of the nether capital was complete. The initially flourishing streets had all been transformed into ruins. The only thing remaining was that squad from the mysterious organization. This is somewhat different from what we had expected. Sigh. They were somewhat disappointed. Wouldn't it have been good if both the squad and the middle-aged man had perished together? Even if they were merely heavily injured, it would still be a good thing as well. Ultimately, though, the squad had suddenly erupted with some formation and instantly killed the weakened master of the nether capital, leaving behind the still intact squad. Not a single one of them had perished. How should Chen Feng's group deal with this squad now? They felt somewhat unhappy. Although they were all self-proclaimed geniuses and were confident in their strength, the most they could achieve was to skip their class and challenge those in B class. As for those two A classes, Chen Feng's group were simply not their opponents. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry. Fight? Why was there a need for them to fight? They had to remember that, presently, their identity was as the direct subordinates of Senior Soul. They were all members of the mysterious organization. Immediately, they sunk into contemplation at Chen Feng's words. Pity. The squad from the mysterious organization looked at the nether capital that no longer existed and sighed. Their original mission had only been to obtain some materials to help with their research on necromancy. Unexpectedly, this master of the nether capital had been such a dishonest person. Truly hateful. He only knew some incomplete necromancy anyway. Don't worry, Chen Feng said calmly. The captain nodded. That's true. It was still a good thing for them to have been able to spoil that guy's plan. Otherwise, their branch at Sealed City would have been destroyed for no apparent reason. That would have been truly infuriating, were it to have happened. Since that's the case, it's time for us to return, Chen Feng said. The captain nodded. Let's go together then. Since they were done here, It's time they return. Chen Feng smiled. There's no need for that. You need to report back to the organization, while we have to report back to Senior Soul himself. Hence, I'm afraid we have to part ways here. The captain laughed. That won't do. If you leave, what am I supposed to use for my report? Chen Feng frowned. What do you mean by that? Hee. In fact, I am quite satisfied with how this mission has concluded. Although we have failed to obtain the art of necromancy, we have still saved Sealed City. Naturally, the most important harvest is an important person I have gotten my hands on. A smile appeared on the captain's face. Am I right, Chen Feng? Sure. The expressions of Xf and the rest changed greatly. They had been discovered. Chen Feng had a serious expression. I'm afraid this senior here has mistaken my identity. That's not possible. With a smile, the captain continued, although you are currently in the uniform of our organization, despite the ability you have used to alter your appearance, there is one thing that you have neglected. What is it? Chen Feng asked calmly. Sure. A green crystal hovered out of the captain's hand. Its appearance greatly resembled the green diamond on Soul's forehead. The power it was emitting and its radiance were far weaker than the one on Soul's forehead, though. Chen Feng was alarmed. That is, this is something Senior Soul gave us. This is a mission issued by Senior Soul himself. This thing here can be used to save my life and to directly contact Senior Soul. Hee. With this thing, you actually believed that you could successfully lie to me? The gazes of everyone else in the squad were filled with contempt as well. Lying? From the start, they had already been aware that Chen Feng was merely pretending to be one of them. The only reason they had not exposed him was because they had also been exploiting Chen Feng as much as Chen Feng was exploiting them. If they had battled the Nether Capital Master with normal methods, with their strength, they would have needed to pay a huge price to obtain victory. It was even possible all of them would have perished here. But by working with Chen Feng, he was indeed a person who had successfully robbed the Spirit Seawood from the brothers. Xf and the rest were dumbstruck. This, the heck? So their ruse had been seen through long ago? And by using such a method, on top of that, they had livid expressions on their faces. Their current feeling was truly quite uncomfortable. What happened to them was akin to a scene unfolding in the ancient times, where a person had forged a fake military pass to infiltrate into the group. Suddenly, someone else from ancient times pulled out a modern cell phone and made a phone call. Brother, are these brothers here those under you? This was simply illogical. Due to the power of the Nether Capital being too strong, they had no way of contacting the outside world. As such, they had instinctively neglected this matter. Unexpectedly, the enemy had still had a way of contacting the outside. What else could they say? This was the unfathomable mysterious organization indeed. The squad from the mysterious organization was looking at Chen Feng's group mockingly. However, surprising them, Chen Feng maintained the same calm on his face. The captain was amazed. You saw this coming? Naturally, Chen Feng smiled. That is also the reason for us not doing anything all along. Initially, we had only planned to reap the benefits after you guys were done fighting. Unexpectedly, as Chen Feng said this, he felt somewhat helpless as well. You villains truly had too much to say. Moreover, after talking to each other, you guys even decided to work together. The captain laughed. He might be a person who was decisive when it came to killing, but he would make sure to talk more before making any moves. This was to ensure he would be able to gather more information and perhaps discover some less time-consuming methods of achieving his goal. If he was able to trick his enemy, he would expend less energy disposing of said enemy. This had always been his way of doing things. For example, dealing with the Chen Feng in front of him. See, just some simple words from him and he had managed to make Chen Feng start talking. With this, he would learn a lesson and know how to deal with future opponents that were similar to Chen Feng. Wasn't this a genius plan? All this was what he had learned from experience after years of missions and killing. At times, words were beneficial. Next. Actually, when we first arrived, fortune-telling, Nether Capital Master. We are actually from the Genetic Union. Chen Feng started blabbering on and on. Even his initial plan and his subsequent tricks such as his disguise as a fortune-teller and everything else were shared. Everyone in the mysterious organization's squad started exchanging glances. They had never expected that even the fortune-teller was fake. As they thought of that, they all exchanged glances in alarm and felt some lingering fear in their hearts. It was truly fortunate that the captain glanced at them and smiled. See how beneficial it is to talk more? This Chen Feng might be clever, But hasn't he been lured to say all his secrets now as well? But then, this Chen Feng fellow's narrative methods were somewhat lacking. There was too much nonsense included when he talked. If it wasn't for the occasional important information that Chen Feng would occasionally leak while talking, the captain would have shut him down long ago. But now, I'm done talking. Chen Feng's lip felt dry. Is this enough for you to report your mission as a success? Can you give the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association some face and let you off? Everyone in the squad smiled. Kids nowadays were so naive. The captain smiled. Sorry. Actually, I have something that I have always wanted to tell you, Chen Feng said suddenly. The captain was curious. Oh? Chen Feng smiled calmly. There are indeed some advantages to talking more. However, it has its disadvantages as well. A good example is our present encounter. The advantage is your success in forcing us out of hiding. As for the disadvantages, did you ever consider the reason I kept on talking to you? What? The captain's heart jolted. Shwa. His eyes gleamed coldly. He stared straight at Chen Feng. Behind the mask of the mysterious organization on Chen Feng's face, that pair of eyes had at an unknown time become red in color, a blood-red color. Chen Feng's eyes had been maintaining this color since their earlier battle with the Nether Capital Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have neglected the color change. What on earth was that? The captain started digging through his memory. Was this some art, Sharingan or something? How could a mere C-class like Chen Feng hope to deal any sort of damage to him? The captain's thoughts moved rapidly as he kept thinking without stop. However, without giving him any chances, Xif and the rest made their move. Chen Feng was instantly enveloped in his energy equipment and a power far above C-class surged out of him. Around Chen Feng was a brand new energy equipment. The current Chen Feng did not appear like a C-class at all. Rather, he felt like a B-class, regardless of the amount of energy or the power radiating from him. Suddenly, the captain stared straight at Chen Feng's eyes. If it's B-class, there, from that pair of blood-red eyes, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate gushed out. Defend! The captain shouted. Defend! The captain commanded. He could clearly feel that the power about to be unleashed by Chen Feng would definitely be something heaven-defying. Even an A-class like him felt fear from it. This was definitely not a power an ordinary person could muster. This Chen Feng. Enter the formation. Once again, the familiar-looking formation appeared. This was an extremely powerful formation. Something a B-class warrior had put all his effort into to the point where he had no combat power or achievements in other aspects. The only role of this B-class warrior was to link the 11 other warriors in their squad together using this formation in order to unleash their strongest combined might. Every single time they attacked, it would be equivalent to an attack with the full combined power of all 11 of them. As such, they were undefeated. Even the Master of Nether Capital had failed to defend against their attack. As for their defense, it was also equivalent to the full combined defense of all 11 of them. As such, their defense was unbreakable as well. Condense. They all unleashed their respective defensive abilities. With the help of the formation, all their unleashed defensive abilities fused together. This was a special move unique to this squad. Just as their defense finished combining, Chen Feng's attack reached them. This was the moment he had been waiting a long time for. Nether Gaze, an ability capable of analyzing the rules of the opponent's energy and locking onto the opponent's weak point. The longer the opponent was locked onto, the higher the amplifier the launched attack would have. Depending on the gap in strength between the user and the opponent, the time taken for the analysis would differ. This ability was quite straightforward to use as well. First, within the Nether Gaze's world, simulate the ability the user was about to use. For example, myriad illusory wind blades used with an energy equipment activated. The Nether Gaze would assign this attack a numerical value. Next, it would assign the opponent's present strength a numerical value as well. The longer Nether Gaze was locked onto the opponent, the more gap between the user and the opponent would shorten. For example, in a situation where a numerical value of 10 was assigned to the user's attack and a numerical value of 200 was assigned to the opponent, Nether Gaze would constantly exhaust the user's energy to increase the user's power. The assigned numerical value would increase without stop to 20, 30, 40, until it ultimately reached 200, when the lockdown would be complete. At this point, if the user were to unleash the same attack he had previously simulated in the Nether Gaze world, this unleashed attack would be amplified by the power of Nether Gaze, a power sufficient to insta-kill the enemy. The whole operation of nether gaze revolved around amplifying the attack of the user. With this amplification, the gap between the user and the opponent would be reduced. This was the basic method of using this nether gaze ability. Without hesitation, Chen Feng had attempted it when he obtained the ability. However, the gap between him and this A-class warrior had been too large. As such, he had noticed that the time required for the lockdown to be completed would be too long, incredibly long. When it was used against someone similarly at C-class, only 1 second was required for the lockdown, as Chen Feng's present strength far exceeded C-class. As for B-class, it would be somewhat slow. However, it was still acceptable, as it would take between several seconds to several tens of seconds to complete. Hence, it would be sufficient for Chen Feng to deal with any B-class warriors, peak B-class warriors included. As for A-class, they were in a totally different league compared to Chen Feng. When locking onto the Nether Capital's master, Chen Feng had noted that a week of lockdown would be required before the amplifier would be sufficient to kill him. That's right, 1 whole week of lockdown. Within this week, Chen Feng would have had to stop eating and drinking, focusing all his attention on locking onto the enemy. The Nether Capital's master could not leave Chen Feng's line of sight either. Only with all this would he have had a possibility of defeating the Nether Capital's master. Even all this was with the premise that Chen Feng had sufficient energy to keep this up. That was the moment Chen Feng had realized how terrifying the Nether Capital's master was. Even with that man's lack of combat experience, he was still a person possessing a terrifying foundation. As such, after careful consideration, Chen Feng had decided that the only person he could lock onto was the captain. He believed that since the mysterious organization had dared to come propose a trade despite knowing about this Nether Capital's master, they had definitely made sufficient preparations to battle him as well. He concluded that this squad would definitely possess some method of obtaining victory against the Nether Capital's master. And now he had been proved correct. After the squad had used their trump card, the Nether Capital's master, who lacked combat experience, had been killed. He had been so decisively killed that he had not even had the chance to resist or use his trump card before perishing. With this, Chen Feng's lock had been established on the captain. During this period of locking on, Chen Feng had used numerous recovery gene reagents. His energy recovery rate had been boosted with numerous gene reagents as well. Nearly all of his prepared gene reagents for this mission had been used with only one goal: establishing a lock on the captain. Despite being in A-class as well, this captain's strength was still extremely far away from that of the Nether Capital's master. From the Nether Capital's master's act of crushing their whole team despite his weakened state, this was apparent. Hence, Chen Feng's lock on this captain was much easier. From the start of his locking on during the squad's battle with the Nether Capital's master to the end of their battle, the destruction of the Nether Capital, and Chen Feng blabbering his mouth off telling them all sorts of secrets, 1 whole hour had passed. Chen Feng had even talked about the mysterious young lady he'd met when he had traveled back in time and the incident where he'd met Soul during the time travel incident. With all this information shooting out of his mouth, the squad hadn't been able to bear interrupting him. Naturally, Chen Feng had also included a lot of fabricated stories as well. In short, with 30% truth and 70% lies, Chen Feng had created an engaging story with all sorts of secrets to drag this out for 1 whole hour. Subsequently, his lock-on had been completed. This was the debut of his nether gaze. Unexpectedly, his first target was actually an A-class that was much more powerful than him. It's time to end this. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. His body streaked upward. His eyes glinted with a red glow as some sort of power condensed in his hand. With the intense radiance of his energy equipment, he slashed toward the captain. Shwa. Half the sky was covered in red by this slash. The attack that did not appear particularly powerful slashed downward noiselessly. It was emitting the power of a B-class. Everyone in the squad could clearly see and feel that, although this attack of Chen Feng's appeared so eye-catching, its power wasn't too great. Any one of them would be able to block it off. However, just as that attack landed on their defense, a terrifying power descended upon them. Their expressions changed abruptly. Bang, bang. At this moment, even the sky appeared to be collapsing. A boundless power descended upon them, akin to a giant from the skies stepping upon them. Everyone in the squad started spurting blood crazily. How is this possible? They could not believe that a casual wave of Chen Feng's hand could bring about such power. The defense forged by all 12 of them was breaking apart. They were actually facing a power capable of insta-killing their captain. a power capable of insta-killing an A-class. Since Chen Feng's lock had been successfully completed, his attack definitely carried a power capable of insta-killing this captain. As of now, everyone in the squad was taking on this attack together with their captain. Their formation was indeed powerful, with shared energy and defense, but the disadvantage of this formation was the fact that any injuries taken were shared as well. If their defense wasn't broken, things would be easy to handle, but now that Chen Feng's attack had easily gone through their defenses, this single disadvantage of the formation instead became an incredibly terrifying weakness. Initially, this had only been an attack capable of insta-killing the captain alone. Now, though, with a flash of light, they all spurted blood and collapsed onto the ground, dead, dead, dead. With a single move from Chen Feng, apart from the captain and deputy captain, everyone else was instantly killed, and even these two survivors were suffering injuries. They stared at Chen Feng with unbelieving expressions. A single move. Only a single move and almost all of them had been killed. How was this possible? This was something even the Nether Capital's master hadn't been able to accomplish. The captain's cold gaze was fixed on Chen Feng. For the first time in his life, he felt fear when facing a C-class. Who on earth are you? Chen Feng smiled. Idiot. 1 whole hour of locking on and all the energy required to unleash the attack capable of insta-killing an A-class had depleted nearly all his energy, even with all the energy recovery reagents he had used. As of now, he no longer had any power left in him. However, did that still matter? Out of the whole squad, only these two seriously injured people were left. On top of that, the deputy captain was already depleted of all his strength as well, due to the space diminishing slash he had used earlier. This time, he wasn't able to unleash much power at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for Chen Feng to kill all his squad members. Hence, the only opponent left was that seriously injured captain. As for dialogue, it was truly unfortunate that Chen Feng was not a person who had a tendency to talk much. He had always believed that if it was possible to deal with the enemy, there was no point in wasting time talking. Although he was similarly unable to make any more moves, he still had his team members with him. Whoosh, whoosh. Xf and the rest charged forth. Fight, fight, fight. Xf and the rest that had been holding their anger in all this while finally got the chance to rage. The captain was incredibly powerful. Even with his injuries, he was still not someone they could contend against alone. However, they had the numerical advantage. In a battle between a seriously injured A-class and a bunch of warriors with combat power equivalent to B-class warriors, the result was unpredictable. Bang, bang, the battle erupted. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Chen Feng merely watched on by the side. Chen Feng calculated inwardly. It's about time, right? Right at this moment, Xf and the rest managed to surround the captain. Shen Yi, Xf, Wang Chun, and the rest joined hands to restrict the captain's movement within a certain radius. Next, a super powerful attack was launched by Shen Yi. A dense flame appeared midair and landed on the captain's body. However, at this instant, a familiar-looking radiance descended, and all the attacks melted. In the air, a silhouette noiselessly appeared in a carefree manner, akin to someone taking a stroll. That silhouette started solidifying in midair as it walked forward one step at a time before revealing himself in front of all of them. The expressions of Xf and the rest changed greatly from the shock. The newcomer was Soul himself. The captain and deputy captain were overjoyed. Greetings, Senior Soul. Senior Soul has actually come personally. Ha 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 ha. We are saved. They rushed beside Soul with an overjoyed feeling. Soul did not pay them any attention. Rather, enveloped by the green radiance, his gaze was fixed on Chen Feng. A bizarre glow could be seen in his eyes. It has been a while. Chen Feng. Everyone's heart tightened. This guy here knew Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely glanced at him indifferently. Is this still a clone? Based on what he knew, Lu Han was presently unable to leave wherever he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a clone for the previous matter that was so important to him. A clone is sufficient to kill you, Lu Han said calmly. Even if this was a clone, it still possessed the power of an A-class. A red glow flickered into existence in Chen Feng's eyes. Nether gaze, activate. Lu Han smiled softly. Break. He waved casually, and instantly, Chen Feng's nether gaze collapsed. This thing is useless against me. Lu Han had a calm expression. You might be able to hide this from them. but using such a thing in front of me is as conspicuous as lighting up a lamp amidst darkness. Chen Feng. It failed. Indeed. The gap between him and Soul was too huge. On top of that, even if this was a mere clone, during that short moment where his nether gaze was activated, the estimated numerical number made it clear to him how terrifying the strength of this Luhan was. Even if one whole day was used, the lock might not be completed. This guy was too strong. Goodbye, then, Luhan said coldly. Evidently, he was not as keen to converse as the captain had been. After a short chatter, he was already preparing to kill, not giving Chen Feng any chance to escape. However, Chen Feng sighed. You shouldn't have come. Luhan paused. Why? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Because I'm afraid you will lose another one of your clones again. What? Luhan was astonished. It was at this instant that a bizarre radiance appeared suddenly, shining through every nook of the Nether Capital's ruins. A terrifying aura erupted suddenly. The sources of that aura were actually Chen Feng's body and that ball of light that was not far away from them. There. The captain cried out in alarm. Everyone turned around and noticed that, with the death of the Nether Capital's master, only a single color remained in that impurity-filled ball of light. Only the purest of life force was left in that ball. However, despite them knowing that, they couldn't do anything to it. This was a power an ordinary person was not able to absorb. Only death would be the result if a regular person attempted to touch it. Only someone with the aura of the netherworld was entitled to touch this power. As such, they had all left the ball alone so the power in it could dissipate naturally. Surprisingly, they could clearly see the life force within that ball reducing in volume. Behind that ball was a faintly discernible silhouette that was slim yet curvy. The captain was startled. It's her. It was the sexy lady from beside Chen Feng. Bang! The world was covered in light. The initially sunny and cloudless Nether Capital was at this moment enveloped by a red and purple radiance. All the life force was instantly absorbed by Ming. Her originally calm face turned blood red as the aura around her started becoming increasingly dreadful. In her hands, a blood-red sickle appeared. This was the weapon she had used in the Crystal Palace. With a slash of her blood-red sickle, the whole world was seemingly cut in half. The target of her attack was the two survivors of the squad from the mysterious organization. With a loud sound, a mirror-like protective barrier made of green radiance blocked in front of them. As the blood-red slash landed on it, it shattered into countless pieces. Only at this did Ming's gaze landed on Soul. Your family's chick is so powerful, Xif exclaimed in admiration. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. I already lost my control over her. Chen Feng had already told him what had happened earlier. Wang Chun had never expected that his summoning ability had been weakened to such an extent when used on Ming. This chick had been messing around behind him. Even if the target of her messing around was Chen Feng, Wang Chun had a feeling that his head was currently enveloped in green. The Shenwai siblings had an ominous feeling. If at this moment, a wicked intent started appearing in her heart. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. It won't happen. With Chen Feng here, there won't be any problems. Chen Feng. The rest were flabbergasted. How did this relate to Chen Feng? They shifted their gaze to Chen Feng and realized that, as of now, Chen Feng was actually emitting the same aura as Ming. That was the aura of life force absorbed from the ball of light. How? Everyone widened their eyes. If it was Ming, fine. She was a person of the netherworld anyway, but Chen Feng? He was obviously a normal human being with no similar abilities. How was this happening to him? Do you have any idea what's happening? Xif whispered to Wang Chun. Wang Chun had a bitter expression. How was he supposed to explain this? He was truly feeling helpless. In the Nether Capital, among the ruins, two terrifying radiances were radiating midair. These two were Luhan and Ming. Among the radiance, their bodies were almost indiscernible to the people below them. Bang, bang. The air trembled as rays of light flashed around. Green flashes. Both kept appearing midair. Ming had already been an extremely powerful person previously. She had only been restricted due to Wang Chun's strength. Now that she had absorbed all that life force, she had recovered a large portion of her strength. However, it was still rather difficult for her to insta-kill Luhan. In their battle, a difficult balance was maintained, neither of them capable of hurting the other. Lockdown. A ray of green radiance flashed past and interrupted Chen Feng's nether gaze. With that, Chen Feng could only give up helplessly. He had initially planned to use his nether gaze while both of them were busy fighting each other. However, he was truly helpless. since a random ray of light from Lu Han was already sufficient to stop his move. The gap between their strength was truly too big. Since sneak attacks wouldn't work, Chen Feng stared at the two that were mid-battle and decided that the only thing he could do was charge forth. With his present strength, he was obviously unqualified to participate in this battle. However, Xiao Ying, who had also absorbed a huge amount of life force, was qualified to participate. Chen Feng pointed mid-air. Go, Shua. Transforming into a red flash, Xiao Ying streaked forth, its target being Lu Han. Granted. The only improvement Xiao Ying had was in its strength. Experience-wise, it was still not too used to using such power. However, if it only needed to streak back and forth to attack, it was still sufficient to plant fear in Lu Han's heart. However, alarming everyone there, even when Mingyu and Xiao Ying joined hands, they were still incapable of doing anything to Lu Han. Lu Han's eyes gleamed coldly. Is this your trump card? Bang! With a terrifying eruption of power, both Xiao Ying and Ming were shaken away by Lu Han. The amount of power absorbed by both of you is indeed above the power of my clone. However, regardless of how formidable that power is, the actual person wielding the power is still crucial. This young lady here is still fine. As for that red string. Lu Han merely smiled coldly. A super formidable power would certainly be able to unleash an earth-shattering effect when wielded by a sufficiently powerful expert. However, when it was used by a simple-minded brute, the only effect would be pure strength, nothing else. Now, the same thing applied. Despite Xiao Ying's prowess, it had still not reached such a level. The only thing it could do was streak back and forth with the increased power it had obtained. It was simply incapable of truly unleashing the type of effect a person holding such power should be able to unleash. As such, Lu Han was totally unafraid of it. Trash. Ming was so angry. She was gnashing her teeth. If all the power had been handed solely to her. Chen Feng. She looked toward Chen Feng. Remove the contract and hand over all the power to me. Only with that is the hope for victory. Chen Feng rejected her without a second thought. That's not possible. What joke was that? If all the power was handed over to Ming without the contract restricting her, after Lu Han was dealt with, they would most probably have to face her next. A boss villain from a comic. This was too unreliable. Chen Feng would absolutely not place his life in the hands of such a person. Bang, bang. Lu Han started attacking crazily. Ming was anxious. If you insist, we will all die. Chen Feng maintained his silence. He shifted his gaze to Wang Chun. Can you control her? If you can control her or at least guarantee that she won't hurt us, I don't mind handing over all the power to her. Wang Chun looked at the Shenwai siblings before looking at himself and replying with a bitter smile. Not possible. If they were to make the wrong decision here, everyone would be in grave danger, especially the Shenwai siblings. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Hence, I can't hand the power over to her. However, Ming and Xiao Ying were currently being pushed back without stop by Lu Han's attacks. If he couldn't think of anything, they might truly perish here. Since he couldn't hand over all the power to Ming, only one option was left. Chen Feng surged with his heart. Combine. When Xiao Ying resided within his body, he had access to Xiao Ying's power. In that case, what if Xiao Ying were to reside within Ming's body? Xiao Ying was capable of moving freely between the illusory and real worlds. The reason it could reside within his body was because Xiao Ying's power had already blended with Chen Feng's body. As for Ming, due to the marriage link and the same life force they had both absorbed, they currently possessed aura from the same source. Perhaps, Shua. In the air, the Xiao Ying that had previously been charging toward Lu Han changed its direction and streaked toward Ming. Ming's expression changed slightly. What are you doing? Fuse. Chen Feng calmly said, don't resist, allow it to enter your body. Since both of you have aura from the same source, only by doing this can you utilize the portion of power Xiao Ying absorbed. Xu. With a flash of red, Xiao Ying turned into a perfectly straight red flash and inserted straight into Ming's body. Wang Chun. An expression of pain appeared on Ming's face. Chen Feng was alarmed. What's up? Had the fusion failed? Nothing. Ming stabilized her emotions before saying with gnashed teeth, would you not feel uncomfortable if your body was suddenly stuffed full? When she had absorbed the life force previously, the power had been gradually led into her body. This time, though, all the power had been forcefully stuffed into her body, almost bursting her from the oversupply of power. Fortunately, she was powerful enough to fuse the newly inserted power with her own power. She was quite clear that this was actually the power of that damnable snake, though. Bang! Instantly, all the power was fused together. This was the life force that had been collected by the Nether Capital's master after he had exhausted a great amount of energy, a volume of life force even higher than the life force he would have obtained if he had actually slaughtered the whole sealed city. This was the pure life force remaining after all the impurities had been cleared thanks to Chen Feng. This was a truly formidable power. Initially, with only half the portion, Ming had found it hard to deal with Luhan. Now, with all the power, she was able to unleash an astonishing amount of power. Rays of light swirled around Ming's hand. This power. She raised her hand and pointed at Luhan. Bang! With a bright explosion, Luhan was blasted away. Ming's mouth curled up, forming a smile. A part of my power has been restored. This was how powerful she had been. She, Ming, the dominator of the Crystal Palace, when had she ever been suppressed and humiliated in such a manner? The radiance surrounding Ming intensified. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted midair without stop. Everyone witnessing this was so astonished that their mouths were left hanging. After combining, the Ming and Xiaoying that had initially been at a disadvantage were now beating Luhan up. Even if this was merely a clone, this was still a clone with PK class strength they were beating up. This strength. In a short while, Luhan was already seriously injured. Chen Feng. Luhan howled. The few times he had tried to kill Chen Feng had all been stopped by Ming. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Depart in peace. Luhan's eyes gleamed coldly. Just you wait. When my true body is finally able to leave. Ming's kick landed on his mouth. Luhan stared at Ming. You too. I will let you know how powerful the real me is. You bugs will one day pay for this. The final attack launched by Ming pierced through Luhan. Idiot. Do you think that you are the only person whose strength is restricted? Ming waved her hand in a carefree manner and sneered. Even now, only 10% of my strength has been restored. With a flash of green, Luhan's clone transformed into countless sparkling and translucent green particles that floated around in the air. Ming's eyes shone. Where are you running? Shwa. With a wave of her hand, all the energy floating in the air was absorbed by her. Luhan's clone was thus killed. Done. After absorbing those energy particles, Ming felt satisfied. However, she was also quite clear that, moving on, half of every single bit of power she obtained would be shared with Chen Feng. To be more accurate, half of the power needed to be shared with that damnable tiny snake. Bastard. The mere thought of this infuriated her to no end. Chen Feng, just as she was prepared to haggle with Chen Feng, an odd feeling rose within her. Instantly, she discovered that her power was disappearing at a rapid pace. As she studied herself attentively, she noted that the tiny snake hidden within her had awoken and was currently absorbing her power. The initially limp red line was once again perfectly straight, moving back and forth inside her. High above the sky, a ray of green radiance remained amid the clouds for a long time. An imposing silhouette could be seen seated cross-legged there. On his forehead was an odd stone radiating green and emitting a pressure sufficient to plant fear in any onlookers. Suddenly, his shut eyes opened and gleamed with a boundless killing intent. His cold shout resounded through the clouds. Chen Feng. Once again, a person with his status had once again been tricked by an insignificant clown. That damnable guy always had those never-before-seen experts around him. There was also that woman. Luhan's gaze was ice cold. He had never seen that woman before. Was she another expert of the genetic union? He had tried killing Chen Feng several times now, yet none of his attempts had succeeded. The first time had been due to him being too young back then, but in the subsequent 2 attempts, not only had he failed, even his clones had been lost. His wife had left him as well. Luhan's expression was unsightly. His current situation could truly be described as one who had given away one's bride and lost one's army on top of it. Even for a person with his strength, it was still a difficult feat to form a clone with 10% of his strength. Moreover, that wife of his no longer recognized him now. All this was thanks to Chen Feng. That damnable kid. Luhan's eyes flickered. Chen Feng's actual strength was incredibly weak, so weak that he could be killed with a single finger. However, there was always someone protecting Chen Feng. As such, if Luhan wanted to kill Chen Feng, a stronger killer had to be sent. However, this was something almost impossible to do. How to find someone that was even stronger than his clone? If so, He could only replace quality with quantity. He wasn't particularly well versed in regard to this. Fortunately, someone else was. Shwa. A green radiance flashed out of Lu Han's eyes and streaked through the clouds before landing on a yellow ray of light. A calm voice drifted over. Sold. What do you need? I need a person killed, Lu Han replied with a calm expression. Who? The other person asked. Chen Feng, Lu Han said calmly. However, the other person sunk into silence. Why? Lu Han sneered. My dearest junior apprentice brother, with this huge mysterious organization of yours, you can't even deal with a single Chen Feng. The person he was conversing with was actually his junior apprentice brother, the leader of the mysterious organization. It's difficult, the leader answered honestly. On his forehead was also an odd, shiny stone. A faint sense of majesticness and a mysterious power were being emitted from the stone as it flickered with a black radiance that caused one's heart to palpitate. The present Chen Feng is rather odd. My mysterious organization has been investigating him for a while now. However, killing him is simply too difficult a feat. He seems to be a person with an extremely high vigilance. There have been a lot of times where he was able to disappear before our assassins could even approach him. As of now, even approaching him in itself is a difficult feat. The only occasion where we managed to approach him was an accidental encounter during a mission. And even then, the leader paused before continuing. Our man still ultimately ended up being tricked and killed by him. Chen Feng. In the mysterious organization, this name represented a person who was extremely tricky to deal with. This did not only apply to him. Even his woman, that young lady called Wang Yao, was also an excessively dreadful existence. Those sent to assassinate her never returned alive. He had also tried assassinating them himself, but the result, he hadn't even been able to locate them. These two were extremely problematic. Lu Han stood up. If you can't do it, I will do it myself. Bang! Lightning started descending. As he stood, the whole sky seemed to darken, appearing as if it was going to collapse. Senior apprentice brother. The leader could only smile bitterly. Fine, I will do it. HMPH. Lu Han snorted before sitting down again. The sky recovered its tranquility. As for the leader, he could only shake his head helplessly. This senior apprentice brother of his was good in all aspects. The only bad point was him being too hot-headed. However, he had initially believed that his senior apprentice brother merely disliked Chen Feng at most. He had never imagined that his senior apprentice brother had such a level of hatred toward Chen Feng. A person of his status had actually developed such a hatred toward a nobody like that? How was the Chen Feng qualified for this? I understand, he muttered. If he was going to do this, he would have to do it properly. After 10 days, I will definitely kill him, he said in a solemn tone. Lu Han shut his eyes apathetically. I will be waiting for your good news. Bang! Here, high above the sky, lightning seemed to snake around. The yellow radiance belonging to the mysterious organization's leader faded noiselessly. Currently, in the Nether capital, as Lu Han's clone died, everything came to an end. Before their eyes was the huge destroyed Nether capital. The Nether capital's master and his eternal kingdom was no more, leaving nothing behind. With a casual wave from Ming Yi, all the deceased souls lingering around transformed into silhouettes of light and hovered midair. Vaguely, expressions of gratitude could be seen on their faces. Throughout the last several centuries, they hadn't been truly alive or dead. That was the greatest suffering they had experienced. As far as they were concerned, instead of a blessing, this had been a curse. Wang Chun sighed deeply. It's over. They had initially come here to simply hunt for some death lions for Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, they had actually been drawn into such a calamity. It was a miracle-like feat for them to have survived this. We experienced so much. On top of that, we also killed 2 A-class warriors. Different from Wang Chun, Xif was incredibly excited. I suppose this will be considered a major contribution again. Even without any official mission from the Union and the Association, we might still be rewarded for this. Chen Feng nodded. That is only natural. Regardless of the information regarding the mysterious organization, the destruction of Nether Capital, or Chen Feng stared ahead. Along with the Nether Capital's destruction, the place where the Nether Capital's master had resided had appeared noiselessly. After searching the place, they found the information related to the so-called necromancy. This was incomparably valuable information. Xif was excited. With this, we have definitely made a major contribution. However, when he turned around, he found that Wang Chun and Chen Feng had incredibly solemn expressions on their faces. Xif was flabbergasted. "What's up?" Chen Feng inhaled deeply. "This is not as simple as a contribution. This also represents a major calamity. A normal A-class genetic warrior that accidentally obtained this information created such a nether capital. Try to imagine this. If this was announced and this information landed in the hands of someone with their own schemes, this world." Hiss. Xif inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. "It won't happen, right?" He gulped before continuing. "We will only be handing this over to the upper management of the Union anyway. It's still better to be safe," Chen Feng replied solemnly. They exchanged glances and felt that the weight of the information they had in their hands was incomparably heavy. Wang Chun was somewhat perplexed as well. "What should we do?" "Just destroy it," Chen Feng replied after thinking about it. "We must absolutely not hand an item capable of such destruction to anyone else, even if they are those from the Union, regardless of their strength, when facing something that offers immortality." Chen Feng shook his head. "A human's nature is hard to fathom." Xif and Wang Chun exchanged glances and agreed with that. Bang! A clump of fire descended. Next, Shenhua retracted her hand. That invaluable set of information that the mysterious organization had tried their all to obtain was thus destroyed. "Let's leave." They stood up and prepared to leave. This time, behind Chen Feng was a woman taking small steps that was following him tightly. Her mouth nagged without stop as she lingered around Chen Feng. There was also several times where she intentionally rubbed her body against Chen Feng's body, trying to seduce him without stop. During the whole trip back, Chen Feng had a helpless feeling. As for Wang Chun, he had a darkened expression on his face. Evidently, that woman was Ming. In order to obtain what she wanted, she was willing to pay all prices. She had offered all sorts of conditions, such as purchasing, trading, being Chen Feng's bodyguard for a year, giving her body to Chen Feng, and all sorts of other offers. The only thing she wanted was the power locked within Xiaoying's body. The marriage link and that huge amount of life force Xiaoying currently held. "I'm serious. All this power will only truly show its worth in my hands. Didn't you see it earlier? That is power of the highest quality, life force." Ming continued with grief. "It's such a waste to leave it in the hands of that damnable tiny snake. It has no idea how to use it at all. This is pure wastage. If we have access to such power, why waste it? With such valuable power, the only thing that snake knows how to do is to charge around knocking into people. It might be a life form as well, but its intelligence is too low." Ming was unsatisfied. Chen Feng did not seem to mind. "I think it's quite good this way." No matter what, he would definitely not grant Ming her freedom. This woman was too dangerous. HMPH. Seeing that she couldn't convince or kill Chen Feng, Ming left, panting with rage, and returned to the comic. Since she was restricted out here, she was better off back in her own world. As for Chen Feng, HMPH. "I will come back when all of you die," Ming said without a trace of politeness. Although the marriage link was powerful, it wouldn't work if both she and Xiaoying were in two separate worlds. She decided to only return after Chen Feng and that damnable snake were dead. Shwa. Her silhouette vanished. As for Wang Chun, he only watched on with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't control Ming's act of coming out into this world. Even when returning, she wasn't bothered with telling him about it either. As of now, he was nothing more than Ming's personal door to travel between both worlds. On top of that, he was akin to an automatic door. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Such an expert is fated to be a person nobody can control." Wang Chun smiled bitterly. I know. This was the first time he had realized that even his very own summon might not have any sort of relationship with him. It seemed like his ability wasn't omnipotent after all. Shenhua sneered. HMPH. "I will teach her a lesson when I return." Only at these words did Wang Chun's heart feel somewhat better. At least the siblings Shenyi and Shenhua were at his side. Within the world of the Crystal Palace, he was considered part of the Shen family's faction, after all. As for the Nether race, he would simply stop summoning anyone from that side in the future. Soon, they left the Nether capital and parted ways. Wang Chun and Xif returned to the Genetic Union to make their report, while Chen Feng returned to Star City. After making his report to the association, The whole association was shaken. It was said that even some old seniors that had been in seclusion all this while were shaken out of their seclusion as well. Both the information regarding Nether Capital and the mysterious organization were incomparably major. Some doubted him. You are saying the art of necromancy exists at the Nether Capital? Those people were in a limbo of reincarnation for centuries. Such an ability existed in this world? Is this for real? As a response, Chen Feng merely released the recordings he'd taken. The heck, it was actually real. Forbidden art of reincarnation. This thing is too dreadful. Even if it was merely an incomplete ability, the meaning attached to it is extremely huge. Everyone started discussing without stop. Some said that this was a good thing, while some said that this was something bad. Naturally, in Chen Feng's report, after the Nether Capital's master had been killed, the whole Nether Capital had collapsed. All available information had disappeared, and he had not obtained any information regarding the art of necromancy. As such, everyone else could only guess at the way this ability worked. Apart from this, there was also the matter regarding the mysterious organization. This was the first time the real strength of the mysterious organization had been announced. The veil had finally been uncovered from this incomparably mysterious organization. Pika class. A certain number of A-class and B-class warriors. That terrifying number of experts planted fear in everyone's heart. However, shocking everyone was the fact that, out of the original 70+ A-class warriors in that organization, over 20 of them had already been lost. That was also a terrifying number. One had to know that every single A-class warrior in existence out there was the type of person who dominated an entire territory by himself. Death. Any single death of one of these people would be a major event. As for the mysterious organization, they actually had such a huge amount of such experts perishing. They had even lost 2 of their PK class experts. This terrifying number of losses was truly shocking. Mysterious organization. Hu Liang muttered as he stared at the data in his hands. What was the scariest thing in the world? The unknown. Only the unknown was the scariest thing. The moment the veil upon the mysterious organization was uncovered, the moment the outside world had some sort of understanding of them, this organization no longer appeared so terrifying, regardless of the high amount of experts they had in their ranks. This information alone was a huge contribution by Chen Feng. This major contribution hadn't even taken into consideration a third point, the destruction of the Nether Capital. Moving on. The area humans could explore in this world had once again enlarged and now included the former Nether Capital. Only ruins were left of that area for now. However, at the very least, to the satellite, that area was no longer enveloped by darkness. That place that had initially been unknown had now opened up to humanity thanks to Chen Feng. Since it was no longer something unknown, other humans would now be able to set forth on exploration missions there in the future. This was a huge contribution. Once again, Chen Feng's prestige at Star City increased. Hu Liang smiled bitterly. It seemed like every single time Chen Feng left, he wouldn't come back without first doing something major. He simply couldn't sit still. Just look at the updated data. It was said that the mysterious organization had 56 surviving A-class warriors, but after this incident, wasn't the amount once again reduced to only 54 remaining? Oh, wrong, 50 would be the correct amount. Hu Liang took out a different set of data and passed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was astonished as he laid eyes on the data. What? At a certain location where a certain major project of the mysterious organization was progressing, a young lady had appeared at the crucial point of the project. Next, the whole project had been destroyed and 4 A-class warriors had been killed. Although only a rear view of this young lady was available in their data, Chen Feng knew who she was. Wang Yao. It was indeed her. A faint smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Wang Yao had once again increased her strength. See, Hu Liang said grudgingly. I suppose the genetic union doesn't even need to do anything. Just the two of you, this couple, will be sufficient to destroy the entire mysterious organization. How is that possible? Chen Feng said awkwardly. I suggest you maintain a low profile for a period of time. Hu Liang paused before continuing. You just dealt such a major blow to the mysterious organization and killed 2 of their A-class warriors. I don't think they will let you off easily. This is different from the past. Previously, you didn't play significant roles in the damage dealt to them. As such, they didn't put any emphasis on you either, since in the end, you were merely someone dragged into the incident. But this time, you will be their target. Based on their style of operation so far, my advice is for the few of you to stay put and not leave for a period of time. All right, Chen Feng agreed. Not only him. During the past few days, Wang Chun, Xuf, those who had participated in their trip all had their movements restricted and were kept in either the Gene Production Association or the Genetic Union. If they were to leave at a time like this, it would be no different than seeking death. This was a good opportunity for Chen Feng to rest himself and stabilize his newly gained spiritual energy after his recent breakthrough. As he had only recently fused with this new ability, there were a lot of things he needed to deal with. On top of that, he had a lot of classes to learn about new gene reagents that he could not produce either. With his current identity and contribution, almost all available formulas were made available to him. How would Chen Feng not grab such a good opportunity? 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, E class, D class, C class. He started speed reading all the formulas, etching the information into his brain. His progress was quite apparent as well. However, just as Chen Feng was thirstily devouring knowledge, an astonishing piece of news was received. The mysterious organization had activated the mysterious killing command. Everyone was shaken at this. Hu Liang widened his eyes. Mysterious killing command? They did not know much about the mysterious organization. However, they were still clear on what this mysterious killing command was. This was the highest tier killing order of the mysterious organization. The moment this command was issued, it signified that the mysterious organization would be willing to pay any cost to kill their chosen target. It was extremely terrifying. Back when they first found out about this, the Genetic Union hadn't been bothered by this at all. Only when an A-class warrior under heavy protection within the Genetic Union had been killed by this order had they understood what this mysterious killing command signified. Only at that had they understood what pay any cost signified. In order to kill that single A-class warrior, 10 A-class warriors of the mysterious organization had perished. This did not seem worth it. However, they had ultimately succeeded in killing their chosen target. From that moment, the mysterious killing command had become a legend. This time, they stared at that familiar command token. On it was a single name, Chen Feng. Mysterious killing command? Chen Feng stared at the electronic command token that had appeared on his screen. They actually idiotically announced this themselves. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Such silly command tokens should only be something that existed in Yuxian novels, right? The reason for this announcement is quite simple as well. For such a large-scale undertaking, it is simply impossible to keep it under wraps. As such, they might as well directly announce it themselves. This act can be used as a means of scaring the Genetic Union while they are at it. Hu Liang shook his head and continued, by doing this, they can showcase their confidence as well. Chen Feng was filled with doubt. True. But then, is this thing here really so terrifying? Don't look down on it. Hu Liang had a solemn expression. Let me show you some data. As Hu Liang finished speaking, he took out the recordings of the previous times the mysterious killing command had been issued and played them for Chen Feng. This was the first time Chen Feng had laid his eyes on the details of what had happened back then. The mysterious killing command was an extremely unique operation. Different from other killing commands, this particular command had a fixed time frame. What it looked for was a super eruption of killing attempts within a short period of time. The duration was 1 hour. That's right. Only a single hour. Within an hour, countless enemies would come attacking, causing the target to fail to defend against the killers. This extremely formidable combat power was sufficient to break through all sorts of defenses. But even with this, it will still be impossible to break through the defenses of the Genetic Union. Chen Feng stated with full confidence. What joke was that? If the danger would even befall someone at the deepest of the Genetic Union's core region, did that not signify that their enemies had the capability to destroy anyone in the Genetic Union they wished to? That was simply impossible. Chen Feng was sure that there were certain locations impossible to be invaded before the entirety of Genetic Union was destroyed. Hu Liang merely sighed. Why is there a need to break into those core areas though? Watch on Shua Light's World. The recording was played. Back then, the mysterious organization's target had been an A-class genetic warrior of the Genetic Union. The Union had allowed him to hide in the command center of the Union. However, after the mysterious killing command had been issued, countless assassins had come forth, and every single one of them was an A-class warrior. Next, a great battle had erupted. A huge amount of experts had been dispatched by the Union to stop them. However, outside of everyone's expectations, When the enemies had finally been stopped after great difficulty, they had discovered that the target was already dead. Just like that, under everyone's protection, he had died of heart failure. Heart failure? Chen Feng listened to this somewhat inconceivable reason of death. What manner of death was this? We are not sure either. Hu Liang shook his head. Subsequently, the traces of countless abilities were found in his body. For example, curses, weakening abilities, and the like. A whole bunch of distance-ignoring abilities were found in his body. Chen Feng was startled. Super long-range attacks? Hu Liang appeared certain. Based on our guesses, those A-class warriors were merely meant as distractions, even if 10 A-class warriors were paid as the price. The true method used to kill the target was super long-range attacks. After the A-class warriors attracted all the attention, the long-range attacks landed, and none were capable of blocking them. In that person's corpse, traces of several hundred different attacks were found. Some of them were weak and were simply ineffective by themselves. But such an amount of attacks added up. Hu Liang had an unsightly expression. Chen Feng was amazed. The target failed to defend himself in time against the flood of attacks. Since those long-range attacks were too peculiar, the genetic union should be much better at defending against them, right? Why had they failed to defend against such attacks? Hu Liang smiled bitterly and explained patiently to Chen Feng. The reasons were quite simple. 1. The people arranged to deal with these attacks had all been forced to deal with the A-class warriors that had come attacking. As such, the defensive measures put in place for long-range attacks were greatly weakened. 2. The number was too high. Several hundred distance-ignoring attacks and long-range attacks had been found. These were merely the leftovers found after everything was done. How about the ones that had been undetected? The actual number of attacks? Several hundred of them. More than 1,000? Several thousand? Or more? Nobody knew exactly how many attacks the mysterious organization had sent their way. 3. The attacks had simply been too concentrated. There was a reason the duration of the mysterious killing command was concentrated to a period of 1 hour. A lot of defensive measures put in place against those long-range attacks required around 1 hour of recovery between activation. After the first attack was intercepted, it would not work again within a short period of time. 4. The Gene Production Association and Genetic Union had been slacking. Chen Feng was confused. The first 3 reasons was something he found acceptable, but the last reason, slacking, they slacked. The heck? This. Hu Liang felt somewhat awkward at that as well. After regaining his composure, he sighed before continuing. For the so-called mysterious killing command, the mysterious organization had suffered a greater amount of losses compared to us. Chen Feng nodded. He was aware of this. The mysterious organization might appear incredibly mighty. However, they had also suffered great losses to organize this single operation. If one were to only look at the data, the mysterious organization was the actual party that suffered the most losses. For example, that hunted A-class. The mysterious organization had indeed successfully killed him. However, they had lost 10 A-class warriors for this, and countless B-class warriors had been sacrificed as well. There were also quite a few experts that had suffered from the backlash of their attacks. All this hadn't even taken into account the costs of undertaking this operation. Chen Feng widened his eyes. Do you mean? That's right. Hu Liang smiled bitterly. There are some who believe that the issuance of this mysterious killing command is actually beneficial to us. Chen Feng was stupefied. What the FCK? What the heck were these people thinking? It's not that they want to give up on protecting our man, Hu Liang explained. However, they believe that this is a very good opportunity for them to kill as many of the enemies as they can while protecting our man at the same time. I guess you can say they are planning to reach 2 goals at the same time. Chen Feng felt powerless to even berate this. The FCK is the point. They had failed to even protect previously, and now they were thinking that this issuance of the mysterious killing command was beneficial. Their brains were damaged indeed. Who was the previous target? Chen Feng asked suddenly. Hu Liang lowered his voice and said, the firstborn of the Yi family, the person in charge of a certain project. Due to his death, the whole project was abandoned. It might appear like we only lost a single A-class warrior, but the truth is that our loss was actually much greater than that. That child was Yi Zongqiu, a rare genius researcher. He had repeatedly created miracles and obtained breakthroughs in a lot of areas of research. Oh, right? You should have heard of his younger brother, Yi Zongdong. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. It's that Yi family? The Yi family had originally been quite a powerful clan and had been fighting on the genetic union's side. However, they had ended up with half their young perishing in missions. Yi Zongdong was one of them. Unexpectedly, his older brother had ended up dead for the genetic union as well. Subsequently, the initially huge Yi family had degraded into a normal family. Huliang sighed. Yes. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Did that group of people not take this into consideration? He refused to believe that the upper levels of the genetic union could be so stupid. This was such a simple thing to figure out. For the mysterious organization to issue their mysterious killing command, it signified that Yi Zongchu's research at that time had reached a point sufficient to threaten the mysterious organization. That was the reason they had been willing to attack him at all costs. Even with this, that group of people had still believed that this exchange with the mysterious organization had been beneficial to the Union. Had they been kicked in the head by a donkey? Huliang shook his head. Naturally, they thought of all this as well. However, that group of people was also the same group of people that had initially been opposed to the research Yi Zongchu was involved in. After all, every single research started by Yi Zongchu required a huge amount of funding. Next, after Yi Zongchu's death, those funds had landed in their hands instead. These were all crafty people. Huliang sneered. Chen Feng. So all this had been due to the fight over benefits. The villains are indeed the more united party? Chen Feng lamented. Just look at the mysterious organization. No wonder they were able to operate undetected for so many years. No wonder their leader was able to reach a point where a single command of his would be carried out by countless people. No one would dare to have any different thoughts or oppose him. The genetic union was indeed the organization with more freedom, where human rights were respected. At the same time, though, this led to a huge amount of greed. Chen Feng's identity might still hold some weight at the Gene Production Association, but in the Genetic Union, his title of excellent producer wasn't particularly useful there. Moreover, Chen Feng reckoned that there would be quite a number of people there hating him due to all sorts of reasons. This was something he was extremely certain of. Chen Feng sighed. I suppose I can only rely on myself. Then Huliang shook his head. It's not that bad yet. The genetic union is only thinking of using this as an opportunity to stir up some trouble. As an excellent producer, they will still be required to give you your deserved protection. It's only that the direction they take toward protecting you might be somewhat different than expected. Chen Feng merely sneered as a response. Hey, protecting him? Chen Feng reckoned that those people were merely planning to take this chance to get rid of more of the mysterious organization's A-class warriors. But, Huliang paused. This can be beneficial as well. Since they are planning to make a move on the mysterious organization, there will definitely be a huge amount of genetic warriors protecting you against direct attacks. I understand. Chen Feng was sure that these people would definitely be targeting those warriors that came attacking. As for those distance-ignoring attacks, such as curses, he could only rely on himself. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Seems like I need to think of something. Distance-ignoring attacks were something extremely troublesome to deal with. These abilities were, in actuality, extremely niche abilities. As such, they would be quite simple to deal with as well. For example, for some unique abilities that appeared like distance-ignoring attacks yet in fact were attacks channeled through signal transmissions, such abilities could be defended against by simply blocking signal transmissions. Extremely simple. As for other such abilities, there were also similarly simple methods of dealing with them. 90% of the so-called distance-ignoring abilities were in fact abilities that required channeling mediums. As long as these mediums were blocked, Chen Feng would be safe. However, this method would only be limited to attacks Chen Feng was aware of. In reality, the biggest trouble of dealing with this was the sheer amount of attackers, each of them possessing different long-range attacks, resulting in defending against them turning into an extremely difficult feat. The mysterious organization had 56 A-class warriors. How about their B-class warriors? The amount was simply too high to count. Among these people, how many of them possessed unique abilities? Or perhaps C-class warriors would be participating as well? Among them, how many possessed distance-ignoring abilities as well? Under normal circumstances, these abilities would hardly pose any threat to Chen Feng. However, When they all accumulated, their threat level might change as well. All this did not even take into consideration the possibility of these abilities mutating after being mixed up with a huge number of other abilities. A lot of these abilities were genuine distance-ignoring abilities that would directly land on his body. How was he supposed to defend against them? Chen Feng could imagine that. The moment the mysterious killing command was activated, only a single command would be required for countless members of the mysterious organization from every nook of the world who possessed such abilities to start spamming them toward Chen Feng. There would be several thousands or even several tens of thousands of abilities raining upon Chen Feng at the same time. At that time, who would be able to defend against these abilities? Chen Feng was sure that, at that time, the first thing he would need to focus on would be the numerous A-class warriors that would come for direct attacks, not those distance-ignoring attacks. The mysterious organization was simply so united that it caused one's heart to palpitate. With such a two-pronged attack, who would be able to defend Chen Feng? The genetic union wasn't weak. One could even say that they were stronger than the mysterious organization. However, a majority of their members were out there doing various missions. This, coupled with the various factions in the union. If Chen Feng decided to rely on these people, he might as well wait for a pig to start climbing a tree. Oh, right, in this genetic era, there indeed existed pigs capable of climbing trees. You must be careful, Hu Liang advised. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. No matter what, he would still have to go to the genetic union. Even if they were not truly willing to protect Chen Feng, they would at least be willing to kill those A-class warriors of the mysterious organization to earn some contribution. In a way, this would be helpful to Chen Feng as well. They wanted to make use of Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng intended to make use of them as well. That night, Hu Liang's message arrived. Based on the calculation of some experts with prophecy-related abilities, the mysterious killing command would be activated 10 days later, around 10 a.m. in the morning, for a duration of 1 hour. For this, Chen Feng was not the only one who needed to make his preparations. The mysterious organization needed to make their own preparations as well. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Let's think about this. After 10 days, at a specific instant, the mysterious organization would begin their attack against him. First, a huge amount of A-class warriors would launch direct attacks against him to keep the experts of the genetic union busy. Next, a huge amount and numerous types of long-range sneak attacks would land on Chen Feng's body. Whether or not he would be able to survive this would depend entirely on luck. Chen Feng contemplated. Distance ignoring. 10 days. A mere 10 days were definitely not sufficient for him to have too great an improvement in strength. With the Death Lion extinct, Chen Feng would not be able to use even a basic method such as gene strengthening to improve himself. As such, a huge amount of improvement in such a short period of time was nearly impossible for him now. However, he was not just a genetic warrior, he was a gene producer as well. There should be some gene reagents capable of defending against such abilities, right? Chen Feng checked the gene bank. To defend against curse-type abilities, one's spiritual energy would play a crucial role. Apart from this, there were also all sorts of gene reagents capable of mustering some sort of defense against these abilities. Spiritual energy enhancement gene reagents. Learned. Spiritual defensive structure constructions. Learned. Chen Feng took all the formulas that might be helpful to him. Within these 10 days, he had to prepare sufficiently. During this period, Hu Liang was in charge of transmitting news related to Chen Feng and the genetic union. To prevent early sneak attacks before the allotted time, they had decided to place Chen Feng at the genetic union in advance. All the required production materials would be transported by them, seemingly trying to give Chen Feng some sort of reparation for the risk he had to take. Things previously restricted to Chen Feng were all made available to him now. Learning, production. Chen Feng sunk into a cycle of such activities. No one was aware of the amount of gene reagents he produced these few days. No one knew of the amount of preparations he made. Xif was somewhat anxious. Unfortunately, we can't be of much help to him. Despite his previous body transformation, his actual combat power had still been too weak. This time, the enemies Chen Feng faced were too terrifying. A new C-class like him was simply unqualified to participate in the upcoming battle. During the previous Nether Capital battle, despite the amount of danger, he had still been able to help hunt a Death Lion for Chen Feng. However, he had still owed Chen Feng for way too many things. such as the heaven-dazzling gene reagent and the generous rewards he had obtained from the genetic union thanks to Chen Feng. All these were benefits he would not have obtained without Chen Feng. Xf inhaled deeply. Bang! Layers of mysterious-looking imprints started flickering on his skin. Xf's gaze was resolute. I will definitely be stronger. Currently, in Star City, a large amount of people wanted to help Chen Feng. However, they were, after all, too weak. As for people like Qin Hai and Wang Chun, they were not even qualified to get involved in this. However, shortly after Wang Chun left, he paused his steps. I can be of help. Wang Chun was overjoyed, and he laughed heartily. All right. Haha, no matter what help it is, I will definitely help you. His body that had been on the way home turned around and went to the genetic union instead. Time passed quietly. 10 days passed quickly. At the genetic union, Chen Feng was seated cross-legged in the middle of their center hall. He had been maintaining this posture for several days now. Around him were all sorts of restrictions. These few days, Chen Feng had not rested or eaten or drunk anything. All his time had been spent putting these restrictions in place. In his surroundings, countless genetic union experts were hidden, preparing to ambush the attackers. Suddenly, a thunderous sound could be heard from the entrance. Here it comes. Everyone sunk into a solemn mood. For a large amount of people, the mysterious killing command was quite an idiotic thing. Wasting a huge amount of resources and manpower to achieve a goal that did not really make up for the losses. Regardless of how one looked at it, this was akin to digging one's own grave, an act that would not gain the mysterious organization any benefits. For a person called Jifeng, this was quite the beneficial thing for him. A smile appeared on Jifeng's face. What a beautiful sectorial strife. Due to the different conflicts between factions in the Union, despite the fact that a lot of people had mentioned the importance of Chen Feng as a person, there were still a number of people that weren't bothered about him. They believed that Chen Feng wasn't too important a person and was not worth the exhaustion of too many resources to protect. One had to know that every single allocation of funds would go through stringent audits before approval. As for protecting Chen Feng, especially against those curses, a huge amount of funding would be required. This was the reason Chen Feng had never received any sort of protection from the genetic union all this while. To use such an amount of funds, a huge amount of discussions were required. All sorts of elders would be required to vote on it as well. A lot of people were unable to find any excuses to vote against this, but they had chosen a simpler method of dealing with this, to drag it on. Therefore, up till now, the usage of this funding had still not been approved. The only measure taken was quite the simple one. Genetic Union members in missions nearby had all been recalled back to the Union to protect the Genetic Union and try their best to kill as many of the enemies as possible. As for other measures, Chen Feng would have to rely on himself. As such, from the beginning, a lot of people had already known the end result of this mysterious killing command. The mysterious organization would lose a huge amount of A-class experts. The Genetic Union would be pleased with this result. As for Chen Feng, he would be dead. The mysterious organization would be similarly pleased and stop their move after this. Both sides would be satisfied with the end result. This would be similar to the previous issuance of the mysterious killing command. This was quite clear from the indifferent attitude of these people from the Genetic Union toward the mysterious killing command. None of them were actually afraid of it. Rather, they were quite looking forward to it. For a lot of them, this was the best opportunity to strike their enemy and the other factions in the Genetic Union. Jifeng laughed. Genetic Union. The Genetic Union was an extremely large organization, larger than the mysterious organization. However, due to the different factions in it and the so-called freedom granted to their members, their efficiency in tackling different issues was fated to be lacking compared to the mysterious organization. Boss, since they do not intend to protect Chen Feng, why don't we use killing curses instead? Someone proposed. Pa. Jifeng's slap landed on his face. Although those people were involved in internal struggles, do you think they are all idiots? Around Chen Feng, there are at least 20 A-class experts lingering. If we do not send sufficient assassins over for direct attacks, do you think that the curses will even reach Chen Feng before being intercepted by those A-class experts? They won't be able to intercept all of them, right? That person said in a wrong manner. Moreover, there are still a huge amount of distance ignoring and space ignoring abilities. Only a small portion of them need to land on Chen Feng. The defenseless Chen Feng will. Pa. Another slap landed. Even if the Genetic Union wasn't bothered with protecting Chen Feng, that would not mean that Chen Feng will not have any defensive measures. Do you understand? Chang Ligo, read the tips we got to this idiot. All right. The young man called Chang Ligo walked out and adjusted his spectacles in a scholarly manner. Based on the tip-off we received, despite the fact that the Genetic Union has not provided additional funding to Chen Feng, he has still used a huge amount of funding to set up an inescapable net at his location. To avoid any mishaps, he has even stayed in there for several days, waiting for our attack. Did you hear that? Ji Feng snorted and continued, you should keep in mind that a person qualified to have the mysterious killing command issued on them is definitely not an ordinary person. This is especially true for this person, the creator of the Heaven Dazzling Gene reagent. He won't be lacking at all when it comes to money. Hence, this will be an extremely difficult battle. Do you understand? As of now, the screen on his wristband shone. Finally, the countdown on it reached 0. Mysterious killing command, activated. Shwa. The ice-cold walls all over him instantly turned into multiple screens. From the moment the countdown reached 0, all the screens would be displaying what was going on at the Genetic Union. This was a war. Shwa, shwa. On the left and right screens were the comparisons between the strength of the Genetic Union and Mysterious Organization. Mysterious Organization, 20 A-class genetic warriors, 20 B-class genetic warriors. Genetic Union, 20 A-class genetic warriors, 20 B-class genetic warriors. On the center screen was a huge panoramic map. All the information displayed here was information obtained by the elite specialists of the Mysterious Organization. As a proper organization, their focus had not only been on nurturing combatants. The entire Mysterious Organization was essentially run in a way similar to the feudal kingdoms of the past. No parliaments were required, no votes were required, no consideration of gains or losses, no consideration of funds. Only a single order from their leader and their scouting mechanisms would be activated immediately. This was the genetic era, an era where, apart from combat power, the strongest point of humanity was the amount of information available to them. Ji Feng's cold gaze landed on the center screen. As such, what makes you think you are capable of contending against me? Shwa. The Mysterious Organization made their move. Yes, the location of the battle would be the Genetic Union's base, where the Genetic Union would possess natural advantages. But then, so what? Every single ability, strength, or commonly used strategy of theirs had been cleanly analyzed. The 10 days of preparation time had been used by the Mysterious Organization to study these opponents. The Battle of A-Class Warriors started. This seemed like a chaotic battle. However, unknown to anyone, each of the experts of the Mysterious Organization had their own respective opponents chosen in advance in order to ensure that their respective opponents were all those with abilities weak against them. After all, they did not need to kill these people. Merely dragging it out would be sufficient. 10, 5, 3, 1. Soon, the number of unoccupied Genetic Union members dropped to 0. Ji Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. This is much easier than the previous time was. Shwa. To be safe, he had also dispatched an additional A-class expert over to help against other experts who each had their own pre-assigned opponents. When things got dangerous to any of them, this A-class expert with high movement speed would be able to provide some assistance. Compared to the previous issuance of the Mysterious Killing Command, they were aiming to have 0 casualties this time around. The plan was progressing smoothly. Then, next, it's your turn. Ji Feng shifted his focus to a location several hundred meters away from the main battlefield, the innermost region of the Genetic Union's base. There, within a small building, Chen Feng was seated cross-legged in silence. Around him, the whole building was filled with odd seals. Restriction? Ji Feng merely smiled at the sight of those. It's time. Bang! Lightning descended from the sky. This was a lightning strike. Among all the existing distance-ignoring attacks, this was the fastest. That huge lightning bolt pierced through space itself and arrived above Chen Feng immediately. However, just as it touched the building Chen Feng was in, it was blocked by a layer of light. This was the defensive energy barrier of the Genetic Union. This was a barrier with an extremely strong defense and an energy supply capable of self-recovery. This was a defensive barrier nearly impossible to break. Unless. First round, pure energy attacks. Ji Feng said indifferently. Bang, bang. Energy attacks started raining down upon Chen Feng. All sorts of distance-ignoring attacks, wind attacks, fire attacks, and lightning attacks. Numerous types of long-range attacks descended at nearly the same moment and landed on that building. All of them landed at the exact same instant. On that previously unwavering energy barrier, a crack appeared. How is that possible? The people of the Genetic Union were shaken. This was too fast. During the previous mysterious killing command, breaking the defensive barrier alone had taken the enemy 2 whole minutes. These 2 minutes were exactly what they had made use of to kill several A-class experts of the mysterious organization. The Genetic Union was not to be underestimated. After all, 2 minutes would be sufficient to cause great losses to the mysterious organization. Outside of everyone's expectations, though, this time, only 10 seconds had been taken to break the defensive barrier. Chen Feng sneered. Idiots. Do you think that you guys are the only party that is improving in strength? Then, time to start the second step. Killing curses. Chen Feng ordered with a cold expression. Since the defensive barrier had been broken, the actual killing could begin. Bang, bang. One after another, bizarre, never-before-seen abilities descended noiselessly. The sky above the Genetic Union changed as bizarre abilities coming from all corners of the world condensed there and formed a clump of bizarre radiance with 7 colors. This clump of radiance that had gathered a countless amount of terrifying and astonishing abilities started descending noiselessly. What was going on? Everyone's expression turned unsightly. The barrage of energy attacks earlier had arrived in such a manner. Even the current killing curses were such as well. When had the mysterious organization become so powerful? Wait. Could it be? Not good. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. That clump was not made up purely of killing curses. Among the several tens of thousands of abilities within that clump, 10% of them were purely fusion-related abilities. These abilities had 0 killing power yet were capable of fusing all the abilities around them. When all these abilities fused together, an incomparably terrifying mutation would occur. The same thing had also happened earlier during the barrage of energy attacks. That was the reason their defensive barrier had broken so fast. Now, the same thing was repeating. Things were about to get dangerous for Chen Feng. In the Genetic Union, the mysterious organization's sudden eruption stupefied everyone present. The Genetic Union was able to react speedily to it and blocked the direct attacks with great difficulty. However, they were simply incapable of providing much last-minute aid to Chen Feng. The mutated attack that was a fusion of numerous attacks was excessively powerful. Currently, above the Genetic Union's base, the whole sky changed color. A boundless energy was dispersing around the sky, giving onlookers a peculiar sense of pressure. Chen Feng is finished. Everyone's heart chilled. They had all expected to fail protecting Chen Feng. However, they had never imagined that it would actually happen this fast. This can't happen. Some clenched their teeth. Even if Chen Feng were to die, some enemies must die with him as well. Otherwise, the Genetic Union will be reduced to a joke. Yes, everyone was startled awake. True, if they allow the mysterious organization to take Chen Feng's life just like that, where should the Genetic Union put their face? During the previous mysterious killing command, they had at least managed to kill 10 A-class experts to make up for their loss. Kill, kill, kill. The Genetic Union's experts started going berserk and attacking crazily. However, the members of the mysterious organization in charge this time, who were so far away from them, were not the least bothered with this. Has the target's location been ascertained? Yes, Chen Feng is right inside that hall. Good. Lockdown. Lockdown completed. Chen Feng issued his final order calmly, then. Let's start. Bang. Finally, the attack started descending upon the Genetic Union. That attack that had been condensing in the sky for a long time with a countless amount of attacks. That mutated super long-range attack was finally descending. Without the defensive barrier, what could Chen Feng rely on to block this attack? Relying on himself? That would be a joke. An attack at such a level was something even an A-class might fail to defend against. In order to assure success of their current mission, Chen Feng had prepared attacks that would normally be used against A-class warriors. As for their current target, Chen Feng, he was a mere C-class. He was simply incapable of any resistance. Surprisingly, though, just as that seemingly boundless attack was descending, above the hall Chen Feng was in, a layer of blue light appeared. Countless sparkling particles could be seen gleaming. Those blue particles came together to form a thin barrier, and beyond everyone's expectations, it blocked the incoming attack. Feng stood up abruptly. That is, Deep Blue Sea. Did the Genetic Union approve the funding for Chen Feng? They are planning to put their all into helping Chen Feng. Deep Blue Sea was an extremely powerful defensive measure against curse-type abilities. It was capable of defending against all sorts of non-physical attacks. Its only weakness was its extremely expensive price and the short duration of its activation. Due to it being too powerful and terrifying, this item could only stay active for the short duration of 1 second. On top of that, it was extremely expensive. Normally, it would only be used when one was fleeing for one's life from a battle and had a feeling that the enemy was going to use a killing curse. To use this thing effectively, a certain amount of guesswork was required. Only those seniors with huge combat experience were able to accurately grasp the timing of when a killing curse would be released. As for Chen Feng, he was evidently not such a person. If so, what was up with the deployment of that Deep Blue Sea that was right on time? Feng narrowed his eyes. Are you sure that the Genetic Union has not interfered? Chang Ligo was extremely certain. They have not. Based on the tip-off, the Gene Production Association indeed allotted a huge amount of assistance to Chen Feng. As for the Genetic Union, they were simply not close enough to Chen Feng. As such, they were only focused on preparing for their mission of counter-killing our people. As for the other matters, such as allocating additional funding to protect Chen Feng, that is impossible. In the meeting they held 10 days ago, the proposal to enroll Chen Feng into a special protection program was rejected as well. Chang Ligo analyzed calmly. Doubt flickered in Feng's eyes. It was rejected. Since the proposal had been rejected, where had this Deep Blue Sea come from? Could this be something the Gene Production Association prepared themselves? Guessed Feng. If every single one of the Grand Masters at the association were to produce one each and gift it to Chen Feng, the accumulated amount would be quite huge. As such, it would be affordable for Chen Feng to use it now. Chang Ligo shook his head. That is not possible. Even if they wanted to help, the cost of deploying this thing would not change. For something like an A-class gene reagent, an ordinary person would definitely not be able to help much. As for Chen Feng, even if he had always been a genius producer, he is too far away from the level required to produce this thing himself. Doubt appeared in Feng's eyes. Weird. If it wasn't something he produced himself, and it wasn't something gifted to him or funded by the Genetic Union, where had this Deep Blue Sea come from? Right at this moment, a second passed. Above the hall, another blue layer appeared. It was another Deep Blue Sea. After every single second, that blue layer reappeared. Against this nearly perfect defensive barrier, that terrifying curse launched by the mysterious organization was akin to a decoration, as it became useless. 1 time, 2 times, 5 times. When this carried on for 2 minutes, Feng was already dumbfounded. 30 times. Within these 2 minutes, they had launched 30 attacks. They had also intentionally stopped for several seconds between their attacks just to avoid the activation of Deep Blue Sea. However, every single time their attack was about to land, a Deep Blue Sea would coincidentally activate at the same time. The timing of their activation was simply too accurate. Damn it. Feng could not understand this. What on earth is going on? How could a mere producer like Chen Feng have such perfect grasp on the timing of our attacks? Let me do some investigating. Chang Ligo assigned someone to check it out. Soon, they received the answer. However, as he received the answer, an odd expression appeared on his face. He smiled bitterly when he saw Feng's strict expression and said, Chen Feng has not grasped the timing of even one of our attacks. Feng stared at Chang Ligo like he was staring at an idiot. No? Chang Ligo smiled bitterly. Nope. That guy has been spamming Deep Blue Sea every single second without stop. Every second, he activates a new one. Although we can't see the actual scene of what's going on there, our Grandmaster was able to sense 120 activations of Deep Blue Sea throughout the 2-minute period. Feng was truly dumbfounded. 120 activations of Deep Blue Sea? How expensive was that thing? They had only launched 30 attacks so far. As for Chen Feng, he had actually activated Deep Blue Sea 120 times. The heck? If so, he was practically immune to all non-physical attacks now. That was an extremely powerful A-class gene reagent. That was an extremely valuable gene reagent. He had actually chosen to waste all of them like that, and the Genetic Union had actually allowed such wastage. He was certain that, regardless of the amount of funding actually approved for Chen Feng. They would definitely not allow such wanton wastage by Chen Feng. How could he do this? What a waste. Oh, Chang Ligo contacted their spy and returned with an odd expression on his face. According to the tip-off, he was spending his own money. As such, the genetic union could do nothing about it. Jifeng had a blank expression. His own money? The heck? This works. Wait. Where did this guy get all the money? Jifeng was able to figure out the main issue quickly, since this was not 120 lollipops Chen Feng had used here. Rather, he had used 120 expensive A-class gene reagents here. After some investigating, Chang Ligo said, a few days ago, the heaven-dazzling gene reagent started its sale. The price was extremely expensive. As of now, it has reached over 100,000 units in sales volume. After Chang Ligo finished his calculation, he had an unsightly expression. Based on our calculations, this amount of money is sufficient for Chen Feng to purchase 3,600 sets of Deep Blues C. As for Jifeng, he was completely dumbstruck. 3,600? If he were to use one per second, he would be able to last for 1 whole hour. The hell? Even the mysterious killing command would only be active for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the price they had to pay for this would be too huge. Jifeng was bewildered. Therefore, our current target is a super wealthy person? Chan Ligo whispered. Yes. To be more accurate, he is now akin to a pay-to-win player. Jifeng, he used to game as well. As such, he was aware of the term pay-to-win. However, that was only in games. In the real world, this was the first time he'd encountered such a person. He had never expected it to be so terrifying when it happened in the real world. Super long-range attacks? Killing curses? What were the point of these? Have you seen someone spam A-class gene reagents like fireworks? Jifeng stared at the sky. One terrifying attack after another landed on the genetic union. However, all of them were blocked by that blue layer. What the heck was this? Jifeng was dumbstruck. This was the very first time he'd felt so lost in a mission. At the genetic union, the curses that had been raining down stopped suddenly. The mysterious organization's members were not the only ones stunned. Even the members of the genetic union were shocked. This was the first time they had found out that Chen Feng was actually this rich. He was too freaking rich. The profit brought to Chen Feng by the heaven-dazzling gene reagent could simply be described with the word horrifying. Curses? Nope. Long-range attacks? Nope. Anything money could solve was no longer a problem. Bang, bang. Curses rained down without stop. Attack. Go. Attack. Jifeng's eyes were bloodshot. It is not possible for him to have 3,600 of them. Even the entire supply of Deep Blues C gene reagents available at circulation in the market will not reach 3,600. Deep Blues C gene reagents were an extremely rare item. Even if Chen Feng purchased every single one of them in the virtual market, he should not be able to obtain this many. Based on the previous record, the entirety of the virtual market would only have around 1,000 of them in circulation. That was simply too far from 3,600. Jifeng sneered. Continue bombarding. Trying to play tricks in front of me? You are still too tender for that. We will be able to insta-kill him the moment we exhaust his supply of Deep Blues C. He was certain that Chen Feng would only have 1,000 of them. He was most probably using this method to give an illusion that he had a never-ending amount of Deep Blues C to scare them away from attacking, forcing them to retreat. How was that possible? There were only so many Deep Blues C gene reagents available in the market. Even if one could afford it, one would still not be able to get that much of them. Bang, bang. Attacks rained down without stop. Jifeng watched on coldly. Let me see just how long you can last. Right at this moment, Chang Ligo scratched his head and said, oh, right. What? Jifeng asked impatiently. It is true that there are only 1,000 Deep Blues Cs available at the market. However, based on the new information we gathered, we noted that Chen Feng purchased a huge amount of materials these past few days. All of them were sent to Star City. It might be possible that he was producing these without stop for the past few days. Chang Ligo said. Jifeng had a dumbstruck expression. Production? Question mark. How many of them can he produce in 10 days? Every single person capable of producing this Deep Blues C is a master producer. Chang Ligo smiled bitterly. Yes. But then, even though Chen Feng's prestige isn't particularly high at the genetic union, He is an excellent producer of the Gene Production Association. With that status of his, he had almost all the grandmaster producers at the association helping him. Furthermore, we received an extremely odd tip-off. During this period of time, everyone there had an extremely high production success rate. As such, it is quite possible that they truly have a sufficient supply of Deep Blue's Sea gene reagents. Chang Ligo finished with a sigh. Jifeng was dumbfounded. So they truly did not lack Deep Blue's Sea? If so, how the FCK were they supposed to continue this battle? Their main method of attack in this mission was curse-type long-range attacks. If those were no longer effective, Jifeng's heart chilled. Was the mysterious killing command about to suffer its very first failure? To organize this attack, the amount of resources they had spent was definitely not lower than the Genetic Union's. Rather, they had spent much more than what the Genetic Union had spent. Moreover, Jifeng checked the current situation at the front line. After the Genetic Union had started counterattacking crazily, the mysterious organization had already lost one A-class warrior so far. Up until now, 20 minutes had passed. However, they had not even touched a single hair on Chen Feng's body. Instead, they had lost a powerful A-class genetic warrior. Jifeng's heart chilled. What should we do? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This was also the first time he had known how scary the rich could be. That asshole simply had a completely different method of battling. Should we attack again after 1 hour? Chang Ligo probed. Jifeng shook his head decisively. Impossible. A lot of our participants are those who forcefully freed up an hour of their time from their other missions in order to participate in this. If our mission lasts even a single second longer, something major might happen, as all those other missions will be implicated. Moreover, the 1 hour duration is a rule established by the organization. The moment we force them to stay any longer, they might stop listening to us the next time. Besides that, what can we do even if we decide to extend the time? How many Deep Blue's Sea gene reagents does Chen Feng have in his hands? An unknown amount. Are we the only ones capable of dragging this out? Chen Feng can do the same thing as well. I reckon only a short break is required before the Genetic Union's defensive barrier will start recovering. Chen Feng can simply stop using Deep Blue's Sea and only continue using it again during our next round of attacks. Jifeng smiled bitterly. Chang Ligo. They exchanged glances, blank expressions on their faces. How should they proceed? Then, there indeed existed some simple methods of dealing with Deep Blue's Sea. Any random A-class genetic warrior breaking through the front line to reach Chen Feng would be able to easily kill Chen Feng. However, that was simply impossible. Even during the previous mysterious killing command, when that A-class warrior had been killed, they had failed to break through the Genetic Union's gate. What joke was that? This was the headquarters of Genetic Union. If even their main gate was broken through by the mysterious organization, the Genetic Union would have truly lost their face. There would no longer be any meaning to their existence. The super long-range attacks they were currently using were hard to defend against, hence their initial success. However, if they wanted to break into the Genetic Union in a grandiose fashion, that was simply an impossible feat. It would only be possible if the mysterious organization decided to call in all their manpower and head into a battle to the death with the Genetic Union. As such, this method was not feasible for them presently. Apart from a direct attack, there was another method of dealing with Deep Blue's Sea. There was a certain A-class gene reagent capable of rendering Deep Blue's Sea ineffective if they were to launch their long-range attacks at that same instant. Jifeng clenched his teeth. Buy a few of that gene reagent. Chang Ligo was somewhat anxious. But the price? Jifeng was resolute. We are already lacking options. Even if we go over the budget, we must kill Chen Feng. All right. Soon, Chang Ligo was done buying 10 of them after spending a huge amount of price. Jifeng inhaled deeply. With 10 of them, Deep Blue's Sea will be stopped for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, our curses must land on Chen Feng. All right. Once again, the attacks started. Just as the curse was about to land, they used the newly bought gene reagent. The newly appeared Deep Blue's Sea disappeared instantly after the newly bought gene reagent was used. Good opportunity. Countless attacks started descending. However, right at this instant, a new blue layer appeared. Evidently, Deep Blue's Sea had been used by Chen Feng. Again. Once again, they used their gene reagent to get rid of it. However, almost immediately, a new blue layer appeared. This went on and on. Even when all 10 of their gene reagents had been used, not a single one of their attacks had landed. They had all been blocked. Chen Feng had actually prepared to deal with this as well. What should we do? Chang Ligo asked with a bitter smile. Ji Feng had a resolute gaze. Continue buying. The speed of their production will most definitely be too fast. The moment 1,000 of their deep blues C are finished, coupled with our never-ending exhaustion of their supply, I refuse to believe they can stop us forever. How many deep blues C gene reagents could they have produced in a few days' time? Ji Feng was an intelligent person. With a single look, he had seen the weakness of Chen Feng's solution to their attack. Granted, Chen Feng was an extremely rich person. However, money was not an omnipotent thing. Even with the assistance of the entire Gene Production Association, there were only a small amount of masters capable of actually producing deep blues C. How many of them could be produced within 10 days? It was an extremely difficult feat to actually obtain 3,600 of them. Moreover, so what if Chen Feng actually had 3,600 of them? As long as the mysterious organization continued using the gene reagent to exhaust their deep blues C, as long as there was a single second where Chen Feng was defenseless within this 1 hour, he would most certainly die. Chang Ligo was extremely anxious. But our budget? Ji Feng stared at him coldly. What are you afraid of? The budget was allocated to kill Chen Feng in the first place. Even if we spend it all, it won't matter. Chang Ligo had no choice but to obey the command. All right. As such, this long-range killing curse transformed into a competition of producing and breaking deep blues C gene reagents. It transformed into some sort of unconventional battle. The only thing Chang Ligo needed to concern himself with was buying, and buying, to exhaust the deep blues C gene reagents without stop. As for Chen Feng, he only needed to concern himself with producing without stop. This back and forth continued on for 10 whole minutes. However, even when their budget was nearing the bottom, Chen Feng was still a bottomless pit for them to sink their budget into. Ji Feng frowned. What's going on? With such a level of exhaustion, Chen Feng should have fully exhausted his supply by now, right? He was about to tell Chang Ligo to find out what was going on. However, right at this moment, he noticed that the Chang Ligo that had been purchasing gene reagents at the virtual market had paled suddenly. The reason for that was because he had finally found out the identity of the anonymous seller who had been selling the gene reagents to them without stop. Their gene reagents were actually being purchased from a shop called The Strongest Gene. If he remembered correctly, the owner of this shop was Fuck. At that, the Chang Ligo, who had always maintained a calm composure, couldn't help himself but curse. This was too freaking excessive. Scam. This was simply a huge scam. They were able to immediately join the dots of everything that had been happening, and they had a what the FCK feeling. Chen Feng was using such a method to milk their money. Milking their money? Someone gulped and said, this should just be a coincidence, right? His shop might be automatically selling it while he himself is not aware that what he is selling is precisely what we require. However, Chang Ligo merely glanced at him coldly without saying anything. After a detailed investigation, they found something even scarier. A few days ago, this gene reagent had not been this expensive. Granted, back then, it had already been expensive. However, the previous price had merely been 1/3 of its current price. Suddenly, someone had started cleaning all of them out from the market before reselling them today at a much higher price. As for who that mastermind was, they did not need much thought to figure it out. Chen Feng, the Strongest Gene shop. Ji Feng had a blank expression. So, our entire budget has been milked by Chen Feng just like that? Chang Ligo had already regained his calm. That's right. The whole squad in charge of this mission sunk into silence. They had participated in numerous missions before, but when had they ever met such a beastard of a target? Super scammer. Super shameless. On top of that, super rich. The most sorrowful of all this was the fact that, after careful calculation, they found that their opponent had ended up profiting after all this despite the huge cost spent on the Deep Blue Sea gene reagents. As for the contributor of this profit to their enemy, it was their very selves. As they thought of this, they felt like vomiting blood. What the heck was this? One should not bully others to such an extent, right? Ji Feng blanked. What should we do? Should we retreat? Proposed Chang Hugo with a lowered voice. That is no longer possible. With a bitter smile, Ji Feng continued. If we had chosen to retreat earlier, it would still be possible, but now. He looked at the front line. There, Over half an hour had passed since the start of their mysterious killing command's activation. Another A-class genetic warrior had been killed since then. As of now, they had lost a total of 2 A-class warriors. Those were A-class warriors, an existence normally so high above the all-powerful A-class. Now, just like that, 2 of them had been lost. On top of that, their entire budget had been spent as well. After paying such a high cost, if they ended up retreating, Chen Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what their fate would be. The mission had to be completed, regardless of the price paid. Chang Ligo couldn't understand how were still they supposed to complete this mission. How should we complete it? Deploy the dark seeds, Chen Feng said after inhaling deeply. What? Chang Ligo's heart jolted furiously. Dark seeds? The so-called dark seeds were their spies in the genetic union. A dark seed would be hidden within the ranks of the genetic union. Some had already been there for more than 10 years, some even longer. The only reason these dark seeds remained undiscovered was the fact that they had never been truly deployed. The moment they established contact with any of these dark seeds, they would be discovered shortly. In actuality, these dark seeds were all one-time use tools. These dark seeds had all been initially prepared for some other secret missions. If Chen Feng decided to rashly deploy them like this, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. We have no other options. Chang Ligo was able to understand his concern. This was the only way out for them. All right. Regardless of how powerful the deep blue sea gene reagent was, it would only be useful against non-physical attacks. If so, they only needed a single person to get near Chen Feng and silently kill him. That would be the end of this. Hopefully, 1 dark seed is sufficient, Chen Feng whispered. At this point, he could only pray that they could minimize their losses. Sure. The order was issued. In the genetic union, the battle was still progressing on the front lines. Suddenly, an A-class expert retreated noiselessly and started heading toward the hall where Chen Feng was located. Everyone instinctively looked toward him. A genetic warrior greeted him respectfully. Old Chen. We have guessed that they will send someone over to assassinate him. I'm here to protect Chen Feng, Old Chen said with a deep tone. All right. The genetic warrior made way for him. However, just as Old Chen was about to approach Chen Feng, another person walked out. He was precisely Wang Chun, who then proceeded to raise his hand and stop Old Chen. I'm sorry. No one is allowed to enter. Why not? Old Chen asked coldly. All the seals here have been put in place purely to deal with the killing curses. The moment an outsider enters, all the defenses put in place will immediately disappear. This will result in Chen Feng's immediate death. Wang Chun shook his head and continued. I have no idea if actual assassins will come. What I do know is that if you take another step forward, Chen Feng will be in grave danger. Old Chen, kindly stop here. Old Chen stared at Wang Chun before ultimately nodding his head. Fine, I will stay here and protect him from out here, then. Since Wang Chun had said all this, if he insisted on stepping forth, there would truly be some problems with him. He could notice that several gazes of some hidden experts had already locked onto him. If he continued advancing, they would start suspecting him. Old Chen merely sneered before proceeding to sit down cross-legged. Right at this moment, a black-clothed person suddenly appeared from a corner and charged toward Chen Feng. Everyone's pupils shrunk. Assassin? How was that possible? This was the core region of the genetic union. Unless, bang, bang, before the hidden experts around them could even move, Old Chen took the initiative to intercept that person. Did I suspect him wrongly? While Wang Chun was thinking about this, he noticed that the 2 people engaged with each other were fighting while moving at the same time, and they were nearing Chen Feng without anyone noticing. It took them only a short instant to reach the main entrance to the hall. Wang Chun's heart thumped. Not good. Block them, he shouted. That's right. Rather than asking for people to stop the black-clothed person, he was asking to have both of them blocked. Whoosh, whoosh. One cold gleam after another flashed past through the air. Countless hidden experts charged out. These were all guardian warriors of the genetic union that would only appear during moments of absolute importance. For the enemies to fight them at the gate, it was fine for them to stay put. But now that they had even invaded the core region, they were simply courting death. Shwa, shwa. Several cold rays of light streaked toward the entrance. With their powerful might, both Old Chen and the black-clothed person were intercepted. Stopped. Wang Chun was overjoyed. However, alarming everyone there, right at this moment, one of the guardian warriors did not stop upon reaching the entrance. Instead, he charged right into the hall. What? Everyone's heart jolted furiously. Careful. Wang Chun's expression changed greatly. Who would have expected that one of the Guardian warriors was a spy as well? Unfortunately, they had realized this too late. Blood splattered around. Right after that, the curse attacks that had for a long time been blocked started descending, and they landed on Chen Feng's body at the same time. At this instant, an intense radiance gleamed dazzlingly. Chen Feng's body collapsed onto the ground. With a stab right through his heart and a myriad of curses on him, no one would be able to resurrect him. A shout could be heard. Where are you running? Shwa. An even larger amount of Guardian warriors appeared. Old Chen, the black-clothed person, and that traitor Guardian warrior were instantly surrounded. They had serene expressions on their faces. From the moment they had exposed their cover, they had been aware of the fate awaiting them. Since the mission had already been completed, they had no fear. All 3 dark seeds were lost. Chang Ligo's heart ached when he received the information. All 3 of them were among the highest tier of dark seeds they had. 2 of them were A-class warriors, while the third had already gotten into the ranks of the Genetic Union's Guardians. Although his combat power wasn't too powerful comparatively, the amount of trust placed in him by the Genetic Union was apparent. For this one mission, was killing a single Chen Feng worth this sacrifice? Jifeng sneered. It's worth it. You are not aware of the true value of this Chen Feng. A person our leader personally requested be killed at all costs is definitely a person that we need to kill at all costs. Chang Ligo nodded his head. Understood. It had been truly difficult. Fortunately, their mission had finally been completed. Prepare to retreat, Jifeng ordered calmly. However, just as they were about to retreat, they had an odd feeling. Immediately, they turned around to look at the scene broadcast on their screen, the scenes of the hall that were being sent over to them by the 3 spies. There, it could be seen that Chen Feng's corpse had transformed into countless light particles as they dispersed all over. Jifeng had an ominous feeling. At the spot Chen Feng was at, in the center of all those seals, the spot where he had been killed, an endless faint radiance was dispersing around. What's going on? Everyone was alarmed. Peril rebirth? That was not possible. They had prepared countermeasures against every single ability Chen Feng had ever used publicly. Numerous killing curses, poisons, seals, slowdowns, types of damage. With the numerous types of curses, it had surely been sufficient to prevent Chen Feng from using any of his abilities. In order to kill Chen Feng, they had made preparations for all this. However, Jifeng was furious. What is going on? They had already paid way too much to kill Chen Feng. This bizarre scene he was witnessing was truly giving him a fright. What on earth was going on? No one knew the answer to that question. Was Chen Feng dead for real? Jifeng fixed his gaze on the screen. In the hall of the Genetic Union, regardless of friend or foe, everyone was staring at the dispersing Chen Feng with a stupefied expression. Even the warriors of the Genetic Union appeared bewildered at this scene. Suddenly, Jifeng thought of a possibility. This radiance. Could it be? No, impossible. He gulped. He obviously. A crisp sound could be heard. Jifeng raised his head to look, and his heart immediately chilled. In the center of the hall, at the spot Chen Feng was at, the ground below opened like a trapdoor. A platform appeared from underground. On it were a man and woman. Astonishingly, these 2 were Chen Feng and Shen Yi. Jifeng was ashen-faced. So my guess was correct. Substitute. Chen Feng had used a substitute. They had clearly taken this scenario into consideration and had prepared accordingly as well. How was it possible? The traitor Guardian warrior was alarmed. You, alive? How was that possible? This is not possible. We scouted your location beforehand. The coordinates were correct as well. How is it possible that you? They were alarmed. Chen Feng was all smiles as he replied, yes. The coordinates were correct. I merely reduced the altitude by 1 meter. For you guys who are using super long-range killing curses from over millions of kilometers away, this 1 meter difference in altitude isn't particularly noticeable, right? He stared at Chen Feng. That's impossible. Even if the person above ground was your substitute and had the same aura as you, your true body was underground. As such, 2 auras should have been detected. Even an A-class expert could not have escaped our detection. It is not possible for our scouting department to have been wrong. Chen Feng merely laughed. Hee. Detection? Scanning his aura? That was indeed feasible. An expert with such a detection ability would not have much combat power. However, Such an expert was someone none could hide from. This was also the basis of the mysterious organization's confidence. But now, they had never expected that there existed someone actually capable of escaping that expert's detection. Especially not Chen Feng. He was a mere C-class. Under normal circumstances, a C-class would never be able to escape their detection. Chen Feng thanked the Shenyi beside him. Thanks. Don't worry, Shenyi replied with a happy smile. As far as she was concerned, this wasn't anything major. Those scouts were truly powerful. If they had been nearby, the present Shenyi would have simply been too weak to escape their detection. But since they had been so far away, Shenyi had still been able to hide from them using her concealment abilities from a different world. As her mission was now completed, Shenyi bounced vivaciously toward Wang Chun. Wang Chun. Yes, she had only been doing Chen Feng a favor. But then, Chen Feng and Shenyi had still stayed together in a narrow room for over half an hour. His head felt somewhat green. Currently, bang, bang, the furious genetic union erupted. As for the traitor guardian warrior, he was the target of anger from all the other guardian warriors. A bunch of them appeared at once, and instantly, the battle was concluded. The battle thus ended. In a different part of the world, Feng was witnessing all this with a blank expression. Their dark seeds had been killed, and the broadcast had stopped as well. It was over. Feng shut his eyes bitterly. It had been within their expectations for the dark seeds to be captured. They had initially planned to kill Chen Feng as a sort of trade using their dark seeds. Unexpectedly, even after sacrificing 3 dark seeds, Chen Feng was still alive. Currently, alarming everyone was the full deployment of the guardian warriors that had previously only been guarding the inner region of the genetic union toward the front line, perhaps due to their anger at the betrayal of one of them. As a result, the mysterious organization's A-class warriors that had initially been attacking half-heartedly suffered grave losses. Only a few of them were able to escape alive. Their mission concluded with a failure. Feng started calculating their gains and losses. 12 A-class experts, a huge amount of manpower, a huge amount of funds, and 3 dark seeds. After paying such a high price, not a single hair on Chen Feng's head had been injured. One had to know that Chen Feng was a mere C-class. He had not understood the reason his organization had insisted on killing Chen Feng previously. Now, though, he firmly believed that Chen Feng had to be gotten rid of. This person was too much of a freak. The initial clash of might had been transformed by Chen Feng into a trade war. All sorts of methods had been used by the mysterious organization to ensure that the genetic union would not be able to assist Chen Feng. However, regardless of their many preparations, they had still fallen for Chen Feng's tricks. Feng opened his eyes slowly. Chen Feng, boss. Chang Ligo probed cautiously. Shall we return? Feng inhaled deeply and said, we can no longer return. Pack up and leave. Ah? Chang Ligo was at loss. If they weren't returning, where would they be going? Chen Feng is still alive, whereas we suffered great losses during this mission. Feng inhaled deeply. Have you not imagined what will happen to us when we go back? The only thing we can do is put everything on the line and go there personally to kill Chen Feng. Chang Ligo widened his eyes. Us? Feng smiled bitterly. There are no other options left. If Chen Feng remains alive, we cannot return either. Chang Ligo's heart shivered. True. They had suffered too great a loss in this mission. Could the two of them bear the blame? They would only be able to return to the organization after they had killed Chen Feng. Feng stared deeply at the information on their screens. Let's go. Chen Feng. We will meet soon. Soon, their figures could no longer be seen. Presently, the genetic union was cleaning up the battlefield. With the guardian warriors' deployment, all the attacks was ended in a short amount of time. As for the killing curses, they couldn't accomplish much when facing Deep Blue's sea. Finally, the 1-hour duration was over. The failure of the mysterious killing command alarmed everyone. It actually failed. Even this failed to kill Chen Feng. Everyone was shocked. One had to remember that the Yi Zongchu that had been killed previously had also been a genius of the Yi family and an A-class himself. Even he had failed to avoid getting killed. This time, the mysterious organization's attack had been even more powerful than the previous attack. A huge amount of funds had been exhausted. Even their dark seeds had been deployed. As a result, Chen Feng hadn't been hurt in the slightest bit. How could this feat not astonish everyone? Good, good, good. After receiving the update, Hu Liang was so overjoyed that the smile on his face was as wide as a sunflower. This kid, Hu Liang felt extremely gratified. With Chen Feng's feat, This whole incident had instead transformed into another one of Chen Feng's contributions, as this was the very first time they had managed to kill so many experts of the mysterious organization. This was a huge victory. Get Chen Feng here. This time, we need to reward him properly, Hu Liang ordered. His subordinate felt somewhat awkward. He already left a short while ago. Hu Liang widened his eyes. Left? It is too dangerous for him to leave now. Has he gone crazy? Presently, Chen Feng had already left the genetic union with Wang Chun. Before his eyes was the world of Lucora. Endless amounts of data swirled around without stop and numerous coordinates popped out without stop. Finally, everything combined to form a mobile line. Here you are. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. 1 point of luck value exhausted. 1 point of luck value exhausted. Chen Feng looked at his constantly reducing luck value. Before his eyes, the lines in his Lucora-generated illusory world became distinct as the coordinates merged with his illusory world. The point of origin for these lines was the initial location of the squad that was in charge of this mysterious killing command. The lines represented the current location of the squad. At every passing moment, their movements were clearly indicated to Chen Feng. Surprising him, the squad had actually not returned to their mysterious organization. The line representing them could be seen taking a big turn before reaching a place Chen Feng was extremely familiar with, Clear City. Why are you? Just as Chen Feng was about to get confused, he came to himself. That was the route that one had to take when returning to the Gene Production Association from the Genetic Union. Those guys were planning to personally make a move on Chen Feng. Everyone believed that these people would return gloomily after failing this mission. Outside of everyone's expectations, they'd still had this choice of action hidden away. They were indeed worthy of being members of the mysterious organization. Why? Chen Feng thought about it and abruptly inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Rather than implementing the next step of their plans, it was probable that these guys no longer had any other options. By slightly altering his line of thought, Chen Feng was able to have an accurate guess as to their current situation. Since they had no other options, they had no choice but to kill Chen Feng themselves. That was the scariest part of all this. If it was a normal assassin, even if he was an A-class, Chen Feng only needed to hide for a certain amount of time and the enemy would be at his end. This was also the reason the mysterious organization had failed to kill him time and again. Apart from certain unique circumstances where he had to leave, he would normally spend all his time being a nerd at Star City. Even if they wanted to kill him, they would have no way to do so. Following Chen Feng all the time, it wasn't worth it. But now, if there were individuals that also happened to be A-class experts and who had nothing else to do besides their sole mission of killing Chen Feng, this was an enemy that could remain hidden, waiting for Chen Feng for 1 month, 2 months, or even longer. How should he guard against such a terrifying enemy? Would he be able to guard against this enemy? Just the thought of this chilled Chen Feng's heart. The sharp Wang Chun was able to notice the somewhat off expression on Chen Feng's face. What's the matter? Nothing major. Chen Feng gave him a rough explanation of what was happening. Wang Chun rolled his eyes. Nothing major? Was this truly nothing major? He shook his head. Just get the genetic union to escort you back. Granted, by moving independently, they will be able to move faster. However, you only need to have 2 or 3 A-class warriors protecting you. They will not be able to do anything against you then. Chen Feng, bro, do you think it is so easy to find an A-class? And getting one to be a bodyguard on top of that? The reason these A-class experts had came out previously was due to them wanting to make use of this mysterious killing command to kill some enemies. Under normal circumstances, for an ordinary genetic union member to get an A-class expert as a bodyguard, a corresponding benefit needed to be offered. Wang Chun curled his lips. You are rich anyway. What are you afraid of? He was clear that it might appear like Chen Feng had spent a lot to protect himself this time, but in truth, Chen Feng had actually profited. Chen Feng felt helpless. How could things be that simple? A-class experts were not so easy to invite. They were also not people who could be enticed with money alone. Moreover, having their protection 1 time would be sufficient. 2 times? 3 times? He couldn't invite some A-class experts to protect him every time he needed to leave town, right? That would be too luxurious a treatment. If so, seems like I can only do that. Chen Feng sighed and continued, I truly didn't want to do this. Wang Chun was amazed. What are you doing? Even in such an impasse, Chen Feng had a method to deal with it. Chen Feng smiled profoundly. You will know soon enough. Noiselessly, they reached the initial location of the squad in charge of this mysterious killing command. Unsurprisingly, to avoid giving intelligence to the genetic union, all the items here had already been moved away. The only thing left here was an abandoned factory. Within were a huge amount of discarded or destroyed items. A huge amount of destroyed data storage items were piled up together. Repairing these data storage items alone was already something that would require more than 10 years, and that was with the premise that data restoration wasn't taken into consideration. Chen Feng attempted to turn them on, but the only response he received was a succession of invalid notifications. All the data was mixed up. Chen Feng's head ached. This was the standard method of damaging data. For data storage items, simple methods such as breaking them or even burning them had a risk of these items being restored using some restoration-related ability to fully repair them. These abilities were impossible to guard against. As such, to protect against data leakage, the data would be mixed up. The so-called mixed-up method was a method one would not be able to do anything against. That was because when using this method, the actual data storage items were not damaged. As such, there was nothing for the restoration-related abilities to restore. Even if they were scanned using recovery tools, the result would indicate no damage to these data storage items. All abilities were ineffective against this method. The only method capable of rendering this method ineffective was a time-related ability. Only using time-related abilities to restore the data storage item to an earlier point would work. However, as far as the public was concerned, this was something nobody could accomplish. As such, this method of mixing up the data was a flawless plan on paper. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled the young lady he had met when he'd traveled back in time. If he recalled correctly, the ability of that young lady was time-related as well. Chen Feng shook his head. What are you thinking about? Shwa. He turned another data storage item on. Countless nonsensical codes started popping out. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He did not possess a time-related ability, but he had luck aura at his disposal. Could this seemingly boundless amount of data be restored by his luck aura? He was looking forward to trying it out. Luck aura, activate. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Luck aura started operating at full power. 1 point of luck value. 2 points of luck value. 3 points of luck value. His luck value dropped without stop. He had already had quite a low amount of luck value remaining. Now, it dropped even further. Within the data storage item, the chaotic data was now looking somewhat neat compared to its previous condition. Shwa. The screen that was filled with nonsensical code flickered, and several words appeared on it. These words only remained for a short while before the screen flickered and, once again, it was filled with endless nonsensical code. Chen Feng's luck value had now been fully exhausted. With 100 points of luck value, only a fraction of the data had been recovered. Only those few words had been recovered. From this, one could see how effective such a method of data protection was. However, despite the fact that Chen Feng's ability wasn't particularly effective at solving this nonsensical code, his ability was effective in giving him just the information he required. From the few words that flickered past earlier, Mission Executioner, Jifeng. These few words were sufficient for Chen Feng. Jifeng. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. What a good name. Currently, somewhere in Clear City, Jifeng had just contacted several friends there. They were trying to predict the time and route Chen Feng would take in his trip back to Star City. This would be his only chance. As such, he had to ensure Chen Feng's death. Are you sure? Yes. Good. If this is the time. Mid-sentence, the person on the call with him abruptly ended the call. Is someone else calling him? Jifeng frowned. After waiting a short while, he tried calling his friend again. Surprisingly, though, his friend's communication tool was no longer turned on. Turned off the communication tool. Jifeng had a bewildered expression. Are you kidding me? In this era, where the wristband was used as the communication tool, nobody would actually bother turning their communication tool off. As such, the only reason he would fail to call his friend was him being blacklisted by his friend. Blacklisted? That person was a friend that had gone on several missions with him in the past. Granted, they had not been particularly close friends, but they could have been considered as being in the same boat. Why had his friend blacklisted suddenly him? After thinking about it, Feng tried calling a different friend of his. However, this friend's communication tool was turned off as well. Blacklisted again? Something seems off. Feng tried contacting all his friends. Yet, turned off. Only a single call went through. However, the response he received was "look out for yourself" before the call ended. When Feng tried recalling the same person, the call went unanswered. What happened? Feng frowned. Right at this moment, Chang Lego charged into the room hurriedly. Boss, something happened. Feng's heart throbbed. What? Chang Lego showed his screen to Feng. After looking at it, Feng was so furious, he almost spat blood on the spot as he shouted, "Chen Feng, screw you!" At a certain location covered by a dark smog, several black-clothed silhouettes could be seen. Their appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but from the aura that they were emitting, it was clear that these were no ordinary people. The mysterious killing command has actually failed. The assassination efforts on Chen Feng have never stopped. Due to the previous incident with Wang Yao, new assassination missions were issued for Chen Feng almost daily. However, his vigilance is excessively high. Even when A-class experts were dispatched as the assassins, they would end up discovered for no apparent reason. Ultimately, they could only give up and fail the mission. Is it that hard? Some did not believe it. Senior Soul tried killing him twice before only to end up having his clones killed. What do you think? Instantly, they sunk into silence. Senior Soul. They were clear on the strength of that senior. A mere clone of his was already a PK class. Someone with such strength had actually. Chen Feng was indeed a person they needed to attach importance to. Summon Feng back, then. Alright. I know how Feng is. He is too stubborn a person. With this happening, he will definitely go to personally kill Chen Feng. From what we know presently, it is simply too dangerous for him to do that. True. Remember, we must absolutely not treat Chen Feng as an ordinary genetic warrior. Yes. They finished their discussion. Right at this moment, the wristband of one of them buzzed. He glanced at it and shared the transmission with the rest before he said, "I'm afraid Feng will no longer be able to return." What? As the others saw the transmission, they sunk into silence. This message. I know Feng well. We can't trust this message, someone said. That person asked, yes, you know him. But what about the others? Moreover, with this happening, does Feng still have the guts to even return? Even if he returns, would anyone dare to actually trust him? Their hearts jolted. They knew that this was probably the end of Feng. That Chen Feng was most certainly the person pulling the strings behind this as well. When they once again recalled the content of their discussion about Chen Feng, suddenly, they felt that the threat posed by Chen Feng was above even that of Wang Yao. Currently, at Clear City, the pale Feng was staring at the screen in front of him. Was it hard to kill Chen Feng? It was hard. It was extremely hard. Chen Feng wasn't particularly strong. However, his way of handling things was incredibly peculiar. Feng had read the information pertaining to Chen Feng as well. When he had seen the information regarding the Ice River, the Frozen Sea, and the Nether Capital incidents and the way in which all those A-class experts had been led to their death due to Chen Feng's tricks, he had become certain that Chen Feng was definitely a freakish existence. As such, before setting forth for this mission, he had prepared sufficiently. This was his final gamble. He would have to succeed or die trying, as this was his only option. If he were to die, so be it. There was nothing scary about death anyway. He had been prepared for death for several decades now anyway. However, it seemed that Chen Feng would not even give him this one chance. Feng blanked as he stared at the announcement on his screen for a long time. Chang Lego had a pale expression as well. The higher-ups won't believe this, right? What if you were one of the higher-ups? Feng asked with a grudging gaze. Chang Lego sunk into silence. On the screen was an official announcement from the Gene Production Association. We extend our thanks to Feng for working with us during this assassination mission, contributing to us greatly. As such, we hereby announce that a special exception has been made to appoint Feng as an honorary elder of the Gene Production Association. As an honorary elder, he will be qualified to participate in our management and vote for key decisions. Working with us. Great contribution. Honorary elder. Feng's legs weakened and he almost slumped down then and there. He announced this on the internet. Feng asked through clenched teeth. Looking at the choice of words and the tone of the announcement, he did not even need to expend any effort to deduce that this was the work of the Chen Feng. Chang Ligo shook his head. He only sent this to their inner members. That's good. Then Feng instinctively breathed out in relief before immediately feeling that something wasn't right. Only sent to their inner members? Did that not mean that this was now internal information only available to their own people? Feng's heart jolted ferociously. It's over. If Chen Feng had announced this on the internet, that would not be too bad. It would pose him some trouble, but he would only have needed to say that this was Chen Feng's attempt at sowing dissent among their ranks. That would have been sufficient. But now that Chen Feng had only announced this to their internal members, it was obvious that this act of only releasing this announcement to the internal members was an attempt at protecting Feng, an announcement of Feng's new authority to their internal members. What did this signify? For the mysterious organization, this signified that the Gene Production Association was truly preparing to appoint Feng as their honorary elder. As for the mysterious organization's source of information, of course it was their spies. Nowadays, every organization had some spies planted in other organizations. Since even Chang Ligo and Feng had received this internal announcement, naturally, the mysterious organization had received it as well. What should he do moving forward? Then, Chang Ligo, Feng. They exchanged glances. In their hearts, only indescribable grief could be felt. This was too freaking excessive. They were both warriors, A-class warriors. Yet they had ended up crucified by Chen Feng before they could even do anything. The initial Deep Blues Sea, the anti-Deep Blues Sea gene reagent, and this latest incident, they had been tricked by Chen Feng all along. Feng's heart chilled as he thought of all this. Why had everything related to Chen Feng developed in such a freakish manner? He truly couldn't understand the reason for this. Chang Ligo's communication tool buzzed suddenly. Instinctively, he turned it on. As he saw the new message, he immediately sunk into silence. Something else happened? Feng asked weakly. Yes. Chang Ligo lowered his head and paused before continuing with a helpless tone. You have been hung on the wall by Chen Feng. Feng. Oh. Chang Ligo sighed before sharing the transmission he received to Feng's screen. As Feng's gaze landed on it, he sunk into silence. At this point, what else could he say? On the screen, the Gene Production Association's Wall of Honor could be seen. A picture of Feng had been found by Chen Feng from an unknown source and been turned into a huge poster and framed in gold before being hung on the Wall of Honor. He might as well add these words while he was at it. Fully furnished apartment for rent. All utilities covered. Wall of Honor. This was an extremely important thing for the Gene Production Association. Regardless of whether the announcement earlier was believed by the others or not, with his portrait hung on this wall, he knew his fate with the mysterious organization. Similarly, they would also hang his portrait on their wall. However, it would be a black and white portrait one. As far as he was concerned, one single misstep had caused everything he had done since to be wrong as well. From the start, him accepting this assassination mission had been a mistake in itself. If he were given a second chance, he would definitely distance himself from anything related to Chen Feng and would absolutely not have anything to do with him. Chang Ligo had a bewildered expression. What should we do now? It was no longer possible for them to return to the mysterious organization. They were clear on how skeptical of others the people in the mysterious organization were. With their current circumstances, if they chose to return, they would only end up dead. Feng raised his head helplessly. What could he do? He felt extremely helpless. After a long while, he recovered some of his spirits and said, let's go. Chang Ligo blanked. Go? Feng stared ahead. Go. At the very least, we are still A-class warriors. We will at least be able to continue to stay alive. He stood up. Chang Ligo pointed at the screen cautiously. What about the higher-ups, Pa? Feng slapped him and said, you actually buy into this? Honorary elder? Honorary elder my ass? Do you believe that if you go there, a whole bunch of experts will be there waiting? Feng was almost infuriated to death. At times like this, Chang Ligo was thinking of actually going to the Gene Production Association. Wasn't that stupid? Chang Ligo felt discouraged. Oh, go. The furious Feng dragged Chang Ligo along as they left. He clenched his teeth and proceeded to say some fierce-sounding words. Chen Feng, this grudge between us, sooner or later. Shortly after, though, he recalled how freakish Chen Feng was and was immediately horrified and said, I think it's better if we don't meet in the future after all. I hope that we will never meet, even in our next lives. I don't want to meet you anymore. At Star City, Chen Feng was sticking posters everywhere in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Apart from the Wall of Honor, The portrait of Jifeng could also be seen at every corner of Star City. The poster was highlighting Jifeng's new identity as a Gene Production Association honorary elder. As for the producers in Star City, they all came out to check out what was happening. Some understood what Chen Feng was scheming, some did not. No matter what, due to Chen Feng's unique identity, no one dared to forbid him from doing this. However, they couldn't resist talking about this privately. Is he treating Star City as his own house? Chen Feng is a mere excellent producer himself. How is he qualified to appoint an honorary elder? I have no idea. However, he managed to get the approval from the higher-ups for this. Has the Gene Production Association gone crazy? They could not understand what was going on. However, there were also some who understood what was going on and started responding to them. That guy suddenly said, "What do you guys know? Do you have any idea how much the Genetic Union has profited this time? Have you any idea how many of the mysterious organization's members perished this time? This is an extremely major contribution. More importantly, are you aware of how rich Chen Feng actually is?" Everyone else was dumbfounded. How did this relate to money? That person coughed before continuing. I heard that, during this incident, Chen Feng earned a huge amount of profit, surpassing 100 million. All the money was directly given to the Gene Production Association to construct their defense system. Think about it. With this amount of money, do you think that the association would actually reject a request of his? The current Chen Feng is simply akin to a mobile ATM. At this, everyone was enlightened. There was also other behind-the-scenes information that was not mentioned by this person. For example, that so-called honorary elder Jifeng did not even have the guts to come here. These grassroots-level producers only needed to know certain information and that would be sufficient. As of now, Chen Feng had finally gotten the time to take a rest. It had been several days since the end of the Nether Capital incident till now, yet he had not gotten a lot of opportunity to rest. Instead, the majority of his time had been spent preparing for all sorts of matters, such as the sale of heaven-dazzling gene reagents, using his identity to obtain a loan, etc. That's right. During the time when he had still been under the protection of Gene Production Association, he had taken a huge loan. That was what he had used to purchase the huge amount of Deep Blue Sea gene reagents. As for the money he had earned from the sale of heaven-dazzling gene reagent, he had spent those on buying the gene reagents that could be used to counter Deep Blue's Sea gene reagent. This was to ensure that his plan would proceed smoothly. All this may have appeared simple, but he had been under immense pressure. Only a single problem needed to occur on either one of the steps in his plan and he would most certainly have ended up dead. Therefore, from the start of the mysterious killing command, he had been calculating his luck value usage to ensure that at least 100 points of luck value remained at all times so as to guarantee the flawless implementation of his plan. Fortunately, everything had progressed smoothly. Moreover, he had even successfully converted the cute Jifeng from the evil side. Chen Feng felt extremely gratified with this achievement of his. Naturally, Miss Shenyi's help had also been crucial in ensuring the success of his plan. Despite her currently weak strength, her unique aura concealment ability from a different world was extremely effective in certain circumstances. When dealing with the long-range curses and when he was being hunted by Jifeng, her ability had proved helpful. Without Shenyi, Chen Feng's aura would have been discovered by the enemy long ago. To thank her, he had invited her for a meal together. For an unknown reason, though, Wang Chun's expression had been somewhat off when that happened. Wang Chun had probably been too tired due to being too busy recently. Chen Feng stretched his body lazily. Finally, I can take a good rest. He slumped down onto his bed and the night passed. The next day, when he woke up, he was reinvigorated, as the accumulated exhaustion from the past few days was all gone. He was once again as spirited as he was previously. Afternoon that day, Wu Hui returned to Star City. Wu Hui greeted Chen Feng respectfully. "Master, you kid." Chen Feng laughed as he shook his head. After the previous incident, Wu Hui had proclaimed Chen Feng as his master. Chen Feng had tried correcting him several times, yet Wu Hui had persisted. After a while, Chen Feng had gotten used to it and had decided to just accept this kid as his disciple. How was it handled? Chen Feng asked. Everything progressed smoothly, Wu Hui answered with a stern expression. With Chen Feng's assistance in spreading his fame far and wide, almost all his opponents knew how terrifying Wu Hui was. On top of that, he had also prepared a script, as Chen Feng had advised. From then on, Every single time he was about to make a move, he would first blabber on. As he continued talking, the enemies would start imagining what he said next. Everything would end as expected thanks to their imaginations. In fact, Wu Hui had only spent a single day to settle the matters pertaining to Wu family. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. One day, Wu Hui smiled in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It is now the age of information. As such, nearly everyone first researches their opponent's strength online before a fight. Hence, I decided to directly publicize what I was about to do. I had also learned from the mysterious organization's mysterious killing command and sent out a notification to them before I made my move. Chen Feng gasped in admiration. Not bad. This Wu Hui was quite smart. Doing what Wu Hui had done was actually a somewhat boastful act and would give off one's own information to one's opponent before the battle. However, for Wu Hui, doing this would only increase his combat power. This was because the moment his enemy recognized his strength, everything would be much easier for him to deal with. With this, even those who do not know about me will find out about me quickly as well. Wu Hui scratched his head and, shortly after, continued, Master, the reason for me spending so much time there was because I encountered something. After dealing with the Wu family, I discovered that there was a mastermind that had been pulling the strings in the dark, messing with the Wu family. Perhaps he had not expected me to deal with the Wu family so speedily. As such, he did not manage to escape in time. I pretended to not notice his real identity and continued my investigation on him. Wu Hui paused and then continued. I found out that he was conversing with the people from the mysterious organization. From their conversation, they seemed to have captured someone recently. Who? Chen Feng asked curiously. Wang Yao, Wu Hui answered solemnly. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. What? Wang Yao? What joke was that? Her strength. Please wait a moment. Wu Hui transmitted the video he had taken secretly to Chen Feng. After receiving it, Chen Feng played the video on his screen. On it, that person could be seen discussing with those from the mysterious organization about Wang Yao's capture. The situation seemed to be even graver than what Wu Hui had said. Apparently, the mysterious organization's leader had acted personally to capture Wang Yao this time. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Mysterious organization's leader. He was sure of how strong Wang Yao was. However, if someone as terrifying as Soul made a move personally, at this thought, Chen Feng's gaze became sharper. Suddenly, the scene on the screen trembled, as that person had obviously discovered that something was wrong. He turned around, looking in the direction of the camera before his expression changed greatly and he proceeded to flee frantically. Where is he? Chen Feng asked. Wu Hui smiled bitterly. I chased after him but failed to capture him. He had never imagined that that guy would commit suicide without saying anything. That is natural. Chen Feng did not find that surprising. But Wang Yao, he tried contacting Wang Yao. No answer. In truth, he had been in frequent contact with Wang Yao frequently. Naturally, they had only conversed through the screens on their wristbands. As for the content of their conversations, it had mostly been nonsensical things such as a certain female streamer's job change, some author who publicized his address and started selling blades to make a living, and the like. It was truly quite hard to believe that they would actually be talking about these kinds of things. It was during these conversations that Chen Feng had noticed that were her strength not taken into consideration, Wang Yao was merely a young girl, a ripe age for these gossips. Although the content of their conversations had been these nonsensical topics, they had quite enjoyed talking about them. Every time, before they were about to go out on some missions, they would also inform each other or at least leave a message informing the other. Their relationship had been developing steadily. This time, though, Chen Feng stared at his empty inbox. Something has indeed happened? Chen Feng's heart tightened. Is Wang Yao safe at this time? Chen Feng asked his luck aura. No response. Usually, luck aura would have no problem answering such a direct question. This time, though, it had actually failed. Is Wang Yao still alive? No response. Is Wang Yao dead? No response. Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. It has been blocked. It was spirit seawood. There most certainly had to be some spirit seawood near Wang Yao. That was the only way the luck aura could be blocked. Based on the previous information he had, apart from the occasional discovery, the only place where some spirit seawood definitely existed was the mysterious organization's base. Wang Yao had actually been captured there. At this moment, Chen Feng's expression was terrifyingly cold. However, It was also during times like these that his thought process became even clearer than usual. Wang Yao, mysterious organization. If he wanted to find her, he had to figure out where the mysterious organization was. Regardless of rescuing her, asking for the genetic union's help, or doing other things, he had to first figure out the location. However, that person Wu Hui had discovered was already dead. Moreover, for a foot soldier like that, he most probably would only be aware of the location of some branches instead of the main base. If so, who else would have the knowledge of their base's location? After thinking for a bit, Chen Feng recalled that one such person indeed existed. Jifeng. Translator's thoughts. Lime Austin. Hi guys, Lime Austin here. I'm having a little trouble with the system. An error message keep popping out whenever I tried posting new chapters. Giving you guys a heads up so don't freak out if there's no chapter tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but if I still can't post by tomorrow, I will post extra chapters the next day. Thanks. Jifeng. An A-class warrior with a calm disposition. He was a comparatively stable mission implementer among the other A-class warriors in the mysterious organization. Genetic ability, corrosion. This was the information Chen Feng could see at the Gene Production Association. Only the name, picture, and the name of the genetic ability were available. From this, it was evident how stringent mysterious organization was with the protection of the information of their members. Corrosion. Chen Feng frowned. What ability was this exactly? Poison, elementals, or something else? It was unknown. This won't do, Chen Feng muttered. Although Jifeng was his target, Chen Feng was clear that Jifeng himself was a terrifying person. After all, Jifeng was an A-class warrior. As such, how should he capture this person? Should he invite the people from the Gene Production Association and Genetic Union to help him out? He absolutely could not do that. He was sure that this might be the best method of capturing Jifeng, but with their involvement, Jifeng would most definitely fall into their hands instead of him. He would have no hope of obtaining any news related to Wang Yao as well. Therefore, he had to do this personally. Fortunately, after the mysterious killing command incident, Chen Feng had a comfortable amount of funds at his disposal and would be able to afford to hire a few A-class warriors to help him. As for the methods he would to use to invite these A-class warriors, he would have to rack his brain for some ideas. The next day, after locking down on Jifeng's location, Chen Feng dispatched the ones he had hired. The Jifeng that had been planning to wander around the pugilistic world with Chang Lego was suddenly ambushed by 3 A-class warriors for no apparent reason. He was immediately beaten up by them, and shortly after, he was covered all over with cuts and bruises. This resulted in Jifeng feeling extreme anger. Just as he was about to rage and erupt in power, those 3 A-class warriors retreated noiselessly instead. Jifeng didn't even get a chance to erupt. Jifeng. What the heck? Is this an assassination? It doesn't look like it, though. If this was truly an assassination, their attacks would have all been launched with the intent to take his life. However, he had merely been ravaged by them instead of suffering any substantial injuries. He looked at Chang Lego. Did you offend someone? Absolutely not. Chang Lego swore. Jifeng glared at him ferociously. HMPH. He wiped the blood stain off his face and held the anger in his heart down before setting off once again. As for the hidden Chen Feng, he had already retreated noiselessly. What he required had already been obtained. From that 10-minute-long fight earlier, almost all of Jifeng's abilities had been exposed. Jifeng. Ability. Corrosion. An A-class with a total of 6 genetic abilities. 5 of them are corrosion-related abilities, and the remaining one is a fusion ability. After all 6 abilities are fused together, an extremely powerful corrosion ability will be unleashed. Based on the initial forecast, when erupting completely, Jifeng should be able to corrode a whole mountain range. As he reached this point, Chen Feng's heart trembled. Corroding a whole mountain range. The FCK. He was merely an implementer of missions that would normally pull the strings from behind the scenes, yet he was so incredibly powerful. It seemed like, nowadays, the purer the type of genetic abilities a person chose to fuse with, the more dreadful that person was. It was quite evident that Jifeng was one of those. He had chosen to focus on corrosion-related abilities to become so terrifying. Even among this single corrosion category, there were actually a myriad of genetic abilities. For example, flame corrosion, cold corrosion, poison corrosion, acidic corrosion, and so on. Almost every method capable of corroding would be available for Feng. Moreover, every single one of his corrosion genetic ability was also comparatively powerful. This was how terrifying Feng was. He had even reached a point where he was capable of corroding his opponent's abilities. Even if the opponent was also in A class, they would only be able to unleash 50% of their power when facing Feng. This was also why the 3A classes earlier had only been able to beat Feng up a bit despite their advantage of being the ambushers. If Feng had started raging and ignoring his injuries, he would definitely have been able to deal some damage to all three of them. With him alone against all three of the enemies, he would still have been victorious. This was the scary part of these corrosion-related abilities. Naturally, if that really happened, Feng wouldn't be much better off in the end despite his victory. If he had a choice, he would definitely not choose to put his life on the line. Corrosion. Chen Feng started studying corrosion-related abilities. If his guess was correct, there was one particular person who was now immune to the frozen sea and even the nether capital smog after his body had become peculiar due to his body transformation. Perhaps. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Currently, within a mountain range near Clear City, Feng and Changligo were moving forward cautiously. After the previous ambush, their vigilance had heightened. They had not figured out the goal of those three. However, at a place like Clear City, the appearance of a single A-class was already a world-shattering event. There had to be some extraordinary reason for three of them to have appeared at once. Feng advised Changligo, "Be more careful. They might think that we are returning to the mysterious organization and are trying to follow us back." Changligo's expression was solemn. Understood. They could not strike any possibilities off. If those people were truly thinking of following them back to the mysterious organization, it was quite possible for those people to decide to kill them instead after finding out that they were not heading there after all. As such, they had to be careful. Rustle, rustle. They walked forth cautiously. Right at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared from some distance away. Before the newcomer reached them, his cold voice reached them first. "Dear both of you, please stay." Feng had an ominous feeling. "Who is it?" Changligo's heart trembled. "They are finally here." Instinctively, he tried scanning the enemy's location with his spiritual energy. Instantly, his expression became somewhat odd. That person who was telling them to stay was actually a C-class genetic warrior. First, Feng blanked. C-class? Next, he raged. Nowadays, even a C-class genetic warrior was daring enough to try bullying them. Granted, they were both concealing their aura to avoid being discovered by the enemies, resulting in their real strength being hidden. However, it was still enough to anger Feng when a random C-class tried stepping on their heads. He had been holding this anger in for way too long. Killing intent flashed in Feng's eyes. "Initially, I had not planned to do anything. HMPH. You only have your bad luck to blame for this." As far as he was concerned, killing a random weak C-class while escaping wasn't anything much. Shwa. Feng's feet flickered. Instinctively, he streaked past all the trees between them and charged toward Chen Feng. Changligo shook his head. What a pitiful guy. For this guy to be so blind that he was actually thinking of robbing them, he could only blame himself for having a bad luck. Surprising Changligo, though, after his angry boss charged forth, he rushed back hastily after one mere second. Changligo was somewhat stupefied. "What's up?" Feng dragged him and started running. "Run. Fast." Changligo's heart throbbed. "Someone else is waiting in ambush." There's only one person there. Feng's face paled, yet his feet continued running at high speed. "Ah?" Changligo was at a loss. Why the heck were they running, then? Feng gulped. Chen Feng. He had never even dreamed that he would meet Chen Feng again after a short 2 days. Chen Feng. Changligo blanked for a short moment. Next, he erupted in speed. The weaker him had suddenly surpassed even Feng in speed, running in front of him. Feng had a what the FCK expression on his face. But at times like this, he couldn't be bothered with that anymore. The most important thing was to first escape Chen Feng. This Chen Feng guy was too freakish. Therefore, they absolutely could not fight him. Shwa, shwa. Their silhouettes streaked forth among the mountain range. Even when he had been beaten up by the 3 A-class warriors previously, Feng had not erupted with his full power. Astonishingly, he had now erupted with his full power just to run from Chen Feng. FCK. Even if I can't beat you, can't I run? In Clear City, countless people looked toward the distant mountain range. There, the eruption of an astonishing and powerful aura could be felt, even from several tens of kilometers away. This aura was still sufficiently powerful to trigger a feeling of reverence in anyone who felt it. A class. That was definitely the power of an A-class. What's going on over there? They felt anxious. It had been quite a while since they had last seen an A-class in Clear City. Every single appearance of an A-class was a major event for them. I'm afraid something happened there. Is it some beast? Someone guessed. The whole Clear City became anxious. Even the Genetic Union's branch that started preparing for battle. Regardless of what was happening in that distant mountain range, they could not allow Clear City to be affected. They were even prepared to seek reinforcements from headquarters. However, unknown to them, the A-class warrior they were all talking about was currently fleeing frantically in the mountain range, as if he was being chased by some fiend. Run, run, run. This was the only thought in Chen Feng's head. His powerful A-class aura spread all around as all the mutated beasts in the vicinity hid in fear. With this, Chen Feng and Chang Lego's escape route became even smoother. 10 minutes. Only when the enemy's aura could no longer be felt did they breath out in relief. Have we shaken that guy off? Chang Lego asked as he gasped for breath. Although he had been dragged all the way by Chen Feng, it had still placed immense stress on his body. Chen Feng wasn't certain. I guess so. Presently, they had just traveled out of a forest. Theoretically, based on his strength as an A-class, it should have been quite easy to shake off a C-class. However, if the C-class in question was Chen Feng, Chen Feng moved backward prudently. Let me take a look. Just 10 seconds after he started moving backward, a familiar head popped out from the woods. Hey, bro, why are you running so urgently? Chen Feng's eyes widened. Instantly, his bones chilled. Chen Feng. Chen Feng. It was truly Chen Feng. Presently, Chen Feng had just walked out of the woods and was staring at Chen Feng teasingly. Chen Feng's heart thumped furiously. How is it possible for you to? Chen Feng was indeed a freak. He could even catch up with this speed of running. One had to know that when Chen Feng was erupting with his full power, even A-class warriors would have difficulty keeping up with him. But this Chen Feng, he was most certainly not a mere C-class. At this point, Chen Feng was sure that this Chen Feng was definitely some secret weapon of the Genetic Unions. He appeared like a C-class youth, but in truth, he was some old freak. Such a person existed in their mysterious organization as well. Chen Feng did not hesitate. Go. He turned around, dragged Chang Lego, and once again started running. Shwa, shwa. Both their silhouettes vanished instantly. Chen Feng sighed. Sigh. Can't we have a proper chat? As that voice drifted into Chen Feng's ears, his scalp felt numb and he proceeded to run even faster. 10 minutes. Chen Feng felt like he had even escaped heaven itself. However, he was smarter this time. Instead of stopping, he decided to continue running for 20 more minutes, leaving the border of the Clear City region before stopping. This time, Chen Feng shouldn't have been able to keep up, right? Chen Feng breathed out in relief. It had been a very long time since he'd last had to flee for his life in such a manner. It had been even longer since a C-class was the one who had caused him to flee for his life. Unfortunately, he had only rested for a short while before that familiar voice was once again heard. Hey, bro, waiting for me? Chen Feng. When he heard this voice, Chen Feng's scalp felt numb. He turned around and saw Chen Feng walking unhurriedly toward them, seemingly not in any sort of rush at all. FCK. After leaving only this one word behind, Chen Feng started running again. He truly couldn't understand how was Chen Feng moving so fast. Unknown to him, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, Chen Feng had a taste of what true despair felt like. Regardless of how fast he ran, regardless of how long he continued running, Chen Feng was always following closely behind like his own shadow. He would always be there. 1 hour. 2 hours. Finally, Chen Feng lost all hope. Shall we try fighting him? Chang Lego suggested meekly. Chen Feng felt powerless to even berate this suggestion. If we could actually fight him, do you think I would be running? Chen Feng's past battle records were extremely clear in the information provided to them. Killing Senior Soul's clone twice and killing A-class experts numerous times. All these were under the circumstances where Chen Feng was counter-attacking after being the one on the receiving end. And now, Chen Feng was the one taking the initiative to look for him. He was sure that Chen Feng had most certainly prepared sufficiently. If he chose to turn around and fight Chen Feng, it was no different than seeking death. One could not deny Chen Feng's intelligence. From the mere information about Chen Feng provided to him, he was able to see how terrifying a person Chen Feng was. Unfortunately for him, since Chen Feng had already made his preparations, would Jifeng be allowed to escape successfully? Within the mountain range, Jifeng and Changligo were feeling exhausted from all the running. Suddenly, their hearts trembled. We reached Line Horizon. Line Horizon was a place between the Clear City mountain range and a different mountain range. Due to the different attributes of both mountain ranges, a bizarre crack had appeared here. This bizarre crack was the only route connecting both mountain ranges. As for the surroundings of this route, there was nothing but hills. Due to the unique attribute of the mountain range and the composition of the rocks here, the mountain and rocks here were incredibly strong. Even an A-class expert would not be able to break them. As such, to pass through this place, one could only travel through the small crack between both mountain ranges. This crack was the so-called Line Horizon, a one-way street. This was also an opportunity for Jifeng, as he was the only one who was aware that the indestructible rocks here were coincidentally weak to his corrosion ability. His corrosion ability would be able to easily destroy these rocks, as long as they traveled through this Line Horizon before subsequently destroying the rocks and collapsing them on the route. Chen Feng would not be able to catch up to them. Taking a detour would take him at least 2 hours. Jifeng regained some of his spirit. Go, Shua. They took wide steps forward. From far away, this well-known Line Horizon appeared like a huge crack on the mountain with countless weeds growing around it. However, just as they were preparing to step into the crack, a bald head popped out from within the crack. Someone is here? Jifeng immediately panicked. Is it Chen Feng? Impossible. Although they had failed to shake off Chen Feng, he had always remained behind them. Jifeng was able to regain his calm quickly, though. He recalled that this was the only route connecting both mountain ranges. As such, it wouldn't be odd to encounter other adventurers here. Moreover, this newcomer's strength. Jifeng checked him out and noticed that his strength was merely C-class. Nothing to worry about. Wait. C-class? Suddenly, he had an ominous feeling. Who are you? He dragged Changligo to his back as he asked this, hoping that his guess was wrong. Otherwise, Xif greeted them in a bashful manner. Hi. I was told by that idiotic Chen Feng to stop you here. It was indeed Chen Feng. Jifeng's pupils shrunk. What was this guy planning? But then, this Xif's strength. Chen Feng had actually gotten a C-class to stop him. So Chen Feng believed that any random C-class could step on him now. Had Chen Feng gone crazy? Jifeng was furious. He's getting a C-class to stop me? Xif was evidently confused by all this as well. Shortly after, though, he shyly said, don't be too nervous. Though this is also my first time. I have never fought an A-class before. Jifeng. Suddenly, he had the urge to beat this damnable bald guy to death. Xif rubbed his bald head and smiled foolishly before saying, I am Xif. Please wait a while with me. Everything will be fine when Chen Feng arrives. Jifeng's eyes gleamed coldly. Ridiculous. Yes, he did not dare to fight Chen Feng, as he feared Chen Feng's previous achievements. However, this did not signify that any random C-class could talk this way to him. In his world, those below A-class were all bugs. A mere C-class like this, Jifeng was too lazy to even talk much to Xif. Die. Shwa. A clump of radiance condensed and an A-class power bloomed. Bang. Before his eyes, that clump of radiance intensified as the sky dimmed. At this point, the color of everything in the world seemed to fade. Only that clump of radiance remained visible. This was the power of an A-class. The corrosive power of Jifeng. Shwa. That liquid with a bizarre tinge in front of Jifeng streaked toward Xif. Jifeng's cold gaze landed on Xif's body, akin to the gaze of a death god. He was aware of how powerful his attack was. This single attack of his was capable of even penetrating a mountain. At this point, he was already dragging Changligo as he prepared to continue moving forward. However, after one step forward, he stopped. Splat. A crisp sound could be heard. That super corrosive liquid of his had finally landed on Xif's bald head. Next, nothing else happened next. The smile on Xif's face was no longer there. An alarmed expression appeared on Jifeng's face. He's fine? Xif is fine? That was only an ordinary 4-star secret art he'd launched. But with his present strength, it was as powerful as an A-class attack. How was it possible for Xif to block that off? At the same time, the ashen-faced Xif opposite him was raising his head. He raised his hand and rubbed his bald head. Something sticky could be felt, disgusting him immensely. Xif raged. "You dare to spit your mucus on my head?" This was too damn excessive. When Chen Feng had told him his opponent would be an A-class whose ability was coincidentally weak against him, Xif had been extremely excited. After all, that was an A-class. He would be able to brag about how he had once defeated an A-class in the future after this. As such, he had come immediately after Chen Feng's call. Unexpectedly, the ability of this so-called A-class was a mucus-spitting ability. The FCK. Feng opened his mouth, yet he couldn't find the words. He remained there with a what the FCK expression on his face. His all-powerful corrosion ability had been blocked just like that. Blocked by a C-class. Look at how fine the opponent was. His opponent had suffered absolutely zero damage and had actually mistaken the attack as him spitting mucus. This was truly a humiliation. That was corrosive energy he had shot out earlier. Had it been too weak, hence Xif being fine, that had to be it. Feng inhaled deeply. Since a 4-star secret art was ineffective against this guy, he might as well use a 5-star secret art instead. Shwa. Feng's whole body started radiating brightly. Bang! The air trembled. Endless liquid emitting a golden radiating appeared and started swirling in the air. This was a secret art commonly used by Feng. This was also the strongest single attribute secret art of Feng's. Although it was merely a 5-star secret art, it was much stronger than even a lot of other 6-star secret arts out there. Go! Feng flung his attack over. Splat! A crisp sound could be heard. Feng had an ominous feeling when he heard that sound. A corrosive energy that was working normally would sound like something that was piercing through everything easily. Instead, what he heard was this sound effect of someone spitting out mucus. He raised his head, and behold, it was as he had guessed. The ashen-faced Xif was getting rid of the sticky liquid on his body. "You are spitting mucus on me again." Xif raged. He did not fear this thing. But then, it was truly incredibly disgusting. Moreover, the opponent was truly stronger than him. As such, he couldn't avoid this mucus even if he wanted to. Feng, that energy he'd unleashed earlier could kill an ordinary person with a single touch. Even A-class warriors would be terrified of it. As for this guy in front of him, he had blocked the attack twice without an ounce of effort. This guy. Feng's expression became solemn. He was a veteran of 100 battles. As such, he had certainly seen people capable of blocking his corrosive energy before. However, this was the first time he had encountered someone so strong against his corrosive energy. He could clearly sense that this guy was truly a C-class. There existed a C-class capable of blocking against an A-class attack. Perhaps it is something akin to absolute defense. Feng contemplated. There existed some defensive abilities that were incredibly powerful and nearly unequaled. However, the flaws of such abilities were quite obvious as well. The active duration of those abilities were usually short. They would only stay active for a single short instant. He guessed that Xif might possess a similar ability as well. Seems like I can only use that ability. Then, Feng leaned forward slightly while both his hands started flitting across the air rapidly. The light waves in front of him started trembling as clumps of bizarre liquid started appearing midair. Different from all the corrosive abilities he had used previously, his current attack was without any radiance on it. On top of that, this attack did not even have any sort of aura. Almost all the energy used to form these clumps of liquid were all perfectly condensed within the liquid, resulting in no leaking radiance or aura. This was the strongest corrosive ability Feng had at this time. This was also the ability he had once used to corrode an entire mountain range, the very 6-star secret art that had granted him his fame. All sorts of defenses became useless against this attack. Absolute defense? Hee. You might be able to block an instant of my attack, but can you continue blocking it forever? Feng waved his hands. Goodbye. Bang. The air trembled as the light waves in front of him started trembling. The clumps of liquid hovering in the air started streaking forth. Each of them contained a terrifying amount of energy, sufficient to corrode everything in existence. This was a power that had almost reached the peak of A-class. Xu, xu, xu. The air was filled with the white liquid. Chang Lego had already hidden himself far away from all this. What joke was this? He had once witnessed how terrifying this ability was. As such, he had no desire to be caught up in this attack. Shwa. Almost all the clumps of liquid were tossed over toward Xif. Bang. The attacks hit their target. Puh. The anticipated sound effect of something being pierced was nowhere to be heard. Instead, a bizarre sound resounded. Feng sneered. Has it been momentarily blocked? The strength of this ability was its duration. Not only was it strong, its duration was long as well. All sorts of defensive abilities would be reduced to a joke when facing this ability. Even if Xf managed to block it now, how long could he keep it up? A numerous amount of liquid streaked toward Xf. However, as time passed, Feng's heart chilled. Even toward the end, that sound of something being pierced through couldn't be heard. Rather, as the final attack landed, Feng raised his head, and his heart trembled at what he saw. In front of him, a huge portion of Xf seemed to have been corroded, as his upper body was covered by the liquid. As Feng's attacks had been concentrated on his upper body, it was normal for Xf's lower body to still be intact. However, is he dead? Feng asked anxiously. Next, he saw Xf's hand rise stiffly before rubbing his face, revealing that familiar ashen complexion that was glaring at Feng. You dare to spit on my face? Xf raged. Feng was alarmed. You are fine? He had finally understood the source of the sounds he had been hearing earlier. Those had been the sound of his attacks landing on Xf's body. In other words, from the start, Xf had been blocking the corrosive energy with his very flesh. There hadn't been any defensive abilities at all. This guy here. Feng was horrified. Who on earth are you? I'm your grandfather. The furious Xf started charging toward Feng. When it came to energy control, he was indeed lacking compared to Feng. As such, he had no way of avoiding Feng's attacks. However, when it came to a purely physical battle, bang! Instantly, Feng was struck down onto the ground by Xf. You dare? Xf's punches rained down without stop. Changligo was watching all this with a dumbstruck expression. His boss, that imposing A-class expert, was actually being beaten like a dog by this C-class. Only now did he know that even a C-class could beat up an A-class. Chen Feng was not the only one capable of such a feat. Even the people he sent. What was going on with the world? Changligo was stunned. At line horizon, an extremely tragic battle was progressing. Only when Feng was beaten up by Xf until he started questioning life did he recall that he did not necessarily need to fight Xf here. If he couldn't beat this Xf, he could always flee. Bang! With a jolt of his body, the Feng with a bloody nose and swollen face finally broke free of Xf. Previously, Xf had only managed to grab onto Feng due to him being in shock and careless. That was the reason he had been stuck getting beaten by Xf. Now that he had broken off, Xf would no longer have any chance of approaching him. The time he'd spent getting entangled with Xf wasn't long anyway. It had only been around 2 minutes. However, these short 2 minutes had been enough to cause him to question life itself. Fortunately, he'd finally broken free. Feng easily dodged the rest of Xf's attacks. Go! With an unsightly expression, he dragged Changligo on before proceeding to escape. As he was an intelligent person, he was able to see Xf's weak point in no time. Although Feng's ability was coincidentally weak against Xf for some unknown reason, this guy was, after all, still a C-class. As long as Feng focused purely on escaping, it was simply impossible for Xf to stop him. In other words, Xf would have no effect on his initial plan. They had to first leave this place. Chen Feng would probably be here soon anyway. As such, they absolutely had to leave first and block this path. Only with that would it be possible for them to survive this. Ignore him, Feng said coldly. His current expression looked somewhat funny with his bloody nose and swollen face, though. Easily, they shook Xf off and started moving toward the line horizon. Exceeding all their expectations, though, there was another person standing there waiting for them. Feng sunk into a solemn mood. He had originally believed that only Chen Feng was the horrifying person. Unexpectedly, even his friends were quite astonishing as well. Now, he no longer dared to look down on anyone sent by Chen Feng. When he looked back, he noted that Chen Feng's plans were extremely thorough. As such, this was definitely not a person he should take lightly. The newcomer was a youth that appeared much younger than Xf. Hello, MHM. He looked more like a child instead. When he talked, he was extremely calm and appeared to be one of those extremely polite children. However, the moment Feng's gaze landed on this newcomer, his body stiffened. Feng's heart chilled. It's him. He has actually come here. Although he had been beaten by Xf earlier, if he was honest about it, the only thing Xf could do was slow them down. After Feng had seen through Xf's strength, he was no longer effective at this. But for this person here, Feng said his name. Wu Hui nodded calmly. Yes. Feng could only smile bitterly as a response. It really is him. If one were to name a person who had planted fear in the mysterious organization recently, this child would definitely be the one named, because his strength was far too terrifying for his age. According to the information the mysterious organization had, Wu Hui was only 14 years old, yet he already possessed a PK class combat power. He had once killed a number of A-class warriors. Furthermore, different from others, the methods of this person when dealing with things were rather radical. Due to that, he had also attracted his own fan base. Every single time he battled, he would record it and put it online. With that, even those who did not know about him would find out about him through the videos online. This person was absolutely a super genius. With a single month, his threat level as perceived by the mysterious organization had neared Chen Feng's and Wang Yao's. If it wasn't for the fact that he had not actually done anything against the mysterious organization, the threat level assigned to him would most probably have been even higher than Chen Feng's. This was an extremely terrifying person. What is going on with this world? Feng started doubting his life. He hadn't even managed to reach PK class even after dedicating 20 years of his life to it. Yet in this year itself, two super geniuses had appeared. One was the 13 or 14-year-old Wu Hui, and the other was that little ally Wang Yao. Both of them were PK classes. When had A class become so easy to reach? Feng inhaled deeply. You are here to stop me as well? He deeply wished that this guy was merely passing by here. Wu Hui nodded. Yes. Even if you wanted to keep me here, you must pay some sort of price to do it. Feng's gaze became vicious. I know, Wu Hui said calmly. There are a total 10 forms in the cosmic manifestation. Up until now, I have only unleashed 6 of them. Perhaps you will be able to make me unleash the 7th form, even if I have to pay some price for it. Feng shook his head. Is this worth it? It's not worth risking your life against me just for a mission. There's no mission. I don't mind even if it's not worth it. In a serene manner, Wu Hui continued. Master told me that I will definitely succeed. Feng's heart thumped. Master? Who is your master? Chen Feng, Wu Hui answered calmly. Feng and Chang Ligo were dumbstruck. Wait. Chen Feng was actually Wu Hui's master? The demonic Wu Hui, the master of this PK class guy? Feng and Chang Ligo exchanged glances and felt their world collapsing around them. After a long time, Feng smiled bitterly. Now, the only thing he could do was put his life on the line. No matter what, Feng braced himself for death. Come. Wu Hui stood up. All right. Surprisingly, he looked at Feng with some sort of admiration. The seniors of the mysterious organization are indeed difficult to deal with. To avoid leaking the information of the mysterious organization, they'd rather die. Well, I will try my best in this battle. Wu Hui stood up solemnly. As for the Feng opposite him, he blanked. Avoid leaking the information of the mysterious organization? Wait. What information? You guys have not been sent by Chen Feng to kill me? Feng asked abruptly. Wu Hui shook his head. Of course not. We only wanted to know something. If we really wanted to kill you, wouldn't it be easy to get the genetic union to do it instead? So that was the case. Feng had a what the FCK expression. Come. Wu Hui started walking toward Feng solemnly, a respectful expression on his face. Nowadays, people like you are extremely rare. Seeing that you are such a loyal person, I will keep your corpse intact. Wu Hui prepared to start fighting. Then, Feng raised both his hands without any hesitation. I surrender. Wu Hui was bewildered. Ah? Surrender? Feng said righteously. Since Chen Feng wasn't here to kill him, there was no point in fighting anymore. After all, if this continued, he would most probably end up killed by Wu Hui. If so, he might as well surrender. Feng was calm as he said, I thought that you guys were here to capture me. Since you are only here for information, I don't mind. I thought that those in your organization are all. Wu Hui asked meekly. Feng corrected him and righteously said, X-organization. That is my X-organization. Damn it. These 2 days when I was being chased, I tried asking for help. However, no one from the organization was willing to help me. Rather, they sent someone to kill me instead. Why would I still want to stay loyal to them? Haha. What do you guys want to know? Anything I know about, I won't hide it. The location of the mysterious organization, the mysterious organization's leader. Any of that. It's not a problem if you want the information. Oh, right. I can even provide some high-level secret information to you. For example, Senior Soul was cuckolded, etc. Oh, yeah? Senior Soul is not an official member of the mysterious organization either. He is actually the apprentice brother of our leader. Haha, if I recall correctly. There are several of them apprentice brothers. This is as much as I know. Oh yeah, spies. Are you interested in the spies of the mysterious organization? I know of them as well. Chen Feng was extremely excited that he could actually survive this and, in his fit of excitement, told them all the things he knew. Opposite him, the Wu Hui, who had already been prepared for a huge battle, was staring at him with a dumbstruck expression. Where's the so-called loyalty? Events at line horizon. Chen Feng was terrified. Next, nothing escalated. They relinquished their former hatred, and subsequently, a harmonious scene appeared there. Chen Feng grabbed his Hu. 3 pair. 1. Wu Hui said, can't match. Xf said, can't match. Wu Hui had a bewildered expression. Bro, you can't even match a 3 pair. Xf's expression darkened. I only have odd cards. Why don't you do anything, then? Wu Hui awkwardly replied, I only have odd cards as well. Xf said, how the heck are we supposed to continue, then? Chen Feng felt immensely refreshed. He couldn't beat these two in battle. But when it came to things like card games, where experience mattered, he was still able to easily ravage these two youngsters. Chen Feng was feeling immensely proud. Haha, I won. Now, according to our original bet, if I won 10 rounds in a row, you guys need to tell me how Chen Feng kept up with me. Xf laughed happily and said, it's quite simple. There, he's here. Chen Feng turned his head abruptly. This was something that he had been wondering all this while. He could overlook it if only Wu Hui was the strong one. But for Chen Feng to be so strong as well, he was essentially still a C-class. How was it possible for Chen Feng to be able to keep up with him? What ability was it that had enabled a C-class to possess a speed surpassing that of an A-class? He truly had no idea. However, when he finally got a clear look, he was dumbstruck. Above the sky, a noiseless undulation started spreading. An advanced-looking flying blue car appeared noiselessly. It moved at an extremely fast speed and reached them almost instantly before stopping noiselessly in front of them. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Flying car? Why was it a flying car? Nowadays, as technology progressed, flying cars had advanced quickly as well. A flying car whose specifications were focused purely on speed could reach an extremely astonishing speed. However, that was supposed to only be applicable within cities. In actuality, nearly all flying cars in existence were only used within cities, because these ultra-high-speed cars were too fragile. Any random thing would be able to destroy the car together with the driver. The faster the speed, the more miserable the death the driver would suffer. As such, nearly all flying car drivers would not take their cars out of cities, as that was too idiotic an action. This was especially true in locations such as their present mountain range, where mutated beasts were everywhere. Any random spit from a mutated beast would be sufficient to destroy the car. As for the defenses of these cars, as these cars were capable of moving at too extreme a speed, anything that hit them would deal great damage. Even an A-class defensive barrier wouldn't be able to protect the car for more than a few seconds. Shwa. The door opened and Chen Feng walked out of the car. Chen Feng had a faint smile. Are you curious? Chen Feng merely smiled bitterly. It would be weird if he wasn't curious about this. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. Under normal circumstances, I would most certainly not dare to drive this thing out here, but have you forgotten about how you unleashed your A-class aura earlier? Those weak mutated beasts were so frightened that they did not dare to move at all. As for those stronger mutated beasts, they thought that you were provoking them. As such, they were all focusing on chasing after you. Chen Feng. So Chen Feng had been able to accomplish this thanks to him? What could he say to this? Suddenly, he recalled something that was seemingly not related to this whole incident. Due to Chen Feng's way of appearance, he started doubting those as well. A few days ago, there were 3 A-classes. Chen Feng started asking. Chen Feng was honest. Oh, those 3 were sent by me. I earned some profit from the mysterious killing command. As such, I can afford to hire 3 A-classes. Chen Feng had a what the FCK expression. So the 3 A-class warriors that had beaten him up had been hired using the money Chen Feng had scammed from him. Suddenly, an indescribable sadness emerged in his heart. Looking at Chen Feng's calm expression, he was speechless. Thinking back, from the start of his conflict with Chen Feng, He had not gained a single upper hand, and that was even under the premise that he was the one who had actually taken the initiative to attack. This Chen Feng was truly. Feng stared at this terrifying young person in front of him. Wu Hui was indeed a person more talented and stronger than Chen Feng. However, that was only a comparison of pure combat power. If one truly wanted to kill Wu Hui, one could always flood him with a huge amount of humans. That would still work. Rather, a person like Chen Feng was the most dreadful kind of existence. Every single step one took, one would be falling into his traps. Feng raised his hands, indicating his surrender, and said, "I truly admit my defeat now. Anything you want to ask, just ask." Chen Feng did not bother wasting any time. "Wang Yao, where is she presently?" Feng was bewildered. "Wang Yao? How are we supposed to know? We were always looking for any news related to Wang Yao as well. We never." "Wait, Wang Yao? That young lady?" Feng frowned. Chen Feng's eyes shone. "You have recalled something?" "Naturally, I do not have any official information related to Wang Yao." "No matter who you ask, even if it were an inner member of the mysterious organization, no one would have any updates about Wang Yao. However, I recall that before I came here, I saw 4 A-class guys taking a young lady around 13 or 14 years old to the headquarters." Feng pondered for a bit and continued. "That young lady, I did not get a clear look at her appearance. However, I recognized the other 4 guys. Those 4 were normally extremely arrogant and despotic due to the connections they had. On that day, though, all 4 of them were injured. On top of that, when taking the young lady with them, they were still fully armed. They were extremely vigilant as well. I was discovered the moment I entered within 100 meters of them. Under normal circumstances, something like that would never happen. There is only one possibility for that. That young lady was so dangerous that, even after her power was sealed, they did not dare to slacken their vigilance. In my memories, there is only one person that is so young and strong, Wang Yao." Feng concluded his observations. "Her indeed." "So, she still ended up captured?" Chen Feng inhaled deeply. For an unknown reason, after confirming that Wang Yao had not gone missing, he was somewhat relieved instead. This world was too dangerous. Compared to getting captured by the mysterious organization, dying in some random wilderness was a more terrifying prospect. This was especially true for a person like Wang Yao, who seemed to always have a clear-cut goal and was always working toward that goal. But then, had she truly been captured? Chen Feng recalled how Wang Yao had always been unfathomable and had always been able to deal blows to the mysterious organization. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. "Seems like I really need to take a trip to the mysterious organization this time." Right as he was pondering, the Feng beside him started having second thoughts. Since there was only Chen Feng here, if he decided to kill him now, he was indeed in conflict with the organization now. However, that was due to some misunderstandings. If he killed Chen Feng now and took his corpse back, Feng started weighing his options inwardly. He could take this opportunity to kill Chen Feng and flee. Although Wu Hu and Xif were strong, they might not be able to keep up with his speed. As his thoughts reached this point, Feng's killing intent surged. However, right at this instant, before he had even done anything, Chen Feng abruptly said, "Will you truly be able to kill me?" Feng's heart throbbed. What? Only when he raised his head did he notice that, since an unknown point in time, both of Chen Feng's eyes were already glowing red, flickering with a radiance that caused onlookers' hearts to palpitate. At a certain location, within the same dark smog, several dark silhouettes appeared. Concerning Feng, don't worry. But he knows a lot of the organization's secrets. Not a problem. The young and elderly of the family are all still with us. As such, he is aware of what to say and what not to say. It doesn't matter much if he only leaks some insignificant information. It's still risky. I will handle it as soon as possible. But then, the priority level we placed on Feng could be somewhat lowered, as it's already time for us to activate that project. Noted. The silhouettes conversed quietly. Currently, Feng was still facing Chen Feng. Danger. This was the first time he had felt such a dangerous feeling from a C-class. He was sure that if Chen Feng made his move, he would either be seriously injured or dead. That, coupled with Wu Hu and Xif waiting by the side. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and apologized. "I'm sorry." He was truly terrified. By the side, Chang Lego had already lifted a huge stone and prepared to toss it over after seeing Feng about to make a move. However, The sight of Jifeng raising his hand to apologize stunned him. He remained blank until the gazes of Xif and the rest landed on him. I am merely exercising my arm due to being bored. With an awkward smile that he believed would not lose him his face, he proceeded to lower and lift the stone several times before putting it back down on ground. You guys can continue. After making up an excuse for himself, he stared at his boss with a grudging gaze, hoping that, once again, everyone here would forget about him. Everyone. Jifeng. Had this guy turned into an idiot due to being lied to too much by Jifeng? Chen Feng looked at Jifeng indifferently. Good. I hope that this will be the last time something like this happens. All right. This time, Jifeng was truly terrified. As far as he was concerned, in Chen Feng's group of three, where Xif was like a main tank and Wu Hui was like a violent DPS, Chen Feng should have been the strategist. As such, his strength should have been rather ordinary. This was also why Jifeng had started having second thoughts earlier. He had never imagined that this guy's combat power was so off the charts as well. From what he'd felt earlier, this guy had a combat power of at least A class as well. If so, what was the point of him making a move? Chen Feng wasn't even 20 years old, right? What the heck had these kids eaten when growing up? Hormone injections? Their strength levels were truly too savage. He was aware that these few guys here were the type of geniuses that would normally only appear in the legends. However, he couldn't help but feel like he was no longer able to keep up with the times. As of now, he no longer dared to resist against them. Chen Feng merely snorted at his response. HMPH. From the moment he'd met Jifeng, his nether gaze had already been activated. He had given this nether gaze of his a nickname, Bane of Blabbermouths. This was also the only ability Chen Feng had at this time that was capable of contending against an A-class. Since they had spent so much time talking, Chen Feng's lock had already been completed long ago. Resist? That would be akin to courting death. Naturally, it was for the best if Jifeng knew to be afraid of him. Although he was already done locking onto Jifeng, this guy still possessed a formidable combat power. After all, if Chen Feng had to unleash another gaze against someone at Jifeng's level, he would probably need to exhaust every ounce of energy he had to do so. Now, let me know the location of your mysterious organization, said Chen Feng. Jifeng stared at Chen Feng in astonishment. You are truly planning to go? The mysterious organization's headquarters was truly a place filled with experts. There were more than 10 A-class warriors at his level. Not to mention that there would also be some PK classes around that were returning to report on their missions. There were also the occasional visits of their leader and the management of their organization. For Chen Feng to go there, it was akin to committing suicide. Chen Feng glanced at him. You don't have to worry about that. Jifeng laughed awkwardly and said, Chen Feng, it's not that I don't want to tell you. The problem is, after telling you, you will go there and get yourself captured. At that time, our Ji family will be finished. Ji family? Chen Feng was astonished. There was such clan as the Ji family? Jifeng smiled bitterly. Naturally, why have the members of the mysterious organization been so loyal? That is because the members were all chosen from subsidiary families of the mysterious organization. An example is the Qin family. If it wasn't because of you, people like Qin Hai and the others of his generation would already be new members of the mysterious organization by now. So that's the case. Finally, Chen Feng understood how they worked. Jifeng laughed bitterly. Hence, if anyone is found to be leaking information, their whole family will be affected. If you are asking for some other information, I have no problem telling you, but since you are planning to go to the mysterious organization yourself, you will definitely get yourself captured. Those people there are capable of everything. Regardless of the amount of secrets or trump cards you have, there are still countless abilities capable of discovering you. The end result will be all of us dying together. Jifeng said helplessly. You have such low confidence in me, said Chen Feng with a faint smile. Let me prove my ability to you first, then. Jifeng blanked. What? From Chen Feng's body, an astonishing aura erupted. This power. Jifeng's pupils shrunk. SHH, don't move. Chen Feng placed both his hands on Jifeng's body. Next, a perfectly straight red string appeared from Chen Feng's hand and streaked into Jifeng's body. For the first time, an alarmed expression appeared on Jifeng's face. What is this? From this red string, he felt an extremely formidable power. He could clearly feel that the power of this thing here had even reached PK class. Jifeng was shocked. The HLL. This was something released by a C-class. The red glow in Chen Feng's eyes had only been sufficient to put him on alert. On the other hand, this newly appeared thing here gave him a feeling that he would be insta-killed at any time. This was a power that truly belonged to a top expert. Chen Feng, who are you, exactly? Feeling the red string moving back and forth in his body, Feng did not dare to move even the slightest bit. He was afraid that any carelessness would result in his death. After a long time, Chen Feng retrieved that red string in a satisfied manner. Only then did Feng dare to move and start wiping away his cold sweat. That was too terrifying. Regardless of who it was, if there was something that was uncontrollable yet far stronger than one wandering within one's body, that person would be in fear as well. Feng gulped as he asked, "What is that?" Chen Feng indifferently replied, "Divine Draconic Curse. This is a power I inherited from a red dragon I once met accidentally. I can only use it once every 3 days. Using this, I am able to plant a Divine Draconic Curse in one's body. Now, the red dragon's power has already been planted within your body. I am now able to explode your body anytime I want." Instantly, Feng's face paled. Curse, FCK. As the person in charge of the mysterious killing command's implementation, he was definitely knowledgeable about all sorts of curses. Granted, he had never heard of this divine draconic curse, probably due to its level being too high, but he had clearly been able to feel the horror of this curse earlier. A curse at such a level would be more than sufficient to insta-kill him. Chen Feng calmly asked, "Now, I believe you can finally put all your heart into thinking up a solution for me, bro." Feng did not even have the tears to cry. "Anything you ask, I will tell you. But for this matter, it will implicate my whole family. If so, think of a method that will not implicate them," said Chen Feng with a faint smile. "I am aware that going there directly is equivalent to suicide. That is the reason why I require an old senior like you to think of something for me. After all, you have a much deeper understanding of the mysterious organization compared to me. Since that is so dangerous a place, wouldn't it be fine if you provide us protection?" Feng. So, he needed to even provide them protection? Instantly, his head ached immensely. But then, now that his fate was in this person's hands, he had no choice but to start tracking his brain for ideas. A method that can allow them to go to the mysterious organization without dying. Feng started pulling his hair furiously. What the heck is this? What a freaking bully. Feng was going crazy. As for Wu Hu and Xif by the side, they had odd expressions as well. They were wondering when had Chen Feng ever possessed such a powerful secret ability like the Divine Draconic Curse. Wu Hui looked at Xif. "What's going on?" Xif rolled his eyes. "What else? Based on my previous experience with him, your master is probably tricking this guy here." It's fake? Wu Hui couldn't believe it. Xif rolled his eyes. Naturally, an ability with so stupid a name is something only he would come up with. Don't you know your master's actual strength? If he was really so strong, would we still need to use such a stupid trick to stop Feng from running? Wu Hui did not know whether he should laugh or cry. The only thing your master knows how to do is scam others, signaled Xif to Wu Hui with his eyes, feeling proud at how quick-witted he was. Next, he felt a cold glance land on him from Chen Feng. Instantly, he shut his mouth. Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless. Those two guys, although those two had been signaling each other and communicating using their expressions instead of actually talking out loud, could Chen Feng not know what they meant? What had Xif meant by tricking this guy? Could this be considered tricking? The proper term should be luring. He was luring Feng to the side of justice. That was all. As for the Divine Draconic Curse, what? Did they believe that any made-up lie would be able to convince Feng? He had clearly felt that terrifying power of Xiao Ying's. In fact, Xiao Ying did possess this power as well. Within its body was half of Ming's power. As such, it would be able to easily insta-kill Feng. The only issue was Xiao Ying not knowing how to make use of that power. But then, a day would come when it finally learned to use the power. So this shouldn't be considered tricking, right? Definitely not. In any case, it did not matter if those two believed him or not. The important thing was that Chen Feng himself believed this excuse of his. As such, Chen Feng had managed to convince himself that he was not actually tricking Feng. Suddenly, Feng's eyes shone. "I got it." Several gazes landed on him. Feng confidently said, Recruitment. Recently, the mysterious organization has been recruiting. You could pretend to be a member of one of their subsidiary families. With that, it might be possible for you to sneak in there. Chen Feng was doubtful. I thought you said that the mysterious organization's recruitment is strict. Ji Feng was excited. That was true for the previous recruitments, but those were all normal recruitments. Every time it happened, the testing phase would last for more than 1 year before the recruitment began. This time, though, it's different. They are mass recruiting this time. Chen Feng, the hell, is this a university now, with mass recruitment and all? Had you received any commands about this? Asked Chen Feng. Ji Feng shook his head. Nope, but I am sure that they will be mass recruiting. Chen Feng frowned. Why is that? Ji Feng was powerless to even berate Chen Feng. Bro, do you even need to ask this? Because of you. Do you have any idea how many people the mysterious organization lost during the mysterious killing command? Do you think 8 classes were the only ones lost? You should understand how a curse works. If it succeeds, fine. If it fails, what do you think will happen? Chen Feng's eyes shone. Backlash. Ji Feng nodded. Yes, backlash. This is especially serious when the curses reaching tens of thousands, all failed. At least 20% of their lower-leveled members perished as a result. Chen Feng felt doubtful. Wait. If so, the ones killed were only those with curse-related abilities, right? Ji Feng smiled bitterly. Bro, are there so many curse ability users in this world? Even the mysterious organization would not be able to gather over 10,000 curse ability users even after announcing it 10 days in advance. Among the curse attackers we actually gathered, at least 90% of them were users of other abilities. The only reason they could use curses during the mission was by using gene reagents. Don't there exist some one-time use gene reagents capable of unleashing curses out there? Chen Feng, previously, he had actually believed that the mysterious organization was truly powerful enough to have had so many curse ability users within their ranks. So among all those curse users, the large majority of them had been fillers. As such, a huge amount of people perished during this mission. Normal recruitment will not replenish this amount of manpower. As such, a different method of recruitment will be required. To save his life, Ji Feng was extremely serious in figuring out a way for Chen Feng to sneak into the mysterious organization. As he had previously been a project implementer in the mysterious organization, he was quite comfortable when it came to things like drawing up plans. Naturally, even during a mass recruitment, the mysterious organization will only recruit from their subsidiary families. The recruitment will never be open to the outside world. After existing for so many years, the organization has cultivated a significant amount of subsidiary families as well. These subsidiary families will only be deployed during moments of crisis. This way, betrayal can be avoided. As for these subsidiary families that have maintained a low profile, as it turns out, I know some of them. Ji Feng started muttering as he finalized his plan and joined different parts of his plan together. Perfect. Chen Feng knowingly said, as such, we only need to sneak into those subsidiary families and wait for the recruitment. Ji Feng looked at Chen Feng. Not you all, only you alone. I will only be able to sneak a single person in without anyone noticing. Even this can only be accomplished using the favor one of them owes me due to me saving his life previously. Chen Feng shrugged. Fine. Seemed like he would have to go on a solo operation this time. But then, mysterious organization. Chen Feng's eyes shone. He was quite looking forward for it. Ji Feng had a solemn expression. Remember, even after you are enrolled into the recruitment process, you might not necessarily be allowed entry into the headquarters. Even for a mass recruitment, it will be extremely strict, with all sorts of tests and reviews before a portion of the participants are recruited. Even when mass recruiting, the mysterious organization will not lower their standard. Chen Feng nodded his head. Understood. Remember, don't ever get too anxious. You don't have to worry too much about Lady Wang Yao. Although I am not aware of what's going on with her, what I know is that she was taken by the research department. Ji Feng advised him. Chen Feng contemplated. Research department? Yes. The department responsible for setting up the various research projects of the organization, said Ji Feng. I am not aware of the finer details of how they work, but I am still aware of what normally happens there. She was probably brought there because they are trying to figure out the reason she is so powerful. For such a project, they will first need to file a report before submitting it for review. Next, they will have to wait for the funding to be allocated to them. Only then will the project start. These steps are something they must go through. Before that, they will probably only lock her down while waiting for the start of the project. Chen Feng. This workflow truly felt too familiar. In other words, Wang Yao shouldn't be in any trouble within a short period of time. She will be fine. Hence, you must not be anxious. Ji Feng wiped away his cold sweat. He was afraid that Chen Feng would charge in there without taking anything else into consideration. As long as you follow our plan properly, you will be able to sneak in there and rescue her. Based on my previous experiences, new projects normally take in a bunch of new recruits as assistants. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. You mean? Ji Feng nodded. That's right. If you are lucky enough, you might be able to infiltrate the Wang Yao project. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. My luck has always been good. In a place called Dawn City, there was a family called the Wang family, one of the top powers locally. Here, among the local powers, this family was second in rank, only below the Genetic Union's branch in this city. It had always been known as a family that abided by the law. Unknown to anyone, this family was in actuality also a subsidiary family of the mysterious organization. Have we received the update? Yes. Finally. How much is the quota this time? 3. Send the 3 most talented children of our Wang family over. Then, this time, we must have someone from our family up there in their ranks as well. Yes, this is the only way for us to get more resources allocated to our family. The upper levels of the Wang family were in a discussion. Where's Wang Zong? I suppose he's absent again. He dares to be absent from even such an important meeting? Be more understanding. You all have your own children. As for him, after so many years, he still has yet to get a child. With that, this meeting doesn't have anything much to do with him anyway. Just let him be. That is true. Everyone sighed. Wang Zong was the firstborn of the Wang family. He was currently 40 years old. Being a rather well-connected person with a rather formidable combat power as well, if nothing unexpected were to happen, he would be the future Wang family leader. Unfortunately, he was without an heir even after so many years. I suppose the future leader of the Wang family is not fixed yet after all. True. After all, he does not have an heir. Even if the leader's position is given to him, in the future. Some of them started discussing. They were at their wits' end as well for something like this to happen. Everyone was busy trying to get their child into the mysterious organization. If their child were able to do well in the mysterious organization, their family's status would be elevated as well. Soon, the meeting ended. Their potential candidates having been decided, based on the update received, these children would be sent over in 3 days. Train them well. If they can't even qualify in regard to something as basic as combat power, there's no need to send them over to embarrass us. Understood. Everyone agreed with this sentiment. Rather than sending an unqualified candidate to make up the numbers, they might as well disqualify the candidates themselves. Soon, they started filtering their candidates. Surprising them, Wang Zong was nowhere to be seen throughout the day. Where did this guy go? Everyone was confused. Right at this moment, an astonishing piece of news was delivered to them. Wang Zong had gone over to the neighboring city's Jiang family and fought Jiang Yi. It was said that a rather bitter battle had erupted there. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Wasn't Jiang Yi best friends with Wang Zong? What was going on? However, later in the afternoon, when Wang Zong came back proudly with a young man, everyone had a vague idea of what had happened. It was said that Wang Zong had once secretly been in love with Jiang's wife. Oh, look at the face of that kid and who he resembles. Everyone was stupefied. This couldn't be true, right? Come, let me introduce you all to someone. Wang Zong patted the kid's shoulder and said, he's Jiang Feng. Up you number. His name is Wang Feng. My son. Ha 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 ha. I even tested his DNA to make sure of this. Ha ha ha. I was always curious as to why that bastard Jiang refused to let me see his son all these years. Unexpectedly, back then, I had hit it with the first shot and actually gotten myself a son. Wang Zong laughed proudly. Everyone else was powerless to even berate this. But Jiang is still your good bro, right? So what if he's a bro? Wang Jiang proudly said. I have not done him any wrong anyway. Back when that happened, he still had not been together with her yet. It is quite normal for young people to sleep around with each other. What surprised me is that back then, When they got married due to pregnancy, she was actually pregnant with my child instead. Haha. This is just nice, since presently, I don't have an heir anyway. Is this proper? Everyone else was worried. The Jiang family and the Wang family had always maintained a good relationship. If they were to become enemies due to this, Wang Zong sneered. How is this improper? That bastard did not use any killing moves on me at all when we were fighting earlier. I suppose he probably realized this way earlier. Well, it's still good this way, since this kid is also the only heir of the Jiang family. In the future, this kid will inherit both the Jiang family and the Wang family. Both our families will be even closer as a result. This is a good opportunity. As everyone thought of this, they found this agreeable. An old man took a look at Wang Feng. Come, child, let me take a look at you. He looks exactly like you when you were young. Of course. After feeling proud for a bit, Wang Zong suddenly said, oh yeah. Let this kid join the recruitment as well. Him? Everyone blanked. Wang Zong grudgingly said, what else? Why else would Jiang let him go so easily? He must have received some news as well. That is also the reason he let this kid go so easily. If so, let's allow him to compete with the rest of the candidates as well. Fine. Everyone nodded. Soon, the training began. 3 days wasn't a long time. But it wasn't a short time either. All these children of the Wang family were quite strong. At the young age of 17 and 18, they had all reached D class. Truly not bad. Some of them were even capable of skipping classes to challenge a higher class warrior. However, before Wang Feng, they were all reduced to a joke. Bang, bang, bang. Even when fighting alone against 3 of them, Wang Feng was still able to easily obtain victory. So strong. Everyone else gasped in admiration. This kid that appeared to be in D class as well was astonishingly powerful. This heir that Wang Zong had conveniently picked up was a person of few words, yet he was truly powerful. Ultimately, the audition completed, and the final 3 candidates were confirmed. As for Wang Feng, due to his strength that was the strongest among all the candidates, he was named the captain of the 3. Worthy of being my son indeed. These 2 days, Wang Zong had been feeling immensely proud of himself. At least, that was how it seemed to outsiders. Somewhat troubling him, though, was the fact that, recently, all his neighbors seemed to have moved out. This was especially true for those recently married neighbors of his. They had moved away hastily on the very same night he returned. What are they doing? Only after asking around did he find out that, due to the appearance of Wang Feng, he was now nicknamed Child Gifting Bodhisattva. As for what child he was gifting, he truly couldn't understand. The rumors were even more excessive. There were people saying how, being his neighbor, it would be easy to get the surname Wang. There were even excessive rumors talking about how Wang Zong had only given Jiang's wife a glance from far away, and behold, just with that, Jiang's wife had become pregnant. Wang Zong. These people were truly creative when it came to creating rumors. The heck, if he was truly so powerful, he would have united the world under his rule long ago. Fortunately, these 3 days passed quickly. Finally, the people from the mysterious organization arrived and took the 3 candidates away. Naturally, in accordance with the notification given by the mysterious organization, on paper, these 3 kids had managed to pass the entrance examination for the Mount City's technical school, a place that could be considered a semi-university. On the iron cloud, Chen Feng contemplated as he read the notification in his hands. So, this is what they used to conceal their actual identities? He had always been curious with the methods employed by the mysterious organization to keep their recruitment a secret from the genetic union. Now, though, he realized that they only needed to use joining a technical school as an excuse. That was the perfect cover. Next, the mysterious organization could proceed to do another round of elimination at these academies. With that, all this would be kept under wraps. Seems like only those who pass the final test will be able to enter the mysterious organization. Chen Feng started thinking rapidly. Presently, he was entering this school with his identity as Wang Feng. So far, everything had progressed smoothly. As long as he followed the plan, everything would be fine. As for the 2 other candidates from the Wang family, since these 2 kids had grown up together, they were naturally prejudiced against him, the outsider. Those 2 were evidently without much life experience, akin to a blank piece of paper. They were currently busy asking the mysterious person some information pertaining to the school, asking questions about the school life and so on. Chen Feng merely smiled calmly at this. The iron cloud started moving. Staring at the scenery outside that was rapidly flitting past, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Mysterious organization, here I come. At a certain technical school in the suburban district of Mount City, along with the arrival of September, rows of new students could be seen entering the school gate. From the iron cloud hub of Mount City, countless students were streaming out. Every one of them had an excited smile on their face. Although their present strength was still rather weak, with their entrance into a school, a bright future awaited them. Haha, which school of Mount City are you guys going to? Blues or R? Oh, that school rumored to specialize in earth element abilities? Yes. Wow. Awesome. I heard that there is an offer for the students to enter a university directly. I wonder if that is true. God knows. When I came, my brother hinted at it to me as well. It was said that not everyone would be able to get entry. It will still depend on individual performances. I don't quite get what he was trying to say, though. Oh well, we will find out in a few days anyway. True. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. As the iron cloud reached the station, countless students walked out excitedly. Among these passengers brimming with youth was a particular group of people who were similarly young yet appeared much more mature attitude-wise. Naturally, Chen Feng was part of this group as well. Although these youngsters lacked real-life experience, they would not say anything unnecessary in front of outsiders, thanks to the training they had received since they had been young. This was an iron law that all subsidiary families of the mysterious organization had to obey. Regardless of time or venue, their identity and mission could not be leaked. Go. The youngster leading the group led them as they left. The orderly manner in which this group moved also attracted much attention at the Iron Cloud Hub. They are students of some private technical school. I heard that it's a school on the verge of bankruptcy due to their financial situation. As long as you are human, you will be allowed entry into that school. The heck, there's such a SHT school? Yeah. All locals are aware of the circumstances of that school. Although the school is located right in the center of the city, people that actually enter that school are normally hooligans and the like. The school is only surviving with great difficulty by accepting a small amount of tuition fees from these students. Naturally, some of their students are also those with results so bad that they had no choice but to find some rogue school to continue their studies. Rogue school, known to everyone. Hooligans. From this idle chatter, a lot of information was leaked. As Chen Feng heard this, he was alarmed. He had initially believed that this so-called technical school was located at some hidden valley in some suburban district. After all, only with that could they avoid being found out by the genetic union. Surprisingly, their school had actually been built openly right in the middle of the city. That, coupled with the SHT reputation of the school, served as a perfect cover, since the genetic union wouldn't even bother monitoring such a rogue school. This was truly a great demonstration of a person of true ability not bothering with the opinions of others. After leaving the Iron Cloud Hub, they took a car to the school. Chen Feng was expecting to take some examinations or tests here. Unexpectedly, the first thing they did was train. A 7-day-long training session. Only now did Chen Feng realize how huge the mysterious organization was. 1,200 candidates. A whole 1,200 candidates were here. They had all been gathered from their subsidiary families, and all of them possessed an acceptable level of combat power that met the mysterious organization's basic requirements. This was quite a terrifying fact when one thought about it. According to Jifeng's introduction, it had been 3 years since the last recruitment. As such, the candidates this time were somewhat high in amount. Despite this, from the amount of candidates, the accumulation of the mysterious organization was apparent. In this world, terrorist organizations were quite common. However, an organization like the mysterious organization, an organization that was self-sufficient and had a complete methodology of nurturing their own talents, was the scariest kind of them all. With 1,200 candidates, even if 10 were recruited per city, that totals up to 100 cities. Chen Feng was shaken. In other words, the mysterious organization was actually so powerful. That was truly too astonishing. Naturally, it was not possible for the mysterious organization to recruit all 1,200 of the candidates here. After the 7 days of training, there would be a test. Those that passed would be directly accepted, while the ones who failed would also receive a generous reward. These people would then return to their respective families and continue working hard to serve the organization. By multiplying without stop, creating future generations for the organization. Only a single person from a family needed to rise up in power, and the whole family would be elevated. Under the iron-fisted control and brainwashing of the mysterious organization, the entire human resource supply system of the organization had always been operating efficiently, working to serve the organization. During this period, Chen Feng had also obtained more information from other candidates. He found that these people here were actually truly emotional, from the depths of their hearts, to have gotten this opportunity to be a part of the mysterious organization. As for whether they could see the truth of things in the future, that would depend on themselves. There were some who were similar to Chen Feng and had seen through the facade long ago. However, at this point, the fates of most of them were already deeply interlinked with the mysterious organization. If it wasn't for this variable known as Chen Feng, Chen Feng most probably would have spent the rest of his life in the mysterious organization as well. From this, it was apparent how powerful the mysterious organization was. Therefore, these 7 days are only used for training and brainwashing. Chen Feng muttered knowingly. It was indeed as he had guessed. During their first round of training, apart from basic power and spiritual training, every single one of them was given a white uniform and told to wear it to recover their energy. As Chen Feng put the uniform on, he discovered that the uniform was truly capable of accelerating the wearer's recovery rate. Hence, after receiving the uniforms, numerous students could be seen seated cross-legged on the field. Each of them was wearing a white cap on their head. A mysterious yet formidable power could be felt lingering about them. Next, the instructor started chanting. As his voice drifted into their ears, Chen Feng felt his gaze blurring. A vague silhouette appeared in his mind. Seated cross-legged in the air, this silhouette was staring at him lovingly. The voice was filled with warmth. "Child, from now on, I shall be your protector." Subconsciously, Chen Feng nodded at him in response. The faint white radiance started surrounding him. Right at this moment, Xiao Ying awakened from its slumber and streaked out before proceeding to swallow that white silhouette with a single gulp. Shwa! Instantly, the world before Chen Feng's eyes became clear again. When he realized what had happened, he started sweating profusely. It was obvious that he had nearly been brainwashed by this method. A seed had almost been planted in the depths of his mind. Realizing what had happened, he started sensing what was going on around him. Sure enough, everyone else was bathed in the white radiance with a fanatical expression on their face. This was truly a cult-like baptism. Shwa! Vaguely, the attention of someone seemed to settle on Chen Feng. Without making a noise, Chen Feng displayed a similar fanatical expression on his face. Around his body was the same faint white radiance. Inwardly, though, Chen Feng was wondering what the goal of this mysterious organization was, exactly. Scientific research, terrorism, a cult. The more he knew about the organization, the more questions he had. I will find out one day. Chen Feng's gaze was squarely calm. After a long time, when everything was over, everyone was allowed to rest. The next day, the same thing was repeated. Chen Feng followed along as all this happened and witnessed with his very own eyes how the attitudes of the candidates here changed from the initial novelty, to excitement, to curiosity, until finally, all of them had a fanatical look in their eyes. A fanatical loyalty toward the mysterious organization, a fanatical recognition toward a certain power. Fortunately, the 7 days passed quickly. Finally, the final test began. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, this event was rather unnecessary. Outside of his expectations, though, right before the test, noiselessly, several other people appeared in a certain corner of the field. As Chen Feng glanced over at them, his emotions surged. Square face, hair on the temples, white hair with a small bush of beard. Although he was somewhat ugly, he still stood out among others. With a single glance, Chen Feng recognized him. This was the very person that Chen Feng had told him about. The person that had taken Wang Yao away. This was the manager of the Wang Yao research project. For him to appear here now, Chen Feng's heart throbbed. On the field, the people from the mysterious organization were giving their speech. The square-faced newcomer had appeared noiselessly in a corner. Only several people from the mysterious organization went over to receive his arrival. As such, this did not attract much attention. "Is this the new batch of recruits?" the square-faced man asked without a change in expression. The receptionist nodded respectfully. Yes. This square-faced man was nicknamed Square. As for his real name, not many people remembered it. He was the present head of the mysterious organization's research department and a powerful and influential person. For him to come himself this time, it was probably for the square-faced man calmly said, "I need one new recruit." The receptionist had a bitter expression. "I'm afraid. Leader told us that all the new recruits this time belong to that place." Square snorted. "HMPH. I already talked to them. In previous years, there would only be a single group of new recruits accepted. This time, though, is the first recruitment in 3 years that is recruiting from the pool of human resources accumulated through these 3 years. I only want one person, the first placeholder among them. If they disagree," Square sneered, "I will start fighting with them over all the new recruits. At that time, I will at the very least be able to get 1 year's worth of new recruits from the total of 3 years' worth of new recruits over here. I wonder if his heart will ache when that happens." The receptionist smiled bitterly. There were 2 main factions within the mysterious organization. One of them was the technology faction led by Square. This was the faction that believed that technology would be able to alter the whole world. The other faction was the religious faction led by a person in a white uniform. This faction believed that the power of a cult could affect the whole world. Naturally, since this was now the genetic era, everything was possible. As such, the mysterious organization had been focusing on research projects involving both of these. Every year, these 2 factions would fight over the new recruits. In the past, they had been in numerous disputes due to this. Subsequently, the leader had told them to alternate their hiring. One faction would obtain all the new recruits 1 year, and the other faction would obtain all the new recruits the following year. This solved all their disputes, and since then, both sides had been in harmony. This time, though, a whole 3 years' worth of new recruits had been enlisted. Even if they were to follow the previous rule, Square would be able to obtain 1 year's worth of new recruits from the total pool this time. However, they were too lazy to report this to the leader. As such, they talked among themselves and reached an agreement that Square could get a single person out of the new recruits this time. After reaching the agreement, Square had immediately come here. Square glanced at the receptionist. I only want the strongest one. Don't try playing any tricks, or else." The receptionist smiled bitterly. Understood. He noiselessly left the corner and returned to where he had been. Neither of them had realized that below their feet was a faint radiance swirling about underground. After they ended their discussion, the radiance streaked away and vanished. The red radiance returned to its home. Chen Feng's eyes became bright. "Xiao Ying, replay everything you saw earlier." Light started swirling before his eyes as Xiao Ying started directly playing everything it had seen in Chen Feng's brain. Xiao Ying did not really understand any of this. However, that did not stop it from being able to record and replay what had happened to Chen Feng. Its ability to travel freely between the illusory world and the real world was undetectable by others. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. "Only first place?" Based on the introduction, there were 5 sections in the test. One could obtain 100 points maximum and 0 points minimum for each section. After all the sections ended, the average points would be calculated. Those obtaining 60 points and above would pass the test. No limit was placed on the amount of people passing or failing. In other words, if everyone here obtained a score lower than 60 points, they would rather hire nobody than hire such unqualified folks. Naturally, the reason these participants were daring enough to come was also due to them passing the tests conducted by their respective families. The tests of the mysterious organization likely wouldn't differ too much from the tests conducted by their own families. As such, for them, it was quite probable that all of them would pass the test here. 60 points. Chen Feng shook his head and burst out in laughter. Initially, he had only planned to obtain either 60 or 70 points to enter the mysterious organization while keeping a low profile. Now, though, he absolutely had to obtain the first place. Chen Feng stretched his body lazily. True, among the thousands of children here, a lot of them were geniuses with astonishing talent. Unfortunately, they were all quite young and were true blank pieces of paper. As such, they weren't capable of competing with Chen Feng, who had been out there in the chaotic world, surviving for over a year. Regardless of which aspect they competed in, they would suffer a crushing defeat at Chen Feng's hands. This confidence of Chen Feng's only lasted a short while. When he saw the content of the first test, he was instantly dumbfounded. The hell? This shouldn't be right. First test, connections. As a member of the mysterious organization, When going out on missions, apart from one's own strength, a lot of other things, such as background and connections, could be exploited. Regardless of friends, family, or anyone else, those would be considered part of one's strength and would greatly increase the success rate of missions. Shwa. The screen flickered, and countless green data flitted around. The connections of the participants were being calculated within the set rules. The data of every single participant swirled around madly. Soon, the results were out. Wang Feng, 10 points. Chen Feng. As he recalled how he had previously believed that he would crushingly defeat them, his face darkened. This damnable mysterious organization was actually of the opinion that one could even exploit one's friends and families. This was truly an incurable organization. In order to avoid being found out, when creating this Wang Feng identity, he had tried his best to reduce the amount of connections of this Wang Feng person. As such, him only obtaining 10 points was reasonable in this round. Even the 10 points he had obtained had only been given after considering his identity as an heir of 2 families. Otherwise, he most probably would have obtained a score of 0 points. This score, Chen Feng's head ached. He checked the results of others and found that, for various reasons, the other participants around him obtained at least 80 points. Some obtained the scores due to their families being powerful, and some due to the reputation they had. There were even some who were celebrity warriors or celebrity producers and had obtained high scores due to that. What alarmed Chen Feng the most, though, was a young lady called Xi Zongdong. This was a person who had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Her scores were already off the charts, and on the screen, a score of 100 plus points had been allotted to her. Evidently, if the maximum score for this test hadn't been restricted to 100 points, her score would have been even higher. Chen Feng was shaken. The new recruits of the mysterious organization are so scary. Due to his strength being far higher than the rest around him, the other participants' conversations that were carried out in whispers all reached Chen Feng's ears. As Chen Feng heard their evaluation of this lady Xi Zongtong, he sunk into silence. From what he gathered, this lady was excessively powerful. She was in some sort of relationship with the successors of multiple different families or factions. She was a person capable of making all those heirs prostrate before her skirt. There were even certain special circumstances where she and those heirs would be taking turns doing Anyway, that was what Chen Feng gathered from the crowd. Hence, for all these reasons, this lively young lady had obtained 100 plus points in this round. Right at the start, she was already far ahead of everyone else. In this situation, this was no longer an issue of different starting lines. Rather, this young lady's starting line was also the finish. After summarizing all the information he had obtained, Chen Feng could only exclaim in admiration. He truly couldn't help but accept the victory of such a person. Chen Feng felt regretful. If I knew this would happen, I would have set up Wang Feng with the identity of a playboy. If Wang Feng was set as a playboy, with the ability of hitting with a single shot inherited from his father, this playboy Wang Feng would have been equivalent to a mobile seeder, spreading his love and seeds everywhere. The whole world would be filled with his children, all hidden within the other great families. With this, would he obtain 100 points as well? He was truly regretful. The more Chen Feng thought of it, the more regretful Chen Feng was. What a good character setting that would be. As Chen Feng was lamenting the wasted opportunity, suddenly, he noticed something else. Based on the data shown, among the connections this girl had, a part of them consisted of the new recruits that had joined in the same batch as them. On top of that, the amount of them was quite high. There were 85 of them in total. Chen Feng felt like his brain was short-circuiting. Wait, they had only been here for 7 days, right? If so, how had this girl reached this amount? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, a soft voice resounded beside him. Hello. Chen Feng turned around and saw a young lady dressed in a white gown. There wasn't much makeup on her face, yet she appeared astonishingly beautiful. This was a tender and pleasant-looking young lady. A large majority of people would have a good impression when looking at such a lady. Currently, this young lady was staring at Chen Feng cautiously, waiting for his reply to her greeting. Chen Feng blanked. Hi. When had this young lady appeared behind him? Sigh. I saw that you only received a score of 10 points for the connections test. The young lady was seemingly a rather shy person, as she talked in a bashful manner. With this score, even if you managed to pass the test in the end, it will be rather inconvenient for you in your future missions. Chen Feng agreed after thinking about it. That's true. If one was truly a part of the mysterious organization and was thinking about one's future in the organization, this score was indeed worrying. Since the mysterious organization had set this topic as one of the test, this would definitely be related to future missions they might all undertake. If he was able to obtain a higher score here, it would beneficial. True. The young lady adjusted the corner of her dress and whispered, "So if you are interested, I am able to help you improve in this aspect." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Oh, improvement? But this was related to one's background and connection. True. If this young lady was incredibly well connected, one only needed to know her for one's connections score to increase. This was quite a simple fact. However, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Why are you helping me? This young lady's mannerisms were indeed sufficient to sway the hearts of a lot of males. Unfortunately, among those who walked the path of the Lilai, presently, Chen Feng had yet to meet once a passing Wang Yao. As such, Chen Feng was able to keep his mind straight and directly ask the crucial question. Due to your self-confidence, the young lady winked her huge eyes in an adorable manner and continued, only 10 points in the test, yet you are still filled with confidence. This is sufficient to prove that, in other aspects, you are extremely powerful. It is only natural that I want to get to know such a person. And the young lady lowered her head and played with the corner of her dress. Don't judge me based on my appearance. In actuality, I am very powerful as well. Chen Feng couldn't help but admire her. Fine. She was indeed worthy of being someone educated by a subsidiary family of the mysterious organization. Even such a naive and lively-looking girl had the insight to know that he was formidable with a single glance. Chen Feng thought about this and concluded that if he could get to know some powerful figures this time, it would be helpful in his mission as well. At least these people he would get to know would make a lot of things he wanted to accomplish much more convenient. Chen Feng looked at her. What should I do, then? The young lady bashfully said, it's quite simple. We have created a small alliance so that the members can help each other. Instantly, Chen Feng was enlightened. Oh, alliance. How very powerful. In such a short period of time, these participants had already formed their own circles. All this while, Chen Feng had believed that he was already being sufficiently outgoing. Unexpectedly, in a short 7 days, these people here had already created their own alliance, a circle for themselves. Something like an alliance was something that would only work when there was trust between members. The members needed to be united as well, or else the alliance would fail at any moment. Hence, even if Chen Feng wanted to, he would not be able to set one up. Indeed, he should not look down on anyone. Now, Chen Feng withdrew all contempt he did for these people. They were truly quite terrific. Was this young lady someone sent from the alliance? What is your alliance's name? Chen Feng asked instinctively. She softly said, the Goddess Alliance. Goddess. The name sounds sufficiently formidable. From the name, it is apparent that the one who established this alliance is a woman. But then, why does this name sounds so familiar? Wait. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. Abruptly, Chen Feng shifted his attention to the delicate-looking young lady in front of him. What is your name? The young lady was evidently shocked by Chen Feng's abrupt reaction. Me? Only after she recovered from the shock did she bashfully lower her head and say, my name is Xi Zongdong. Chen Feng. The heck? Chen Feng was stupefied. Xi Zongdong? This young lady that was shy even when talking was the Xi Zongdong? Wait. Chen Feng felt like his thoughts were no longer capable of catching up with what was going on. He pointed at the first placeholder on the screen. So, this is you. The young lady appeared even more bashful now. Chen Feng. This was totally different from the sex queen he had expected to see. As a woman who dominated everywhere she went and was capable of establishing her very own harem, shouldn't her very person be overflowing with a sense of tyranny? The rumors. Chen Feng shook his head. Rumors were indeed not trustworthy. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled the discussion of the crowd earlier. I heard that you have been asking several new recruits out on dates. The young lady waved her hands repeatedly. That's not true. I haven't gone on dates with anyone. Chen Feng pointed to the 85 people indicated in her data as part of her connections. But those people. She was somewhat embarrassed. That was actually a coincidence. Chen Feng felt enlightened. Oh, so, all that had indeed merely been rumors? Nowadays, rumors could be so terrifying, huh? Capable of putting so many smears on even a nice young lady like her. At that time, the The training for the day had just ended. A few people organized a group exercise. I went over to join in on the fun. There was quite a huge crowd there with everyone crowded in a single room. Seeing that it was an ideal environment for me to activate my ability, I tried activating it shortly, unexpectedly, in a single activation. So many of them were covered by my ability, the young lady said in a bashful manner. Chen Feng frowned. Oh, so this young lady's ability was something like a religious brainwash that was used against one's mind? Chen Feng asked. Your ability. Eroticism, the young lady said seriously. Eroti? Wait, miss. The more he heard, the more Chen Feng felt that something was off. He cautiously probed. Oh, right. Perhaps we have different definitions of the term group exercise. I'm wondering what exercise it is, exactly, that you all participated in? With her face flushed red, the young lady said, it's that exercise. Initially, they organized a group exercise. After I activated my ability, I turned it into an exercise for a group of people. In any case, it is a group exercise. Annoying. Why are you forcing me to say this out so clearly? The young lady lowered her head bashfully. Chen Feng. The heck? The term group exercise can also be defined in this manner. Looking at the young lady in front of him, Chen Feng felt a deep veneration from the depths of his heart. This young lady was truly vigorous. This was a truly ferocious warrior. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Hence, the function of your ability. Those who did it with me will have an extreme trust in me, the young lady said bashfully. Chen Feng chose his words wisely and asked, hence, everyone in the alliance, with you. Yes. The young lady was somewhat prideful as she said, there's no other choice. Otherwise, they would lack the trust to establish an alliance with each other. Moreover, with this, everyone can contribute to each other's connections. Look. A lot of them would only have obtained a score of 10 or 20 points initially. After the establishment of this alliance, they all received a score of 60 points or above. Chen Feng. He no longer dared to ask more, as he already had a rough guess of what her answer would be. Chen Feng's imagination of their conversation. Chen Feng, lady, it is rumored that you are taking turns doing it with them. Young lady, how hateful. That is not possible. It is too tiring to do it in turns. Normally, I do it with all of them at once. Too scary. Chen Feng felt like his worldview was collapsing. This was especially true since he could clearly feel that this young lady was truly a naive and innocent girl and was not faking this appearance. The fact that such a girl had such an accomplishment was the scariest thing. Chen Feng started replaying his memory to make sure that he had truly transmigrated into a world of genes instead of some erotic game world. As Chen Feng looked at this young lady, he found that he now had a brand new understanding on the meaning of the commonly used term of this genetic era. Nothing is impossible. This was indeed the genetic era, an era where nothing was impossible. The young lady extended an invitation to Chen Feng. Then, are you interested? Chen Feng rejected her decisively. No, but she started giving Chen Feng a series of serious explanations. However, she was still rejected by Chen Feng. What joke. This young lady here was the main character of a porno world. Since they walked different paths, there was no point in them grouping together. The young lady could only pat and leave. Fine, then. However, before she left, she did not forget to clench both her fists and gave herself some encouragement. I will definitely work hard to obtain you, Chen Feng. Only when the young lady left did Chen Feng breathe out in relief. For some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of his bro Wang Chun. TSK, look at you and look at her. With a single ability, she established a harem for herself. How about you? Your ability gave you a harem, yet you failed to conquer your harem. Presently, the Wang Chun that was so far away was unaware that he had been berated by Chen Feng. He was still cautiously serving the big mistress, Ming Yi. Currently, at the field of the technical school, the analysis of the day 2 of over 1,000 participants had taken quite a while to complete, even with the assistance of experts. Only now did the first round officially end. Only 500 of the participants had passed with a score of 60 points. Among the 500, over 80 of them were those who had only passed thanks to Xizongtong's alliance. Evidently, a huge portion of the people here were those who placed more trust in their own strength. Before coming here, they had all passed different tests back home. Hence, they had believed that getting through this test wouldn't pose them much trouble. Here comes the real thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter if one is somewhat lacking in connections, as long as one is strong enough. the connections will come knocking by themselves. Isn't that true? I heard that those who occupy the top places will be paid more attention by the upper levels. That's for sure. With so many of us, there will definitely be some who are geniuses and some who will be given special nurturing by the organization in the future. If so, I will have to try fighting for it. Everyone rubbed their fists and was eager to give this a try. Unknown to all of them, the moment the true test began, with Chen Feng here, the first place of this test would no longer have anything to do with them. Currently, the second test had just started. Strength. This was the most straightforward and violent test, a test of combat. One only needed to erupt with one's strongest combat power. Next, the system would judge that person's actual combat power. Their opponent was a black-clothed man who was only now walking out toward them. He stood there in front of all of them and shut both his eyes. Everyone, your opponent is me. Instantly, all the participants blanked. It was him? How were they supposed to fight him? Just as everyone was in doubt, countless phantoms streaked out of that person's body. A terrifying power bloomed, and after that instant eruption, a phantom was already beside every single one of the participants. Moonlight Phantom. Someone cried out in alarm. Moonlight Phantom was a 6-star secret art, a secret art that was capable of automatically releasing a corresponding amount of phantoms depending on the amount of enemies. Apart from that, the strength of these phantoms could be fine-tuned as well. The fewer enemies there were, the fewer phantoms there would be. Theoretically, as long as the user had sufficient energy, he could summon even 1 billion phantoms. That was what was scary about this ability. Naturally, this wasn't practically possible due to all sorts of limitations. However, creating over 1,000 phantoms against these participants here was still a possible feat. One phantom after another appeared. All the participants prepared themselves seriously. Before each of the participants was a phantom with a sufficient amount of wisdom and a strength that was similar to the participant. The strength would increase based on the strength of the participant as well. Go. All the participants erupted with their strongest combat power. The grading method was in fact quite simple. Those with combat power below D class would receive 0 points. Those above peak B class would receive 100 points. The passing grade score was fixed at C class. As long as one reached C class, one would be able to pass this test. In truth, a lot of the genetic warriors here were only D class. However, they only needed to utilize their strength properly. That, coupled with a solid grasp of their secret arts, made erupting with a combat power equivalent to a C class possible for them. Somewhere on the field, Xi Zongtong waved her hands. Next, a clump of pink energy appeared and enveloped the phantom in front of her. After a long time, when that phantom walked out of the pink clump, it seemed to have shrunk. As for what had happened in the pink clump, it was a mystery. In other parts of the field, numerous youngsters were erupting with their formidable power. Some of them had even erupted with a C-class power right off the bat. As long as they reached C-class power, they would be able to pass this test. Were these people satisfied with only 60 points, though? Evidently, they were not. Everyone was pushing themselves, trying to reach the power equivalent to a B-class. Chen Feng's eyes shone. It's starting. He had only obtained 10 points during the first round. If he wanted to obtain the first place, he absolutely had to obtain full scores in the subsequent rounds. Moreover, he had to avoid using the power of his energy equipment. He truly had no other options. Users of energy equipment were truly too rare. The moment he used it, everyone would know that he was Chen Feng. However, if he did not use his energy equipment, the phantom facing him was already charging toward him. Chen Feng's expression was unprecedentedly serene as he faced the phantom. If he couldn't use the methods most familiar to him, there was only one method he could employ to defeat this phantom: nether gaze. This was an ability of his that the mysterious organization was unaware of. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Very good. Wind blade. Arise. Numerous incorporeal wind blades flashed out. Under the control of his luck aura, all the wind blades released by Chen Feng were transformed into a super ability capable of enhancing his speed. Instantly, his speed became terrifyingly fast. His speed that had initially been equivalent to a C class instantly climbed up, reaching B class. The phantoms tried attacking him several times, yet all their attacks missed. The red radiance in Chen Feng's eyes flickered without stop. True, he was unable to use his energy equipment here. However, It wouldn't take Chen Feng too long to deal with these warriors below A class anyway. Lock-on completed in 1 second. With a flash of red, a D class was insta-killed. Lock-on completed in 30 seconds. With a flash of red, a C class was insta-killed. Even without using his energy equipment, he was still able to unleash an astonishingly formidable power with his nether gaze. As long as he wasn't hit, Chen Feng would be able to insta-kill anyone. Bang, bang. The whole field was akin to a chaotic battlefield. Around the field were numerous drones hovering in the air. One scanner after another was aimed at the field. Evidently, these scanners were analyzing the combat power unleashed by the participants here. Everyone's data was swirling about without stop as the system analyzed them. Suddenly, one of the participants was defeated by the Phantom. Instantly, his data that had been swirling about stopped moving and he received his evaluated strength, 32 points. After receiving his score, he could only retire with a pale expression. With such a score, if he wanted to receive a passing average score, he would have to try harder in subsequent rounds. The rest of the battles did not last long either. Apart from certain individuals with unique battling methods, an absolute majority of the participants were defeated after reaching a score of around 60 to 70 points. Presently, there were less than 10 participants remaining in battle. Ultimately, these people were all gradually defeated as their scores reached around 78 to 79 points. Finally, the combat power has reached B class. Ha ha ha, it is already quite decent to be able to unleash a power equivalent to B class. True, we are not even 20 years old yet. Since we are already able to unleash B class power now, when we enter the organization, the day we unleash A class power will not be too far away. Those who remained toward the end were all extremely excited. Evidently, for these people capable of unleashing B class power at this age, the organization would definitely nurture them as elites. Presently, only 2 were left on the field. One of them was a buff-looking guy who was already deathly pale yet was still persisting in his battle with the Phantom. He would occasionally glance at what was happening beside him. He was aware that the guy beside him, that Wang Feng, was still battling his Phantom as well. Hence, he had to press on. Since combat was what he was most well versed in, he had to obtain first place in this round. Presently, the battle at Wang Feng's side seemed to have ended. I won. The buff guy was overjoyed. After waiting for an extra 2 seconds, when his score reached 80 points, he finally allowed himself to be defeated by the Phantom. If his guess was correct, when Wang Feng was defeated earlier, the score should have been only 79 points. However, after ending his battle, when he raised his head to look at Wang Feng, he was instantly dumbfounded. Astonishingly, he saw that Chen Feng was the one who had defeated the Phantom, obtaining a score of 100 points. How is this possible? The buff guy cried out in alarm. Killing? Rather than persevering until he was defeated, Chen Feng had killed the Phantom instead. Did this not mean that this guy called Wang Feng had erupted with a power equivalent to peak B class? Currently, apart from the buff guy, everyone else in the field sunk into silence as well.